Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Finger Lakes region of New York, where 75 years ago, a small town held its first street race, a Grand Prix, and then constructed a purpose-built circuit just a few years later and became the first permanent home of the United States Formula One Grand Prix. It's a circuit that's known as much for its speed as for that blue Armco that still rings the entire track. And this weekend, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour descends upon the Mecca of North American road racing, and it's 3.4 miles of power and fury, Watkins Glen International. I'm Gregg Ginsberg with Larry Lefty MacLeod joining me in the booth this morning for our last day of competition from WGI, and it is bound to be, we saw yesterday, Larry, a number of track records fall. We saw some very good racing here at the Glen. I'm looking for more today.
Yeah, the weather could not be any better. It's right now in the high 50s. The sun is beaming down. The track is warming up. You talk about track records yesterday. I suspect some of them are going to fall possibly even in this first race where there was one set yesterday, and the owner of it may only be able to hold that for a day, or he's going to have to fight to keep it today. I'm looking forward to a great, beautiful day of racing up here.
All right, so Larry, we're going to have now heading off the pit lane and onto the front straight is the pace lap for our very first group, our first of two open wheel groups this weekend, or this afternoon. It is Formula 600, Formula F, and Formula V. And this here is what is known as the George Richardson Memorial Race. It was first run for Formula Fords back in 1969 and won by Skip Barber in a Caldwell at an average speed of 92 plus miles an hour. George was a charter member of the Glen region of the SCCA, our hosts this weekend, and was the secretary as well as holding the position of regional executives as well as a number of other positions within the club. He was employed at the Corning Glassworks as a designer in the late 40s and early 50s, and became a designer of specialized products in the technical products division. And other than racing, the other hobbies were string art, which he helped pioneer, and he displayed his string art sculpture at many art shows in the area and as well out of state. Born in July of 1920 in Providence, George died at the age of only 47 in November of 1967. Last year, our winners for this race on Saturday were Joe Parsons from the Northeast Pennsylvania region in a Spectrum, Robert Gray in his Formula 600 Nova car, and Brian Farnham in a Silver Bullet in Formula V. That was Saturday. On Sunday, Joe Parsons repeated. Calvin Stewart took the win in Formula 600, and Brian Farnham repeated on Sunday. So we've got our drivers on their pace lap right now. We had 14 Formula V's set times, as well as 14 drivers in Formula F and Formula 600. Let's run down the starting orders. We're going to have a split start here with the Formula 600s and Formula Fs taking the green flag first, and then the Formula V's a little bit further back. Our first group in the Formula Fs and Formula 600s are going to give you the top 10, starting 10th in the number 27. Formula F Piper, it's Charles Foster. Robert Gray will start 9th. He's in the number 15 Formula 600 Nova car with Ken Bukillian. Starting 8th, he's driving the number 83 Formula F Mygal. Starting 7th in the number 57 Formula F Van Diemen, it's Chris Smith. Dexter Suba will start 6th. He's driving the number 99 Mygale. That's in Formula F. And Jonathan Kotick, starting 5th overall, driving the number 80 Mygale from Atlantic Beach, Florida, with a qualifying time of 2:01.144. And then following cars are all in Formula 600. It's David Lapham, starting 4th overall in the number 19 Nova car. Calvin Stewart, scheduled to start on the inside of row number 2 in the number 07 Nova car. James Weeda will start on the outside of the front row, driving the number 22 Scorpion, and our pole sitter in our first group took the win yesterday, reset the track record yesterday with a fast time of 1:59.177 from Grand Island, New York. Driving the 55 machine, it's Keith Jocelyn. In Formula V, starting 10th, Jeff Filipkowski in the number 20 Porsche will again start 10th. Starting 9th, Jonathan Weisheit driving the number 61 JK Technologies XP1. Trevor Carmody will start 8th. He's driving the number 7 Protoform, with Steve Whitston starting 7th in the 118 Protoform. Then we've got Rick Shields. He starts 6th, driving the number 77 VDF, with Mitchell Ferguson in the number 52 Vorsha starting in 5th. Zach Whitston will start 4th in the number 127 Protoform, with Roger Siebenaller starting 3rd, driving the number 72 Mysterian. Starting on the front row in Formula V, in 2nd, it's going to be Alex Scaler. He's driving the number 79 Scaler Mark 1, and Andrew Whitston is your pole sitter, driving the number 12 Protoform.
I suspect we're going to see a fantastic race in the F6s up front, as yesterday the track record reset by Keith Jocelyn, your pole sitter. Today's conditions are even better. Cal Stewart drives a rocket ship. That thing is always slipstream in a straight line. Look out for him, especially on these starts. He's aggressive. This could be a good one. And the V's, well, that'll be just as good as always.
All right, so these are 14 laps or 35-minute races, whichever comes first all the way through the day. We're going to have our first 4 races before lunch, final 4 after lunch, as the Formula F and Formula V field come down the front straight, and green flag is in the air, Larry.
4 wide going into 1, and it's Cal Stewart who started on the 2nd row on the inside now to try and get that line under Jocelyn. They're going to go side by side through turn 1. They're still 2 by 2, but Jocelyn gets the run. Cal's going to get shuffled back at least a second right now, still side by side as they come around through 2, and the V's are underway.
All right, and as that field now makes their way up through the S's, we're still waiting. Our V's are still just coming out of the 9, but no, they're coming down into turn 1. Thank you, Larry. I lost track of where I am right now. Jumping to an early lead once again, it is the Whitstons, and Andrew Whitston with Zach Whitston dropping in 2nd place. Alex Scaler now falling back into 3rd, and that was a great race yesterday between Scaler and Andrew Whitston all the way to the line, and only thousandths of a second separating our winners, only thousandths of a second separating our 3rd and 4th place finishers, Roger Siebenaller and Zach Whitston.
Yeah, that was a beautiful race. Scaler had pace in the middle part of it, but it was Andrew at the end able to take that win. He starts on pole, but now it looks like he and his brother Zach might be sitting 1-2 as the pack of V's now look like they're coming down to the bus stop for the first time. Scaler is back to 3rd now on this early start in the F6 crowd, as I think they're down already coming into 7. I think I see Cal Stewart still being the aggressor now, trying to push down the inside of Keith Jocelyn. So we'll get to them in a minute as the V's are coming out of the outer loop.
Yeah, and the V's all in a straight line here, all using that draft as they run down. As we've got 3 cars on the breakaway right now. It is the 2 Whitstons and Alex Scaler. A little bit further back from there is, I believe, Roger Siebenaller running in 4th, and then a fairly big gap, and I believe that is the black number 52 of Mitchell Ferguson leading the next portion of our field down the hill there into the boot. There at the toe of the boot is our leaders now in Formula 600 and Formula F, coming out of turn number 9 right now, that off-camber left-hander to the 2 final corners on the track as they come back towards us to complete lap number 1. And your leader,
it's the pole sitter, Jocelyn, still leading the way with David Lapham now up into 2nd spot in that green and silver car. Cal Stewart still in 3rd, Weeda now into 4th. So a lot of movement up and down the order. We know Cal Stewart at one point had been pushing for the lead, now back to 3rd, but this is going to continue. All 4 of those front 4 can run the same pace. We are going to see track records at least towards a little bit of torment, a little bit of pushing here, if not completely broken today. We'll give them another lap of flyer to probably get there as our V's are coming through.
So after 2 days of 2 sessions of qualifying on Friday in Formula 600, Cal Stewart was your fastest driver on track. Would have had the pole yesterday if he would run on the 7th. But of course, we saw then the Keith Jocelyn moved to the front, took the win, also took the track record. Weeda had some challenges during yesterday's race.
Started that race, he really struggled, but he picked up the pace at the end, which shows a good sign for today, and ended up still underneath Cal's previously qualifying position, pushing Cal back to 3rd. That tells me all 3 of them are on pace, and now seeing Lapham off to a pretty good start as well. I'm seeing a 4-way race that could continue for the pretty good part of this next 30 minutes.
All right, so as you see, our Formula V drivers having completed their first lap, now heading up through the S's and onto the short chute now, spreading out 3 wide. It's the 2 Whitstons, Andrew Whitston and Zach Whitston, and Alex Scaler. Scaler in that light blue number 79 machine, Andrew Whitston in the white with red, Zach Whitston in the blue and yellow machine as they come now down into the inner loop for the 2nd time here today. And it looks as though
he was Scaler this time through. He was able to get the run down that backstretch to get by both of them. So that puts him up into the front, leaving the 2 Whitstons, and then Siebenaller back there. Now, you know, Siebenaller And now Scaler are good friends. In fact, Alex drove Siebenauer's car at the runoffs in 2020 in Road America. So those know each other very well. Obviously, the Whitsons are well acquainted as siblings there as well. So this is great. I love seeing this 2-2 matchup of good friends all paired up. And, of course, they race together all up and down the East Coast. So all four of them have a lot of familiarity here in V's as the F6s now are starting lap 3.
All right, and as they head across the start-finish line and come down into the 90, into turn 1, it is still in very close proximity in the 600s. Jocelyn and Lapham. Calvin Stewart has dropped just a little bit back. Matter of fact, he was almost a second and a half off of the pace of our 2 leaders, and he's got James Wida running very similar time. So a very distinct difference there in Formula 600. A little bit further back, Chris Smith, who was our pole sitter in Formula F yesterday and had mechanical issues, retired the car early. Right now, he has the advantage over Dexter Suba. Our winner yesterday, Jonathan Kotek, not taking the green today. So that is going to leave in our top 3 in Formula F, Chris Smith, Suba, and Ken Bakilian. And I want to thank again Ken Bakilian for helping us out Friday night as I had some trouble with our rental car. So
yeah, big help there. He was so helpful to offer up the tools there. That was great. And so far, up to a pretty good start here, sitting 3rd in FF.
All right, as our Formula V's now complete lap number 2 and starting to make their way up through the S's, and it is now again Alex Scaler, your leader, Zach Whitston, Andrew Whitston, and then a bit of a gap back to Siebenauer and Rick Shields in that orange number 77 machine. Mitchell Ferguson has fallen back into 6th position.
Yeah, watch the V's as it looks like Zach Whitston is going to be setting up Scaler for a run. In fact, it's Andrew Whitston with the run of his life coming up the S's down the back straight. I thought that it was going to be a little closer. Boy, did he get a heck of a run. Now he's going to lead the way through the inner loop with his brother Zach right behind him, and Scaler and Siebenauer just kind of calculating back there, hanging around with that pack. But they have grown a pretty big margin then to the next spot of Rick Shields, he's now about 4 seconds back in that front 4. So this is definitely a breakaway here in V.
Here we go, and you can see in this second pack it is it's Shields, Mitchell Ferguson, and Steve Whitston in the 118 machine. They're nose to tail, but again, quite a bit off the lead pack now, as they were about a second and a half off of the lap times of our leaders. As now we're starting to see as we start lap number 3 in Formula 6, or probably start lap number 4 in Formula 600. Keith Jocelyn starting to open up a bit of an advantage over David Lapham here, as Cal Stewart and Wida still a little bit further back, but Wida just ran the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, Stewart and Wida, both of them a little quicker than Jocelyn on that lap. So all 4 of them separated by just 1.6 seconds. Lapham just a little bit behind the pace. We'll see if he can continue. Yesterday he fell off pace at about that 5-6 lap mark behind what Jocelyn did, as Jocelyn just kind of took off, and then Wida ultimately ended up on the 2nd spot there. But now it looks like Cal and Wida are picking up the pace. They're starting to get into their groove. They're going to be closing up on Jocelyn. Would not be surprised if those 3 are leading.
And we now see Calvin Stewart has gotten around David Lapham as they came down into the bus stop. They're that white, the full white number 07 machine running in 2nd, and we're seeing Wida now challenging Lapham as well. In Formula F, Dexter Suba just behind our Formula 500s here, and now starting to come down through turn number 6. Dexter Suba in the number 99 machine gets around Chris Smith to take the lead in Formula F, with Ken Bakilian now about 7 seconds in arrears of those 2 drivers.
Yeah, good little scrap going on there. You mentioned the Cal Stewart getting around Lapham. Lapham's trap speed about 10 miles an hour slower than Cal Stewart. So Cal really putting that speed in a straight line. James Wida actually quickest in a straight line right now. The 2 of them both just over 142 miles an hour with their the hind quarters scraping on the pavement down here at the Glen. But yeah, let's see if Wida can also get around Lapham.
Well, and it appears as though Wida has gotten around Lapham as they came out of 9 going into turn number 10. We can see that green and white machine of Lapham, now the 4th car in line there. And so those 2 drivers with the great straight line speed now move up into 2nd and 3rd. And Larry, you were talking how Stewart and also James Wida, they put a lot of focus on the aerodynamics of those cars.
Yeah, Cal Stewart always does. He's really focusing on the aero up and over the top of the car, trying to slipstream that thing, and he works hard on it. You know, he's a lot of attention to detail for Cal. Every track you go to, he's working so hard to get up there and get the pace. You watch him now. Again, yesterday was his off day. He comes in this morning. He's got to get into a bit of a groove. The first 3 laps, we're just sort of getting his feelers out there. Now you look at him finally starting to feel it a little bit. He sets a personal best in the second sector last lap. Now he goes and set the fastest trap speed down the back straight as they're just now going through the bus stop. He's getting in his groove. He's got Keith Jocelyn in his sights. Jocelyn 10 miles an hour slow in the trap speed compared to Cal on this lap alone. Cal just picked up 8/10 on that first sector alone. So it's closing up, and Weeda's getting pulled right in. All 3 of them now are going to be nose to tail.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the key there. Now we see Weeda and Stewart taking some different lines going through both the bus stop, and also they're coming through turn number 6. And, you know, Stewart's going to have to look behind and see, because there's always that chance that Weeda wants to take the point there and move up into second and perhaps lead the charge to get up to Keith Jocelyn. That could be an advantage for Jocelyn, however, as he still has a couple of car lengths, as it sounds like we may have had a car go off over by the toe of the boot, and we'll see if we can get the car number on that. Also, the 122 machine now has gone back to the paddock. That was Hunter Tatman, who finished on the podium yesterday in Formula F, and it looks like he's going to have an early retirement. His whole family came out from Colorado to watch him.
That's a long run for an unfortunate early departure here on Sunday for him, as I can see him still under his own power, but something's not right with that car. As our F6s now come across start-finish, again, Cal and Weeda are starting to close up just a little bit, although Jocelyn, during that last sector, laid down a fantastic sector time to give him a lap time of a 2:07. But Cal comes in behind him now into the 59s today. Both he and Weeda 59.9, about 8/10 lower than track record, but they're continuing to finally build enough heat in these tires. This is the lap where they're going to probably close in on that lap record, and Jocelyn might want to just sort of turn his mirrors down. They're coming in.
All right, so Larry, we've got the report for the car that was off just at the exit of turn 7. It's got the left rear tire still on the pavement, and it is, I believe it is the number. Well, actually, we'll wait on the lead car, but we are going to a full course caution here at Watkins Glen. That's what I was trying to say. I thought race control was going to give us the number of the car that was off, and we'll see the next time our leaders come by exactly who that is.
Well, while we're waiting for this to all kind of get all gathered up behind the safety car, I can tell you the V's, it's been a little bit of movement. It's still Scaler over Whitston, Andrew Whitston for the top 2. Siebenaller had gotten around Zach Whitston about a lap ago. Now, of course, this full course caution is going to bring all 4 of them together, and it's going to bring Rick Shields, Mitch Ferguson, Steve Whitston up behind them. So now we're going to have a 7-car train when we go back to green in the V's, in addition to that great start here for Cal Stewart and James Weeda. Now they don't need to worry about closing in on Jocelyn. They're going to need to get that restart again, and we know Cal is always aggressive on those restarts. We're going to have 2 great starts here, and then we get still the battle ongoing between Dexter Scuba, we're going to check and see who that car was that may have gone off, because what I'm seeing is Dexter is leading FF with Ken Bakillian in second, and I think we're missing our prior leader in FF. Chris Smith is falling down the orders, and I'm wondering if that's his car down there.
Yeah, he may have had issues for the second day in a row. Chris Smith was able to get the car back behind the wall yesterday. Yeah, but we're seeing now Smith dropping down to 7th here in Formula F.
Yeah, well, there's our safety car coming down around towards turn 11 right now, has the leaders Keith Jocelyn and the F6 crowd right behind him as they're starting to queue on up, and we'll get those FVs gathered there while they finish clearing the track for us. Hopefully not too long, we'll get back to green conditions again. 35-minute races, I believe, today.
35 minutes or 14 laps, whichever comes first, and we're currently working lap number 6.
So lap 6, 20 minutes on the clock. If it gets to it, this could be good, as one of our V's is kind of letting the leaders on by there. I think the leaders may have already caught one of our V's. I think that's Ron Whitston, actually, is that V, the number 5, down there amongst the F6s. So the FF order now is Dexter Suba in first, Ken Bakillian in second, third in FF, Charles Foster. They've got an F6 between them and Robert Gray. Fourth in FF, Joe Parsons. Fifth, Robert Crow. Sixth, Ray Boyer. And then, yeah, Chris Smith now no longer turning laps. The FVs, Andrew Whitston did get around Scaler before the full course caution came out. So Andrew Whitston back to the front over Scaler, unless they were just side by side as they came across timing. That's how they're shown. Sometimes, that goes under yellow. And then Stephen Aller is ahead of Zach Whitston, Mitch Ferguson, Rick Shields, Steve Whitston, Jonathan Weishite following there.
All right, Larry, we'll tell you what, while we're currently at a full course caution here, let's do this as we're just under halfway through this race. So we make a first call to the grid for our next group, and we'll take a break. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2, that's Spec Miata. Please start heading to the grid. Spec Miata drivers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. And so, Larry, let's take our first break of the morning here. You're watching the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Watkins Glen International, and we'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
And welcome back to Watkins Glen International. And what is it? Oh yes, it's the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And who am I, Larry? I'm Gregg Ginsberg, and you are Larry Lefty MacLeod, and we are here currently under full course caution for our first race of the day, Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600. As we had actually our pole sitter from yesterday's pole sitter from Formula F off right on the outside of the toe of the boot, and they're getting that car removed right now. But we are currently now working lap number 8.
Yep, and so maybe one more as the field's just now going past start finish. We'll keep our fingers crossed that maybe it's one more. We'll have to wait for the official word, of course, from race control, but I'm going to be optimistic on this one, keep my hopes up that we'll get one more under yellow and then we'll get going again, which should put us about, we'll have 7 to go at that point, 6 to go.
6 to go.
Probably around 6 to go, because I think we'll be probably around that 12-minute mark, which is right about 6 laps.
Yeah, there you go. And we've just gotten word from race control that we will be going
Oh, good, they listened to me.
green. Exactly. Larry, you are not only all-seeing and all-knowing, but all-commanding as well. And we will be going back to green flag racing this next time by, as the safety car is currently leading your Formula 600, and overall leader Keith Jocelyn up through the S's. Calvin Stewart running second in 600 with James Weida, David Lapham your top 4 in class. In Formula F, Dexter Suba running 5th overall. He's your leader with Ken Bukilian close behind now that Smith has dropped off. And then we've got Charles Foster currently running 3rd with Joe Parsons running in 4th. Remember, Parsons took wins here last year, currently sitting in 4th position. And in Formula V, your leader is Andrew Whitston, yesterday's winner out of Neenah, Wisconsin, with Alex Scaler 2nd, Roger Siebenauer 3rd, Zach Whitston 4th, Mitchell Ferguson 5th. It actually looks almost exactly like the running order that we had for the last half of yesterday's Formula V race.
Yeah, watching these guys take these laps behind the safety car, Cal Stewart working pretty hard to keep heat in those tires. I think I've seen him before. He's always the aggressor on the restarts. Would not be surprised again if he, like even the first green, if he gets aggressive down into 1 and tries to take that position. And knowing he's a rocket ship, that could be good for him if he can make that stick. If he can't, maybe as long as he gets a good run, he's got a shot even on the first green lap. Otherwise, maybe he can be patient and get something going later on. Now, we know also that as the race progresses, Weida gets faster.
Yes.
And so that may be Cal's worry, is maybe he wants to get ahead of Keith Jocelyn before Weida gets that ball spinning. Because once it happens, forget it. It's going to be Weida. It's going to be the rocket ship chasing Cal. So a little bit of dynamic going there amongst the front 3. And Lapham maybe has a chance here to kind of hit a really good pace for the first 2-3 laps. Kind of fell off pace a little bit. We'll see if he gets some of that back. Over on the V side, those front 4 have had their first little scrap. Now they get a chance to kind of rest. The tires may have cooled just a little bit. I'm sure they're working to keep some heat in those things. And we'll see who's got the pace once they go back to green. Great to see Siebenauer now still in the fight. Now that he comes up with those front 2, closes that gap, we could have a great race amongst the front 4 or even front 7 in the Vs.
That's right, and I think a key to that obviously is going to be keeping close on the restart. I think we saw yesterday with a restart where Andrew Whitston pretty much just timed everything very well and had opened up an early gap to the rest of the field. Of course, the draft being what it is in the Formula Vs, it didn't last long. All right, lights are out on the pace car as it is leading the field into 10th. As it's leading it into turn number 10. And just one more corner, it'll be peeling off onto the pit lane, turn of the field, back over to our leader, Keith Jocelyn, who will be starting lap number 9 of 14. And the pace car now the safety car on the pit lane. And the starter has the green flag in the air, and we are back underway.
And Jocelyn just got shuffled to 4th. That's how good a jump that both Cal Stewart, Weida, and even David Lapham gotten to push Jocelyn back. Jocelyn may have been waiting a little bit longer. Big lockup in the V's. That's Scaler.
And that was Alex Scaler, yes, with a big lockup right back behind now. Roger actually just ahead of Siebenauer behind Zach Whitston. And we saw Siebenauer have to maybe get out of the throttle just a little bit, which is going to affect their run up the S, is a place where they really need to carry as much speed as possible. Yeah,
I wonder if his tires got a little bit too cold. Maybe he was trying to keep the brakes warm, but not the cold tires there. But it looks like he may have been okay. We'll see what kind of run he does get coming up those S's as the front 4 in the F6s have taken off again.
Yeah, and a great start there by both Stewart and Weida as they were ahead of Jocelyn before they ever got to the start-finish line. Yeah. We saw Lapham there had the advantage going into turn 1, but from driver's left, from the outside, it allowed Jocelyn to get back underneath.
I'd say Jocelyn was in the wrong gear at the start, but he's in the 2-stroke of the clutches, so there's no
gear.
He just went. I mean, he got a little bit late on the gas, where clearly Weida had his going right, and Cal was in a gear, so he made sure he was in the right one. But now Weida pushing Cal to make sure Cal goes defensive is Weida now to the outside, Jocelyn in there. Now, Lapham is starting to fall back through the FFs. There's something up with him. He's really slow going through 7.
Yeah, there is definitely an issue there as he's falling back into the Formula Vs, and we see our Formula V leaders now starting to come up on that Jocelyn machine. We'll have to see how he holds off, but the Formula F drivers, Asuba, Bukilian, and Foster all get around what was, for the moment, was previously our second place runner in Formula.
Look at this, Weida now on the inside of 9, going up in towards 10. Might have an advantage, or at least side by side with Cal. I'm going to keep an eye on it. Yes, it is Weida now in the lead as they come down to 11. Great lap here for Weida. He's able to kind of follow Cal Stewart through most of it. Right there, coming out of the boot, able to take the lead. Now we'll see if Jocelyn's got to run to catch up to Cal before they get up to the bus stop.
Yeah, and as they come down, about evenly matched, about 2 car lengths separating them. And Stewart not getting a great run through the 90 through turn number 1. He falls right back into the clutches of Keith Jocelyn in the number 55 machine with our Formula F leaders, Dexter Suba, Ken Killian, fairly close behind as they start to make the run up through the S's. And we're seeing now Suba, though, opening up almost a 10 car length advantage as we see Cal Stewart now falling back into the middle of our Formula F battle as well. And it looks like just out of turn 1, he seems to have fallen off the pace as well.
Yeah, just a little bit there, but you can still see they're back underway with our FF leader in Suba now by himself. But watching the V crowd come on by, that's fascinating there, as it's still Andrew Whitson over Alex Scaler, but they had Ray Boyer in the FF kind of mixing it up between them. As Scaler was trying to maybe set up a move going into 1, you had the FF on the inside 3 wide. That made it awfully dicey.
And my mistake, I was actually watching Robert Gray, who's currently running, now running in 4th in the Formula 600, sitting right in the middle of that.
Cal's cars are like identical.
Exactly, the all white, and here he comes. Here's Gray coming down into turn 7, right in the midst of that Formula F lead, or Formula F battle.
Yep, and so watching Wida, Cal, and Jocelyn there going through Sector 2, all setting personal best. Wida with the fastest in the race through there. That tells me they finally get the heat back up in the tires. This next lap could be an absolute flyer if they can just nail all their points. We already saw a lap in the 59s for both Wida and Stewart. We know the track record yesterday was set by Keith Jocelyn at a 59.1. So it's all within reach here this morning. If they could just get a good couple of runs, as we have now got about 5 laps to go with our leaders heading down toward the front straight right now.
All right, we just got word that the 52 machine, was it the 52? I'm trying to get the number there. We had a car go off over at the bus stop and continue.
Well, I can tell you that David Lapham has looks like he's going to retire the car. Came into pit lane a lap ago, and he might just be packing it in. And I was mentioning how the fastest laps are queuing up. James Wida, 1:58.78. Now under the track record that was set yesterday. He's 4/10 quicker for Wida. He's got the speed. Cal Stewart, though, may have a bit of a draft, although he was about a second and a half back from Wida as they crossed the stripe. So Wida really laid down a good one. Cal's lap wasn't too shabby either at a 59.8.
No.
But right now, Wida really laying the pace down with 4 to go.
Yeah, and actually both of those times would have been under, or even the 59.8 would have been underneath the old track record. We talked about this coming into the track today. It is now only about 55 degrees or so outside, but the sun has been beating down on the pavement a little bit, probably giving a little bit better grip than they had in qualifying on Friday morning, and it's definitely making for a very fast track here.
Yeah, this sun came up bright and early here this morning. It was by 6 o'clock, it was practically up, and not a cloud in the sky since. This track temp is just great with right about 60-degree air temp. This is perfect conditions for Formula cars to go uber fast.
All right, real quick here, Larry, we've got, maybe I can get the number this time, our director, Zach, he's got a replay of the spin that we had over at the bus stop just a lap ago, and one of the new features we have here in with our broadcasting, thanks to DriversEye Live, is the ability to give you replays at a number of corners, and we'll see here coming through, and there it is. It was Mitchell Ferguson and the 52 machine.
I'm seeing Mitch now down there retiring the car, just came through the pits and heading back towards paddock. Unfortunately, that's going to do it. So whatever that was, maybe that's something that caused that, something that he didn't like the feel of. He's going to go ahead and retire the car.
There we go. Great timing there as we jump back.
Because he had a really good battle going on with Rick Shields and with Steve Whitston. And even Jonathan Weishite now in that battle too. That was unfortunate because looked like a lot of fun out there.
All right, as we jump back to the live action now, coming up over the crest of the hill, over towards the heel of the boot, the battle for the lead in Formula V, where we've got now our new leader, that is Alex Scaler. He's got around Andrew Whitston with Zach Whitston third, and then Roger Siebenauer fourth, with then running in fifth position right behind them, Rick Shields in that orange number 77.
Cal Stewart is slow off the pace and might be pulling it in right now. Unfortunately, as they went by, I saw Wida, I saw Keith Jocelyn, did not see Cal. Cal is now pulling down pit lane, so whatever happened, unfortunately, it looks like it's going to end his race prematurely.
All right, real quick, Larry, as we've got now just about 4 laps remaining, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2, that's Spec Miata. Please start heading to the grid. Spec Miata, please start heading to the grid. And we are getting reports, Larry, now of the 20 machine. That's Jeff Filipkowski in that bright Dayglow orange Formula V. He retired the car early yesterday. We got word of a lot of smoke coming from underneath the chassis as opposed to the typical blow of smoke on upshift, and he's
in pit lane right now on his way through under his own power.
It's a second retirement of the weekend.
Yeah, meanwhile, I'm watching Cal Stewart. They're still looking at the car. Something in the driver cockpit. I don't know if it's a belt issue, armor strain, something, because he came in kind of waving his arm, had his crew come over. They're still looking at it. He's trying to get back out as he can. We'll keep our eyes on that.
All right, so of course that's going to move Keith Jocelyn back up into second, and then that means running in third in Formula 600.
Robert Gray.
Robert Gray, yep, there you go, Robert Gross. Or not Robert Gross, I'm sorry.
He's in the FF. In the same race.
That's great. Oh, please. And I had my coffee already, you know that, right?
And a wonderful breakfast in town, too.
Yeah, absolutely. I highly recommend it. We'll give them a free plug. Toby's,
Toby's.
In downtown Watkins.
Great place.
Great
donuts, great omelets, good coffee. Just a couple blocks off the water there. So Wida still continuing to lead now with a 5-second lead on Jocelyn. And then on track, the leader in FF, Dexter Suba, overall in third.
And it looks, Larry, as though as Calvin Stewart leaves the pit stall, he's going to rejoin the action. Exactly.
That's what I wonder, if maybe there was a belt issue, the way his team was scrambling and trying to reaching inside the driver's compartment there, trying to get something going. It's unfortunate for Cal because he was quick. You know he was going to give a challenge to Wida. Cal's fast everywhere. I mean, that's former national champ. This guy's quick at every track we go to. So whatever he felt, whatever he saw inside the compartment, he was able to get that recovered back out. As our leaders in V go by, it is Scaler over Andrew Whitston, a pretty good-sized gap. And then the threesome of Zach Whitson, Roger Siebenauer. Siebenauer actually leading that threesome with Rick Shields still in that group. So great battle going on for the third step of the podium with 2 laps to go. Yeah, in fact, Shields just turned his fastest lap of the race at a 15.7 in trying to keep up with that big group there. In fact, yeah, that's going to be a great little battle. Siebenauer, a couple of veterans in that group, but Siebenauer, of course, former national champ as well. He's going to be fighting with Zach and with Rick for that third step of the podium, while Scaler and Andrew Whitson, just like we were 20 hours ago, they're at it again, trying to fight for the lead in FF.
All right, real quick, Larry, I think we've got a local caution over near the bus stop. I should mention that our leader, James Wida, when he crosses the start-finish line, he is going to get the white flag with 1 lap to go. And here we go. He's on the front straight, crosses the start-finish line. 1 lap remaining here from Watkins Glen for Formula 600, Formula F, and Formula V.
And he's still got a pretty comfortable, about a 5-second lead there on Keith Jocelyn, but we're watching for the V race. As there they are, heading down through 6 towards 7 into the boot. It's looked like Scaler over Whitston, but it's almost too close to call it at all at this point. They got about a lap and a half to go. Yep, Scaler, then Andrew Whitston, and then you get this gap to this pack fighting it out. 3 of those are Vs, 1 of those is tail there is an FF. The 3 Vs, of course, are Roger Siebenauer, Zach Whitston, Rick Shields, and then it's Ray Boyer in the FF and his Van Diemen just right behind them as they come up through 7 and then down the chute to 8.
All right, and here comes that battle for the lead as we've got Andrew Whitston coming drivers right in that red and white protoform, and then Alex Scaler in the Scaler Mark 1 as they're coming up the hill side by side again. Only thousands of seconds separated them at the line yesterday.
So we saw this yesterday where Alex had the lead for about 4 laps in a row. Andrew just bided his time, sat back with about a lap to go. He jumped to the lead. I'm wondering here if Alex has kind of made mental notes of where and how that pass happened yesterday.
Yes.
And now he may be setting himself up possibly for a run down the back straight. Let's see if Scaler just stays in behind Andrew down the front straight. Looks like maybe. I don't see him popping out. He might just be waiting till he gets to the back straight. It's a smart move, but then again, it's not the last place you can pass, but it's a really good one. He does get even a little bit of brake lock up, or just your traditional?
I think that was just the smoke coming out the back.
Could be. So now as they come up in the hill, let's see what kind of a run Scaler can get as they are going up through the S's. As Cal Stewart looks like he did his lap, and he's going to come right back through. So whatever it was, perhaps not fully resolved. I think they're going to go ahead and retire the car with last lap now underway.
Yeah.
And speaking of last lap, there he is. your winner.
There you go. Carson, the start-finish line. James Wheater taking the win in Formula 600. We see now coming across the line, Keith Jocelyn in his Scorpion. He will finish in second.
And then your FF winner crossing now to take the checker. Dr. Suba taking the win.
Yeah, there you go in that yellow number 99, Miguel. And our next drivers across the line. It is the 35 machine there in Formula 600. Robert Gray that was the 15 machine. Robert Gray, he comes home in third in Formula 600. Ken Bukilian crosses the line, finishes in second.
So Scaler did not make the jump down the back straight. He did not make the jump between 6 and 7 as the pack now. Siebenaler is getting shuffled back to 5th in that 3-4-5 battle. But Scaler, as he and Andrew Whitson now, you'll see him crest the hill coming into 8. Scaler not yet making the move. Andrew Whitson going to get a little bit defensive. Scaler going to try the outside around 8 as they head up the chute toward 9 and exit the boot. We'll get a camera shot on that here. They're going to be side by side through there. Scaler's got the inside though.
And he gets the pass done, coming through turn number 9, moving Andrew Whitston into second position. Whitston, he's probably going to have just one option, one choice, and that's a drag race out of turn 11.
That is a heady and a brilliant move for Scaler to go around the outside 8. No one had set himself up for 9, but we know these two were just 60 or 30 thousandths yesterday separated. It's all going to come down to the drag race to the finish, and they're coming down right now. Scaler ahead by a car length.
And here we go as they come to the line, taking the win in Formula V. It's going to be Alex Scaler. He is your winner. We've got the battle for third right now. And as they come to the line, all fanning out.
I think it was Zach Whitston to take the third spot there. Yes, just ahead of Shields, and then Siebenaler for 5th.
There you go. So that is the finish there. Zach Whitson, Rick Shields, Roger Siebenaler. So your podium finishers here for our first race of the day, the George Richardson Memorial Race. It is in Formula 600. James Wheater, Keith Jocelyn, Robert Gray. In Formula F, Dexter Suba, Ken Bukilian, Charles Foster coming home in third. And in Formula V, Alex Scaler, your winner here on day 2. Andrew Whitston, Zach Whitston, and the margin of victory, or the margin between Zach Whitston and then Rick Shields, who came across the line in 4th, was
31 thousandths of a second. And then you jump down to Jonathan Whiteshire, came across 6th, side by side with Steve Whitston. They were separated by 5 1,000ths for 6th place. So great fights and battles here in the Vs, and of course in the F6s and the FFs. Another great race here at the Glen. Beautiful stuff.
All right, tell you what, before we go and take a break, Larry, we've got a replay over at the bus stop with Calvin Stewart before he had the issues here. Let's take a look and see what happened as he comes through here.
That is
well, that's not Cal Stewart. That I think that was actually I think that was one of the multiple spins of the 52 machine.
It might have been Mitch Ferguson.
Yeah, Mitchell Ferguson.
Multiple spins there. Something clearly, maybe a brake bias issue as the back kept locking up on him. So unfortunate for him. Not a great day, but for the rest of our drivers, our winners, beautiful morning. What a great way to start off a Sunday here at the Glen.
Amazing way to start the day. Let's do this, Larry. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 2, Spec Miata. Please start heading to the grid. Spec Miata drivers, your race scheduled to start in just a few moments. Please head to the grid. And now let's take a break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with our second race of the day here from Watkins Glen International, our second feature race of 8. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Watkins Glen International, the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Larry Lefty MacLeod. And Larry, as we have our second group of the day, our second race of the day, our Spec Miatas starting to leave the grid. They are racing today for the Glen Trophy race, which was first run in 1954 for bigger production sports cars, obviously not for Mazda Miatas. The 54 race winner was Richard Perrin driving a Jaguar XK120. My dad used to drive a 53 XK120 on the second Glen road course, the 4.6 mile road course. This race was run over the years to 1977 with the exception of 75 and 76 when it was not held. And then in 1977, the race was changed for the AB, BP, CP, and American sedan classes, was won by Murray Edwards in a Corvette. Then the race was revived in 2006. Our winner last year on Saturday here in Spec Miata, Travis Wiley out of Austin, Texas, and he, of course, is going to be starting in the front two rows. Not of course, but he'll be starting in the front two rows today. Nick Bruni finished second, and then our winner last year in the Sunday race representing the Florida region, but hailing from Livonia, New York, was Chris Chufo with Travis Wiley coming home in second. And so let's do this. Let's run down our top 20 drivers here as we had 44 set times over the course of the weekend. Starting 20th, driving the number 122 Mazda Miata from North Windham, Connecticut, is Matthew Morin. Starting 19th, driving the 26th car from East Meadow, New York, Michael Tinnis. Matt Sisson will start 18th, driving the number 43 machine. He's from Pelham, New York, with Dan Conway starting 17th. He's driving the 198 car, and he's from Ruther Glen, Virginia. Anthony Garacci will start 16th. He's in the number 8 machine. He's from Glen Head, New York. While we've got Frankie Barroso driving the 15 car. He is driving, he's starting 15th. He's driving the number 48 car. He's from Miami Springs, Florida. Camden Gruber will start 14th in the 24 car. He's from Winchester, Virginia, with Stuart McAleer out of Monticello, New York, starting 13th in the 143. Reigning national champion Nick Bruni got the number 1 on the door here this weekend. He's from Arlington, Virginia. He starts in 12th. Rafe Abdullahi, who yesterday after a penalty was moved to the rear of this field, looking for a little redemption today. He starts 11th in the 13 machine. Jordan Rick Segrini, one of our hard chargers yesterday, driving the number 108 car. He's from Boca Raton, Florida. He's going to start 10th. Starting 9th in the number 0 Mazda Miata from Newburgh, New York, it's Sean Noonan with Christian Sarnecki starting 8th. He's in the 44 car. He's from Plymouth, Massachusetts. Matthew Dirks will start 7th. He's in the 91 car. He's coming here all the way from Johnstown, Colorado, while Chuck McTudis, our winner in yesterday's race, driving the number 66 machine. He's from Little Mountain, South Carolina. He starts 6th. Danny Stain, who finished on the second step of the podium yesterday, he starts 5th. He's driving the number 39 car. He hails from Fort Lauderdale, Virginia. Travis Wiley will start 4th. He's in the number 77 machine. He's from Austin, Texas, while Elvin Goulart, former national champion, starts 3rd. He's driving the number 70 machine and hails from Shelton, Connecticut. And your front row today, driving the number 97 Mazda Miata from Fredericksburg, Virginia, it's Brian Henderson with Chris Chufo starting on the pole, driving the number 34 machine. He's out of Livonia, New York, with a fast qualifying time of 2:15.887.
Yep, another Spec Miata race. I'm sure it'll just be a bore fest and a snooze fest. No, who are we kidding? These are some of the best racing we have. This is going to be a lot of fun. They put on a great show yesterday. I suspect we'll see a lot of the same here today. It's just every single corner is just going to be a fight. The draft works beautifully. When there's a lot of side-by-side, it could be any one of these top 6 or 7 drivers, 8 drivers could win this thing.
I was going to say, for the first half of the race yesterday, Larry, we saw, I think we had 11 or 12 that were all locked nose to tail, and really it could have been anybody's race. And we see here, for example, our top 2 finishers from yesterday, Chuck McTutis and Danny Stain, they're starting back on row 3.
And where's the defending national champion starting?
The defending national champion is not starting in the front couple of rows. He's going to be starting in row number 6.
Yeah.
So much further back, but pretty stacked field here, as we had McTutis and Stain, Elvin Goulart finished on the last step of the podium, and then just off the podium, the 2 drivers that make up our front row today, Brian Henderson and Chris Chufo.
Yeah, I suspect anyone, I'll even go anyone in the top 12, I think, could win this race. I'm all game. If somebody in 13th or 14th wants to make a complete liar out of me, I'll take it. But I suspect this is just going to be, I don't want to call it chaos, but it's going to be a beautiful dance as these Miatas are about to come off of turn 11 and to start this race number 2 on Sunday.
All right, so lights are out on the pace car, bringing the field now through the final corner. And pace car is now on the pit lane. I'm seeing a lot of smoke from one of the cars towards the back of the field here, Larry, as our pole sitter waits for the green flag. And as the engines rev up, green flag is in the air, and we are racing Spec Miata style here from Watkins Glen International, as both rows today, Larry, side by side, coming down into the 90.
Yeah, a lot tighter start today than yesterday. The left row, I think, was 6 cars deep with not a piece of paper between any nose and bumper. Unbelievable coordination to get them to do that, pushing each other down that front straight. Now, as they're still side by side, going up through the S's, I couldn't even tell you. It's somewhere between Henderson and Chufo, somewhere up there with Goulart. Henderson on the ins.
They are still 2 by 2
inside,
all the way up through the field, Larry, with Henderson drivers drivers left, Chufo to the inside drivers right, Henderson to drivers left to that light silver machine, and then we've got our second row, which is Goulart and Wiley.
I don't think anything's changed. It's almost like they forgot. Did somebody forget to wave the green? I'm just kidding. They did. Now they're starting to sort things out. It's slippery here. We got cold tires, especially in the backs of these cars, coming to the bus stop for the first time, but everybody through cleanly. I'll wait until they get through before I commentate or jinx them. But now in the front, it is Chufo and then Henderson and then Goulart and I think Stain.
That's Stain and then McTutis following Stain. You never see Stain without McTutis. They're always locked either nose or tail in one of those positions there. Still 2 by 2 actually directly behind, as it is McTutis and I think Matthew Dirksen, the number 91 machine, as we're starting to see the field now starting to move into a single row, but not quite there yet as we come through turn number 7 into the toe of the boot for the first time.
And I think I'm seeing a Nick Bruni even making his way up just a couple spots. Again, started on the outside of 6 in the 12th spot. I want to say he's somewhere up around 7th or so at this point. As again, Chufo leading the field down through.
Yeah, and we're still 3 wide, and we see Chuck McTutis actually getting shuffled back a little bit in that very dark blue with the yellow front stripe that kind of spreads out at the nose there. But it is Chufo, it is Brian Henderson directly behind then. I believe we've got then
Nick Bruni.
It looks like, yeah, I was going to say, it looks like that light blue and orange machine of the number 1 car.
I giggle at the amusement, but I'm not really that surprised. I mean, he's a defending national champ. He's done a few of these races, knows how to pick his way through traffic on an opening lap. Let's see what they look like visually. Yes, that is Bruni now into 5th behind Stain, Henderson, Goulart in 2nd, and then Chufo in the lead. I didn't catch who that is in the 5th spot, or 6th spot is Camden Gruber up into 6th. Wiley, you talked about Matsudas shuffled back to 8th. Actually, even further down and into the 10th spot.
Yeah, and actually not such a surprise there, although not teammates. Camden Gruber out of the Washington, D.C. region has raced a lot of Spec Miata with Nick Bruni previously. And Gruber, who started back in 14th position, made the move with Nick Bruni all the way towards the front of the field. And both of them knocked off a number of drivers here on the very first lap.
The other one mixed there is Stuart MacLeod, who started right between those 2 guys you just talked about, between Bruni and MacLeod, and then Gruber started 12th, 13th, 14th. They are now sitting ahead 5th, 6th, and 8th. So I think they all kind of followed each other through whatever path that they took, and off to a pretty good start. McTutis, though, got shuffled back. We'll see if he can recover.
Yeah, there is. We find McTudis now back in 10th position after having started in 6th, so losing 4 positions on that opening lap. And Larry, it's interesting watching these racers as we go back and see towards the rear of the field, where we've got racers already very early on getting very defensive and jockeying for positions here. You know, they know. I think they know they're not fighting for a podium at this point, so they're not necessarily running the most strategic race. Exactly.
Game on. Little puff of dirt coming out of 6th there at the back of the shot. No harm, no foul. Everybody going. Really, this is the only time I think I've seen the entire field in line. Probably the last time we're going to see it, because you know they tend to go side by side. We'll see if even they come into 8 if we're going to start seeing some aggressive moves as they crest the hill.
Well, so far, at least at the front of the field, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cars
full
all in a row.
Is what that is. Just one after another after another. Their noses and tails completely up, all in each other. That is, look at that. There is not a gap in that front 10 or 11 until you finally get to, I think, 11th or 12th. There's a car length at least. The coordination, the awareness, the visibility, the anticipation that you have to have as a driver to hit your marks being just an inch or 2 or 5 inches off of somebody's bumper is just astounding, with as clean as this can be. I know that the class generally has got these reputations. I'm telling you, if you're watching the Super Tour, that reputation goes out the window. These are the best of the best. It is super clean racing up front. Bruni now to the inside of Stain as they go down into 1.
And here they come as they go and drop down into the 90. Nick Bruni tries to come underneath Stain. Stain gets pushed a little wide, but he manages to hold the position. But in doing so, he loses about 2 car lengths to our lead trio. My guess is he's probably going to be able to pull the rest of the field right back up to the lead 3 by the time they get up to the top of the SS.
Yeah, Bruni pushing him a little bit. Stain looked like maybe even had a little bit of brake lockup as they went into 1. No ABS on these cars. May have had just a little bit, but was able to recover and get the run. And the draft is still just as strong as we get a good shot of them now, as it's still everybody just still in line. It's just that 4th and 5th spot that tends to be a little bit
yeah, and you know, and as they were coming up the S's, and we see this just a little bit, it appears as though both Chufo and Elvin Goulart, who called the Northeast their home, were able to stretch out a little bit over Brian Henderson. Wasn't not necessarily be able to keep in the draft and on the bumper as they came up through the S's. There's the tiniest of gaps there, both from Henderson up to Goulart, and then of course from Stain back to from Henderson back to Stain and Bruni.
Yeah. Well, and also Henderson wasn't getting the push out of the corners like he was, because Stain and Bruni were all side by side all the way back here at 1. So if you're not getting that push, you're not quite as locked in step as perhaps Chufo and Goulart up our front. Again, it's like we're talking about a car length or 2 between them. We're not talking about a full quote-unquote breakaway for the front 2. But that's how these margins work. That's how this racing is done. It's a whole lot of this coordination of light little taps, light little bumps to get you the run off the corner. You got to stay in the draft. The passes have to be calculated. And look at this, all the way back to McTudis in 9th is essentially a dead straight train. Jordan Segrini, I think, is just out of the top 9 in the 10th.
Yeah, he's just given up a position to McTudis. So drop Jordan Segrini now back into 10th position here as our leaders are coming out of turn at number 9. We got word that at least 1 car over at the bus stop on the last lap had taken a little run through the dirt. We've got a debris flag out there. It'll be out for probably a lap, as we've got a car off over by turn 9.
A lot of dirt up there after 9. That's a lot of visibility blocked. You can see that plume of dust. Been very dry here for the last number of days. Any bit of grass you get is going to be dusty. Let's see if somebody spun. Is there a car still there?
We've got at least a car over on driver's left.
As the dust clears, literally the dust is cleared.
Yeah, car upside down.
All right, so we're going to see as we have got. Are we going full course?
Yeah, we should be going. I would assume that we're going to be going to full course caution here in just a moment, and we're waiting for the can. And indeed, we are now full course caution here at Watkins Glen, as we did have an issue there, Larry, coming out of turn number 9, which is one of the most difficult corners, I think, here at the Glen. We've got word that it is the 51 machine of Will Robinson that is over there in turn 9 right now. We're going to have our emergency services teams, great emergency services teams here at Watkins Glen, reaching them. Got a report that the driver is out of the car and safe, so I wanted to let everybody know that, but we are under full course caution. Yeah, so let's go. We'll run down the order here real quick. You know, and Larry, as we do with Chris Chufo, your leader, with Elvin Goulart, Brian Henderson, your top 3, Stain, Nick Rooney, Camden Gruber running 5th and 6th. Stuart MacLeod, Travis Wiley, who got shuffled back from 4th, where he started. Wiley is now 8th, and Charles Matudis in 9th. Jordan Rick-Segrini, as we mentioned, in 10th, with Matt Sisson, Rafe Abdullahi, Sean Noonan, Frankie Barroso, and Anthony Garachi rounding out your top 15. But, Larry, we were talking about this. Yeah, okay, Spec Miata has got a, got from years and years ago, and maybe on the regional level, a bit of a reputation. But here at the national level, we've got drivers that are doing 130 plus miles an hour in a draft, literally millimeters off the car in front of them, in a row of that's 10 or 11 cars deep, and all you can see is the roll bar and the windshield of the car ahead. And when you're the 11th car, you're just kind of having to go on faith when to turn in and make your marks. And
it's a beautiful thing to watch from the outside. I think it was Danny Stain a couple years ago. He posts some of his videos at time to time. There was a race at VIR, I think it was a Super Tour in 2019 in the spring, where it was all that rain mess that they had, and where he started at the back of the pack. His in-car video is amazing because you can see the hand signals these guys, and I'm talking about the one-finger wave, true communication signal to say, I'm going to be here, I'm going to stay, I'm going around you, watch for me. And they are communicating with each other to coordinate this effort. So even though you're competing against everyone, you have to sort of work together. There's a bit of that teamwork. Ultimately, everybody wants to win, but you can't win if you're back there in 12th place fighting for 11th. You've got to kind of work together a little bit. It's amazing to watch these guys. They all know each other because, especially here at the Super Tour National Series level, these are the same 10 drivers generally that race against each other. Certainly on the East Coast, there's a group that runs on the West Coast and the Southeast. But these guys here, they know each other well, and it's very much a coordinated effort among folks that are well versed in this level of communication and coordination.
All right, so we saw where the our leader, Chris Chufo. Where Chris Chufo, our leader, was acting as essentially the safety car, bringing the field down. They're starting to make their way now through the incident area there, and you can see we've got a pretty big response. Challenge at Watkins Glen, and especially turn 9 there. We talked about it yesterday. It's an off-camera corner. The exit is literally inches
it might
away
be the
from
toughest corner on the track because it's so different than all the others. All the others are, some level of 90 or less, and everything has got lots of camber at the apex. Every corner around this place is just like a bank turn, except 9.
Yeah, and if you turn in just a touch early here, you find yourself with that Armco right up by your passenger side door. And so let's do this. As it looks like, judging by the response that we've got over there, it's going to be a few minutes before we go back to green flag racing. We are currently working lap number 4. When our leaders cross the stripe, we'll be working lap number 5. This is a 14-lap or 35-minute race. But let's take a break. We'll thank some of our partners and sponsors. We'll also make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group 3. That's Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Please start heading to the grid. T2, T3, and T4 drivers, please start heading to the grid. And so let's take a quick little break. We'll thank some of our partners and sponsors, and when we come back, hopefully, we'll be ready to go back to green flag racing here at Watkins Glen International and for Spec Miata for the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Summit Racing Equipment, the official high-performance source and proud sponsor of the SCCA road racing program, is celebrating its 55th anniversary as the world's speed shop.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
And welcome back to Watkins Glen International. And if you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession. Along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Small difference there. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Larry Lefty MacLeod. We're currently under full course caution conditions here at the Glen in Spec Miata. We've got a little bit more information here about the incident that brought out the full course caution. Of course, we talked about the 51 machine that was the car still over at the scene. Will Robinson. It appears that there was a second car involved that had gotten together. That was Chase McIntyre, driver of the number 03. He drove the car back into the pit lane and obviously retired the car there with a little bit too much damage to continue.
Yeah, but I think we got word that Will Robinson had gotten himself out of the car.
Yes.
So if you're looking for any update on that, that's what we know. And we're just waiting then for the rest of the track to be cleared so we can go back to green racing.
Yeah, exactly. And so we are currently working lap number 5. And again, we've got now just about 15 minutes elapsed on the clock. These are 14-lap or 35-minute races, whichever come first. And your leader is Chris Chufo with Elvin Goulart running in second, Brian Henderson third, Denny Stain and Nick Bruni fourth and fifth, Cam Gruber sixth, Stuart McAleer seventh, Travis Wiley eighth, Chuck McTutis is currently running ninth, Jordan Rick-Sagrini in 10th, Matt Sisson, Rafe Abdullahi, Sean Noonan, Frankie Barroso, and Anthony Garaci 11th through 15th. And a couple drivers did not complete a lap or did not come out for the race. Matt Dirks in the number 91 machine, who I think we saw pit in early on. Christian Sarnecki did not take the green flag. Skylar Cottrell had some issues with his car qualifying on Friday and was not out for either yesterday's or today's races, nor was Jonathan Newdorf. So 40 drivers took the green flag here today.
It's still a very large field of these Spec Miatas. So before the yellow came out, it seemed like the race was kind of hitting a bit of a stale point.
Yes.
You had the front two calculated, doing their thing between Chufo and Goulart. Henderson kind of had his little gap in front and behind with Stain and Bruni behind. And even the rest of the top 10 really hadn't changed in a number of laps. And bringing this all together kind of as a reset point. Everybody's tires change temp a little bit. You got to get your brakes back up. Everybody gets into a different rhythm. And everyone has a different level of aggression on these restarts. Seeing how Bruni had done such a fantastic job, well, Bruni, Gruber, and McAleer, all of them starting in that 12, 13, 14 spot, did a great job on the initial start to go from that 6th row all the way up into the top 5 or 6. I'm wondering if we're going to see that aggression again, if they think they can repeat the magic once we go back to green. But I would keep your eye on that number 1 car, the defending national champ, and to see, does he have that? Can he get that jump on the veteran Danny Stain in front of him? We know Danny puts in as much time preparing his car and his driving ability for these races. He'll be ready for every move that Nick can throw at him. I'll be interested to see, watch that battle there for 4th. because that may ultimately decide how the front three get challenged.
Right, exactly. I think that's going to be the question, whether they actually get a challenge, and I suspect they probably will. But it might also give some clearance to those top three drivers for a bit of time while they try to work it out from behind.
Exactly. And so if Bruni gets inside a staying wing at a 1, and the two of them have a slow exit, suddenly those front three can take off, and they don't have to worry as much about 4 and 5. But should one of them get a great advantage and get a good lunge and make the run up the back straight, now you could easily have back to this 9-car train or 10, 11-car train as we were seeing.
Yeah, and one of the things that we saw just before we went to the full course caution at the start of that lap, we saw where Henderson was locked in with our 2 leaders, Chufo and Goulart, coming out of the 90, going into the S's. By the time they got onto the backstretch there, coming towards the bus stop, Henderson had fallen back about I don't know, maybe 2.5, 3 car lengths, and I don't know if it's a question that he just doesn't have the motor and the draft isn't enough to overcome that, or maybe he was trying to fall back a little bit and trying to pick up Stain and pick up his teammate Nick Bruni.
I'm just taking a peek at one of our cameras, looking down at 9 as I'm seeing the emergency services vehicles pulling back down pit lane. Looks like they are almost clear down there. I think they're taking a look at the track, and so we'll keep our eyes. We'll listen for race control and decide if this is going to be the lap or if they'll do one more. It's the field, as you can see, is just on the back straight now, so we've got another minute or two even before they do get down to let the services vehicles clean that track.
Well, you've got an excellent record going so far, Larry. I mean, when you call next lap is green flag lap, race control listens.
I'm going to hesitate this time. I'm not going to quite give them the full green light, but I do see 2 track vehicles coming down towards 10, and
just got word from turn 9 that they are now clear. So obviously, then waiting to see if race control is going to give the call to go back green flag racing this time.
Seeing as the field now is just getting in through the outer loop, good chance of it. We'll wait for that official word as I'm watching the last couple of track vehicles make their way to the pit entry to clear that section. So yeah, I think at the front, Chris Chufo, he's going to be the one kind of with all the, obviously being the leader in this, he's led since we had the green flag drop, pole sitter and all. We'll see if he's got that target on his back, if it's just a bull rush, or if he can get the great start. Remember, we're not side-by-side start, we're single file starts. Quickly, it'll turn into a 4 wide, I'm sure, as soon as that green flag drops.
All right, the command hasn't been given yet to the safety car, but race control has just alerted the starter stand that they should be prepared to give the green flag this next time by.
Preparing to prepare.
Yes. You can, Larry, as we know,
there's
coming up here.
There's a Zucker joke in there somewhere.
Yes. You can never be too prepared, Larry.
Surely you can't.
I think I'm the golden example. All right. All right, so the field now making its way in through the toe of the boot. And just now about a little more than halfway through this 3.4 mile, actually more than halfway through this 3.4 mile, 11-turn behemoth of a track. Watkins Glen International and the safety car bringing the field. And you can see now, and I'm sure that our pole sitter or our leader's crew, Chris Chufo, has probably alerted him that we may be going back to green flag racing. It looks like he's starting to back the field up just a little bit, starting to scrub his tires maybe a little bit more aggressively here. And you can see how far he's dropped back now from the safety car.
And if you keep his car at home, David Chufo currently in 28th.
Did I say David or did I say?
No, you said Chris. You got it right. I just see it on timing and scoring that David also in the field, currently in 28th, right in the middle of this 40-car pack. Do we have an official word? Are we going to see a green flag?
Lights are out on the pace car, and pace car now coming out of turn number 10. And yep, I don't see any flashing lights on the grill.
Watch for those 3, 4, 5. Henderson, Stain, and Bruni. Let's see if they are aggressive here and end up in making this a 4 and 5 wide going into 1.
And the pace car now on the pit lane, Larry. So that turns things over to Chris Chufo, looking to get another great start here. And we are now green flag racing, back to racing here. Going to be working lap number 7 of 14 as the clock. We've still got 22 minutes remaining on the clock here, Larry.
All right, so far into 1. Nobody stepping out of line in the front 7. Behind them, I think about that 9th and 10th. It might have been Segrini and Sisson going side by side.
Yeah, I
for the
believe
10th spot.
that was the 108 and the 43. Jordan Ricks-Greeny, Matt Sisson coming down into the 90 with Matt Sisson in the 43 to the inside.
But at the front, everybody's staying lockstep all the way through. In fact, the front three were virtually locked together. There was not daylight between those three as they came past the starter stand. Their plan was to just push ahead and let's figure this out somewhere in the next 7 laps or so as we're either clock or 8 to go. We'll see, 12 minutes on the clock as they're coming up into the bus stop now for the first time under green again.
And we can see a little bit further back there, Nicola Baroni in the Flat Out Motorsports car, along with Peter Tonelli, also in a Flat Out Motorsports car, about halfway through the field. Somebody goes a little bit wide through the bus stop, and I believe that was the 21 machine of Marshall Stocker that ran wide. But I noticed once again, Larry, as our leaders came up the S's, still the 97 car in third fell about a full car length back from our leaders. And again, I think he's having trouble with ultimate pace there under the draft. He's able to pull back up as they go through the bus stop now, as he has Danny Stain and his teammate Nick Bruni locked behind and about another 20 other cars.
If Brian has any issues with power, not quite at the peak where it wants to be, you can be sure that Danny Stain and Nick Bruni will capitalize on that and to try and make that move. Again, they were a car length or two back as they were getting into the groove before the yellow came out. If they see that there's at all a little bit of bleeding in that gazelle, you're sure that those they're going to attack hard, probably even as early as the next lap. So we'll see. Henderson always in the fight, always in the top 5 with every Super Toured and runoffs. But we've got somebody.
That is Charles McTudis hanging out to driver's right, coming through turn 9. He tried to make a move coming underneath Travis Wiley in the 77 cars. They went into turn number 8, wasn't able to make it stick and got kind of hung out to the outside there. We'll see if he's able to make up the position as he's still sitting there 2 by 2 coming through the final corner through turn 11 as our leaders come now onto the front straight. And as they cross the line,
Muller still pushing Chufo down the front straight. No move. Henderson still stays in line. As Stain and Bruni still in behind. Gruber also still attached right up to the back. That front 6 now with about a car length or so ahead of MacLeod and Wiley in 7th and 8th.
That's right. So Wiley able to hold off. Actually, there we go. So no, Chuck McTudis did get a move up. Travis Wiley, and wow, great move from Jordan Ricks-Greeny, who makes up 3 positions, was 10th to restart the race here. He now moves up in the 7th. Yeah. Travis Wiley there moving up as well. And I think the odd man out here, Larry, Camden Gruber in the number 24 machine.
Well, you had mentioned how it was McTudis who had been on the outside through 9. I think it might have been Segrini and McTudis both going together around that outside, setting this up, moving them both up a couple spots now into the 7th and 8th positions. Now they just got to close the gap to the top 6 because I think Wiley is right on the heels of Bruni. They've got about a half a second or so that Segrini and McTudis have got to close up, and we could have an 8-car field.
Yeah, and Nick Bruni there taking a look around the outside of Danny Stain, which then shifts to the inside, coming down into turn 6 that we're looking at right here, and making the way down the boot. Was not, I don't think, able to get up close enough to the 39 machine, as he also had to hold off Travis Wiley. But we saw there coming out of the outer loop, Larry, that a lot of drivers starting to move around a little bit, trying to experiment on where there might be a little bit more grip and able to carry more speed down in the 6.
Yeah, waiting on to see if race control calls us on a timed race, as it is 7 laps to go according to the counts, but only less than 9 minutes to go, which at this pace is only about 4.5 laps. So they might be 4 to go when they come by. We'll have to wait for race control to make that declaration. If it is, that's when you get to within 3 to go, it's going to get chaos.
All right, real quick, Larry, then, before our drivers come onto the front straight, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 3. That's Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Please head to the grid. Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4 drivers, race group number 3. Please come to the grid. Your race is next. And a reminder to everybody, we are going to have 2 more races before we break for lunch. The touring car races, and then we go production car racing and B-Spec racing as well. That'll be our 4th race before we break for an hour for lunch, as our leaders now cross the start-finish line. And it is still Chris Chufo, your leader, with Elvin Goulart, Brian Henderson, Danny Stain, Travis Wiley in the silver number 77 machine. Probably that's the green and black 77. I believe he has gotten around Nick Bruni, and Chuck McTudis now moving up a position as well. So move Bruni finally out of the top 5, and Travis Wiley, who started 4th today, he's almost back to where he started.
Bruni looked like he might have been caught out offline a little bit. Part of why he gets shuffled back.
Yeah, and a matter of fact, he's been shuffled back more positions, Larry.
I think he's at about 9th right
Yeah,
now.
because looks like both McTutis and Segrini have gotten around the number 1 machine, and Camden Gruber in the 24, who had been shuffled back the lap previous, looks like he's challenging to move up around Bruni as well.
Yeah, McTutis definitely on the charge right now to try and catch back up to his teammate there, Danny Stain. The front 4 not changing, though. But perhaps Stain might have been trying to push Henderson as they came out of 1 the last time through, but nope, stayed in line, literally just pushed. Didn't try to get around him. Stayed in line, as I said, with less than 7 minutes to go. We could be 6 to go. We could be 3 to go. We'll have to wait for race control to make that call, but it could get a little bit crazy and hectic as folks started trying to make the moves if you want to win this race. My theory always is you can't win the race outside the top 3 if you're less than 5 laps to go at a track like this. I think if you're in the top 2 with 2 laps to go, that's going to be one of your winners. I don't even know if 3rd or 4th can. You got to start shuffling. So if you're Danny Stain in 4th, you're Chuck Matudis in 5th or 6th, I think you've got to make this move now. Even Segrini, those guys are going to have to move now. We see some aggression here in that top 5 or 6. Is that Stain now getting shuffled back to 6th?
I believe it is, and we've got a driver trying to go around the outside of Danny Stain coming through turn 19. I've just gotten where, and it looks like we've got a car that may have at least gone into the dirt there on the exit of 9. I don't know. I don't think we've got a car over there now, but just ran, I think, just wide of the curbing.
As I said, it's been very dry up here the last couple days. That is a very dusty dirt. There's nothing holding it down. So yeah, at the front, it's Henderson, and then in the 4th spot now.
That is, I think that's Travis Wiley.
And then Matudis to 5th, Segrini. So both Stain and Bruni are bumped to 7th and 8th. Remember, they were sitting in 4th and 5th, or 3rd and 4th and 5th, I guess it was, for the longest time. They're now 7th and 8th. So look at Wiley and McTutis doing their thing, moving up. Again, those McTutis was 10th, I believe, when we were at the yellow.
Yes.
Now up to 5th. He has been the most aggressive car. You even you saw him on the outside of 9 2 laps ago. I think that was him again going side by side through 8 and 9. The last lap, that's his spot. Keep your eye on McTutis with 5 spots to go and about 5 laps. McTutis could be the one on the move.
And Stain trying to look down to the inside, coming down into the bus stop chicane, trying to make up a couple of positions there as he is now locked back behind Jordan Rick Segrini in the 108 machine with Bruni just behind. Frankie Barroso now moving up in the 9th position. He started 15th on the field. He was our fastest driver after the first day of qualifying here at the Glen. He and all of our other drivers had their times thrown out for exceeding track limits in the qualifying session. He's been on the back foot since that first qualifying session.
Yeah, these 3 drivers out of Florida. You got Segrini, Stain, and Barroso. All of them hailing from Florida, coming all the way up here to New York, trying to make the move as we got more side-by-side happening at the front.
As Elvin Goulart tries to come underneath Chris Chufo, coming into turn number 7, as I think they all know that time is winding down here, and still don't know if this race is going to end on time. Or on laps, but it is. I think we may have a new leader.
Henderson on the inside. They're going to go side by side through 8. Look at this. The group on the outside is going to try and push, perhaps, to stay on the inside through 9. That normally is the preferred line. Let's see if Henderson gets caught out or if this move pays off. He might have gotten shuffled back. I think it's Chufo again.
Chufo goes around from the outside, and that is not a good sign for Brian Henderson as they come out of turn 9, heading up into turn 10. We've got a car, looks like it might have been a little bit off pace, driving through turn 9 there, drivers left, as our leaders now come out of turn 11 to complete lap number 10.
And look at this, Stain and Bruni. Stain at least is now back up to 5th. Look at the 34 Chufo getting shoveled back now to 3rd or 4th or even to 5th, as that is tight going into the 90.
So Henderson, Travis Wiley making it up in the 2nd. That is your top 2. Then we've got Chris Chufo, who, as you mentioned, got shuffled back. Trek McTutis, Denny Stain, Elvin Goulart also getting shuffled back.
I think Chufo might be 5th. I think Matudis and Stain might have both gotten by him going into 1. Timing shows Chufo 3rd, but I think, look at the order, yeah, Chufo's clearly behind Stain.
Yeah, and we've got Wiley and Henderson now opening up about a 4-car length advantage as they come out of the S's and over to the bus stop there. That second pack, it's McTutis and Stain, the 2 OPM teammates, side by side. As I'm getting word now, Larry, that the next time our leaders come by the start-finish line, they will get that white flag. So we're working the penultimate lap here.
The drivers anticipated that. You could feel the energy pick up when Henderson made that move. It was a Goulart or Henderson. Goulart, I think, initially made the move, and now Henderson to the front. That all happened at turn 7 on what they knew was going to probably be 3 laps to go. So now everyone's making moves. This is fascinating. The moves are happening in turns 7, 8, and 9, not where you traditionally expected here, but it is showing you how these moves can be made almost anywhere. Now out in front, it's still Henderson and then Wiley up in the front, but look at this. Stain got around McTutis. Those two teammates are working well together to catch up in the front. They're only going to have about 4.5 miles to do it.
All right, and with 2 laps remaining, Domenico Luigi in the number 46 machine, he retires. I believe that's his 2nd retirement here this weekend as our leaders now come into turn number 8. It's Brian Henderson and Travis Wiley locked nose to tail. And we can see now we're starting to see 2 and 3 wide. Going into the heel of the boot, a lot of dirt in the air there out on the outer portions of the pavement. As, again, the next time our leaders come through, they're going to get the white flag.
Also worth noting is Nick Bruni is nowhere to be found in this field. He has fallen clearly all the way down the order. I didn't see if he pulled into the pits, but he is not anywhere in this mix. Remember, at one point he was running this race in 5th after the restart.
Yeah, and we did have one driver on the previous lap who had pulled off over in the Delta area in that short chute, and that may have been our national champion.
All right, there's your white flag in the front 4. It's the first 2, about a half a car length, about a 1 car length then to Stain and McTutis, and then you've got the 5th and 6th spot there right behind, which are Goulart and it should be Goulart and Segrini, I think. Truffaut and Goulart are your 5th and 6th right now. So we'll see if Stain, with a push from McTutis, can catch to the front. Those 2 are teammates in 3rd and 4th. Henderson and Wiley are the front 2 as they head down the back straight.
And as they start to make their way through the S's, it is 3 cars all locked nose to tail, a bit of a gap back to 4th.
McTutis did not get the run off of 1 to push his teammates, so Stain's got to do this on his own. You can see the gap there. Stain not getting the push as we've got cars, looks like contact there coming out of the S's.
All right, so let's jump back over to our leaders as they're coming into the bus stop now. And it is, again, it's Henderson and Wiley. They've broken away again from Stain. He didn't have the benefit of that push from his teammate, and they have carried more speed through the bus stop as they're making their way down. And it looks like McTutis has actually lost the position now to Chris Truffaut coming out of the bus stop, going through the outer loop.
Henderson and Wiley, these 2 have been lockstep, haven't really stepped out at all. Henderson's been doing this the whole race.
McTutis running wide through 6.
Wiley now trying to make a move, going around, maybe try and push Henderson to a bad line coming out of 7. It's going to be a drag race. I don't know if you can make a pass if you don't have a good line coming out of 8. So this next straightaway might define who wins this race. Is it Henderson, is it Wiley, or does Stain have a run to catch these guys?
Yeah, and Henderson had to get very defensive going into 7. Might have affected his run up the hill, but as they come into 8, he still has the point. He's your leader. It is still 3 drivers, Henderson, Wiley, Stain, with, I think, Truffaut sitting about a car length and a half back from the leaders as they come up the hill in the 9, and now pushing underneath Brian Henderson. It's Travis Wiley trying to take the lead here. He's going to have the inside position going into the final corner.
I think he fell behind. I don't think he got the run.
He had to chop the exit off.
He definitely did. Henderson with the advantage, and Stain had a great run. We'll see if Stain can make a run through 10 as they're side by side. I think that's Stain and Wiley with Henderson leading the way.
And Henderson is your leader. And yeah, it looks like Stain now in 3rd and coming to the line and taking the checkered flag. It is going to be Brian Henderson out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, representing the Washington, D.C. region. He's your winner. Travis Wiley from Charlotte, North Carolina, formerly Austin, he comes home in 2nd. Danny Stain will come home with the 3rd step on the podium. Chris Truffaut, your pole sitter today, will come home finishing in 4th. Elvin Goulart will finish 5th. Chuck McTutis takes home 6th position. Jordan Rick Segrini finishes 7th. Stuart MacLeod 8th. Matt Sisson will finish in 9th. Frankie Barroso finishes the race up in 10th. And Sean Noonan, Rafael Abdullahi 11th and 12th. Nate Cicero 13th. Anthony Garacci will finish 14th. And Nick Leveroni on the very last lap moves up to 15th position.
That was a great finish. That top 10 just shuffled and continued. Henderson, we were talking earlier about Henderson might not be strong enough. Maybe doesn't have the pull down the straights. I think he was just waiting and calculating. Great way. He took the lead. He and Wiley were pulling out in front. But the great, I don't want to call it defensive, but it was a good defensive driving to hold Wiley off through 9 and into 10 and to take that win. Great win. Congratulations to Brian and the rest of that podium. Travis Wiley, Danny Stain, Chufo, Goulart, McTutis, the three of them separated by 80 thousandths or 88 thousandths at the stripe for the fourth spot. Beautiful racing.
Beautiful. 2 races in a row. Great race. So taking the Glen Trophy race yesterday, Charles McTutis, your winner today of the Glen Trophy race in Spec Miata, is Brian Henderson. So let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 3, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4 drivers. Race group number 3, please start heading to the grid. And now, Larry, let's take a break. We'll be back in just a few moments with that next race, our third of four races before lunch here at Watkins Glen International, where you're watching the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back. And we're back here at Watkins Glen International in the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Larry Lefty MacLeod, and we're getting ready for our third race of the morning, our touring car race with T2, T3, and T4 as our drivers are now starting to roll off the grid on their pace lap for the Harold W. Jacques Memorial Race. First run in 1959 with Bernie Miskey and a Fraser Nash being your winner. Harold Jacques was the prime mover and organizer of the Glen Region SCCA, and in 1957 served as its first regional executive. He was also a member of the Southern Tier MG Car Club, the Rochester Auto Club, and a member of the board of directors of the Watkins Glen Grand Prix Corporation. He was principal examiner of municipal affairs for the New York State Department of Audit and Control, and unfortunately Harold died at his home in Dundee, New York on December 27, 1957 at the age of 55. Our winner of the Jacques Memorial Race last year, winners last year in T2 on Saturday was Joe Aquilante, actually both Saturday and Sunday. Dan March, it won in T3 on Saturday, while Daniel Moen won on Sunday, and Marshall Mast won both Saturday and Sunday. As our drivers now making their way off the grid down the front straight here for their pace lap. We had 27 drivers put in qualifying times over the course of the weekend. Let's run down the top 20. Starting 20th, driving the number 87, Touring 3 Nissan 350Z, it's Ben Schlechter. Anthony Pacelli will start 19th. He's in the number 88 T3 Subaru Impreza WRX. Aiden Rose will start 18th in the number 46 T4 Mazda MX-5, while Mark Cephalo will start 17th. He's driving the 00 T4 Mazda MX-5. Nick Leveroni will start 16th. He's in the number 186 Touring 4 Subaru BRZ, with Jared Lendrum starting 15th, driving a T3 Subaru WRX STI. That's the number 28 car. Felix Bordati will start 14th in the number 56 T4 Toyota 86, while Jaden Lander will start 13th in the T4 Mazda MX-5. Then your pole sitter in T4 today will start 12th overall. He's driving the number 95 Mazda Miata. It's Jonathan Newdorf. Travis Wachet will start 11th today. He's in the number 1 T3 BMW 330 Ci, while Tad Berger, also in a 330 Ci, will start 10th driving the number 60 car. Jeremy Fletcher will start 9th. He's in the number 22 T3 Mazda Miata, while Frank Seldorf will start 8th. He's driving the number 19 T3 BMW M3. Marshall Mast, he starts 7th today. He is driving the number 135 T3 Toyota 86, while your pole sitter in T3, Dan March, he'll start 6th today driving the number 116 BMW 330i. All of the following remaining cars here are in the Touring 2 class. Starting 5th, driving the number 12 Chevy Corvette, it's Brian LaCroix, with Preston Calvert. Starting 4th, he's driving the number 77 Ford Mustang, with John Heinrichs. Starting on the inside of row number 2, driving that fairly new, brand new and beautiful black Cadillac CT4 Blackwing. That's the number 35 machine. And then your front row tonight. So I'm at dinner last night over at the Seneca Lodge. David Sanders driving the number 73 Chevy Corvette. And your pole sitter today, Kurt Resitano, driving the number 137 Ford Mustang. And maybe a bit of a surprise there to see David Sanders in that C5 Corvette up on the front row. Driver in the Northeast division of the Spec Corvette series. I've seen David run now. I think this will be the 5th time I've seen him run this spring, although a bit of a surprise to see him hanging there so close to Kurt Resitano during yesterday's race, as Resitano took the win. Brian LaCroix 2nd, Preston Calvert 3rd, and David Sanders, Heinrichs finishing in 5th in Touring 2. Dan March was your winner yesterday in T3, with Marshall Mast finishing 2nd. Jaden Lander took the win over Nick Leveroni in T4.
Brian LaCroix starting this race in 5th. Hey, let's try it again. Hey, starting the race in 5th is going to be Brian LaCroix. Keep your eye on him as an early mover as the green flag is dropped, and let's see if Curzitano can pull away like he started to yesterday.
All right, as they come down the front straight, you see that bright yellow Corvette of Sanders, and he's going to slot in right behind the Ford Mustang of Resitano. The Corvette, probably the Cadillac, the Blackwing of John Heinrichsey will slot into third position as the rest of the field starts to straighten out behind.
LaCroix again already on the move. He was up alongside Calvert as they went through one. Keep our eyes on Calvert in that red Mustang. LaCroix in the black Corvette as they come up the S's towards the back straight.
As looks like at least the T2 Phoenix Performance with pretty much a stranglehold on the top of the T2 class here as they start to make their way down the back straight, and was that Calvert coming down
way in the back.
Yeah, fell off quite a bit, trying to make up ground through our T3 class coming up towards the bus stop as he dropped almost 15 cars back.
Now he's got to watch for it. Looks like one of the BMWs coming across the apex there at the bus stop. Everyone has to check up for that one, but Calvert off to a difficult start to this race. He's going to be working his way from the middle of this field to try and get him through in that Mustang. He's got a lot longer, a faster straight line speed.
And in the battle for the lead in T3, we've got Dan March in the Bimmer World BMW 330, and then directly behind the black number 135 Toyota 86, the Phoenix Performance car of Marshall Mast, former national champion, as they start to make their way down through the field. And a little surprised to see this, Brian, hey, there you go. That's one, ring the bell. Larry, as it does appear as Mark Cephalo in the 00 Planet Miata car did make the field today after that pretty horrific coming together with another machine over turn 6 yesterday.
Yeah, I'm sure they checked the condition of the hubs, the control arms and things, as that the car had gone up onto, back down on its own wheels, and he retired the car early. Glad to see him back out here in this race. Always a contender in that T4 car. Contender in every car he runs, but certainly here in T4 he's been real fast all year long. But up at the front, it's Rezzitano already with about maybe 15 car lengths on David Sanders. John Heinrichsey in that Cadillac in third, and there is Brian LaCroix in fourth. See if we'll keep an eye on Brian to see if he starts catching up to the multi-time national champ Heinrichsey. Now we're also watching that Preston Calvert in the 77, that bright red Mustang, trying to pick his way through as they go through turn 1. I think he just made it around Marshall Mast as they went through 1. The T2 car a little faster to straight line for Calvert than the T3 of Mast in the 86. Oh, it's too bad we don't have any classes for the 86 as an SCCA, right?
Exactly.
All right, sorry.
How would you think that? Why would you think that, Larry?
I don't know. It's just apparently T3 is being a contender there with Mast, trying to keep up the BMW of Dan March. But yeah, plenty of places for those twins to play here in SCCA.
All right, and already Rezzitano now opening up about a 15 car length advantage over David Sanders in that bright yellow C5 Corvette. John Heinrichsey in his brand new CT4 Blackwing sedan. Just behind, I saw that Blackwing brought out for the very first time, Larry, at Sebring this year for the Super Tour, and it's been a continued development exercise. The car has continued to pick up speed through the course of the season, and he's running a pretty good run right now, trying to keep with David Sanders in the battle for second in T2.
Yeah, right now they are losing touch with Kurt Rezzitano, who when they came by the flagger stand was about 2.5 seconds. He's probably about 3.5 at this point for Rezzitano. Yesterday he reset the fastest lap record here at the Glen in T2, 2:03.168 yesterday. His second lap, or I guess his first row flyer here, was a 2:04.7 for Rezzitano. So already kind of under what was the previous, or right around the previous lap record. We'll see if he can get back into those 2:03s. These conditions are just prime for these lap records.
All right, so Jaden Lander, he's already opened up a little bit of a gap in T4 to Nick Leveroni. It was about 2 car lengths as we actually see them coming through turn 8 right now. That was a great view with Lander and Leveroni in the Leveroni in that blue number 186 Subaru BRZ, and just ahead of them is that light blue Mazda MX-5 of Jaden Lander. They've opened up now a bit of a gap back to Aiden Rose and Jonathan Newdorf running third and fourth.
Well, I was saying Rezzitano might scare us some track records again today. How about this? Previous record he set yesterday was a 2:03.1. How about a 2:02.5 last time by for Kurt Rezzitano? Unbelievable, and his lead now stretched over 4 seconds. Sanders, Heinrichsey, LaCroix, all kind of queued up behind them. They are going to be fighting for second, third, and fourth in this field. Calvert trying to catch back up again, still losing pace a little bit, and that's all in T2 with Dan March still leading Marshall Mast by just that half a second, just a couple car lengths between those T3 cars.
And should I mention that track record that has now been broken twice by Kurt Rezzitano was a full 2 seconds off of what he's now run this weekend.
Destroyed that lap record here this weekend. That Mustang is running very strong from that Phoenix team. They really know how to prep a car.
All right, as we're watching now, coming through the inner loop, the battle for the lead in T3. Dan March in the BMW 330i, Marshall Mast in that black Toyota 86, and then a little bit further back, just now coming through the inner loop, the battle for the lead in T4. Jaden Lander and I believe Aiden. Well,
I think it's Rose.
It's Rose, yeah, I believe directly behind. Yeah. As we had Nick Leveroni, who had been sitting right back behind Jaden Lander a few moments ago, as he's dropped back a little bit further in the field.
Yeah, Rose and then Jonathan Newdorf should also be in there in his Miata. So you got a couple of Miatas and a BRZ in the T4 lead. Those front four all running back and forth. We'll see if there's any advantage to one of them as they come around the next time by.
All right, as we are working lap number 3 here, and we're now seeing as Dan March starting to open up the advantage over Marshall Mast, Jeremy Fletcher in the Mazda Miata, that NC Miata out of St. Cloud, Florida, a good 10, maybe 12 car lengths back from Mast as things are starting to stretch out there, and quite a bit even further back, another 2 seconds or so back to the BMW Frank Seldorf in T3.
Up in T2, I tell you what, Heinrichs in third, LaCroix in fourth. That gap is starting to close up now for that third spot. Now just a half a second, 4/10. LaCroix now behind Heinrichs. He picked up about a full second on that lap alone. We'll see if there's a pass to be happening here for the third podium spot in T2.
Yeah, as they are coming now out, they've just left turn 1. They're starting to come up through the S's. Well, let's watch these two black machines. And there you go. It's the battle for third now with John Heinrichs and then Brian LaCroix here. And again, yesterday, the way it finished up, Brian LaCroix had finished second to Kurt Resitano. So obviously looking to make the move on John Heinrichs there. As for the moment, David Sanders in that yellow Corvette just coming through the bus stop pretty well ensconced in second. But yeah, LaCroix in that Corvette.
Almost a little defensive there going into the bus stop for Heinrichs. LaCroix showing him the inside, didn't quite take it. We'll see if that pass happens later on. Look at LaCroix looking much faster as they come around to the outer loop in those two high horsepower cars here in T2.
Yeah, and you see there LaCroix turned in a little bit later into the outer loop. He came underneath just a little bit, I think just to show the nose.
Just showing him.
Yeah, just letting him know that he's there.
He's going to try and get to the outside, not making the move here.
And you can see Heinrichs already getting a little defensive, had the car about a half a car width in from driver's left. He's already starting to compromise entries to some of these corners, but it's going to be very difficult here at the Glen for LaCroix to get by that Corvette.
Well, the other one that's up in there that keep our eye on is that red Mustang of Preston Calvert right back. Another one of the Phoenix Performance. All 4 of these drivers in the front 4, all are from Phoenix. That red Mustang, though, starting to close up on that battle that's happening between Heinrichs and LaCroix, so keep your eye on that red Mustang. You can see him now coming in the 9 just as the front 2 of the third and fourth.
Yeah, after what was I think a pretty disastrous first lap there, where he had fallen back into the grips of the T3 field. You know, he's got clear sailing here, and the longer that Heinrichs has to defend against LaCroix, that's going to make it all that much easier for Dr. Preston to make his way up to that battle for third. Pardon.
So last time they came by in the T4 class, you had 2 different pairs of battles going on. You had Jaden Lander and Aiden Rose lockstep going for the first 2, and then you had Nick Leveroni pushing Jonathan Newdorf in the BRZ and the Miata. So great 2x2 battles going on, and they're going to be coming down here just a second as they're coming off a 10. Meanwhile, it looks like LaCroix has gotten around Heinrichs for the third spot in T2.
Yeah, he pushed Heinrichs out wide coming through the 90 through turn 1 and managed to motor his way through, and already now has opened up about 5 car lengths on the Cadillac as they head to the bus stop.
As in the T4 battle, Cephalo has joined the fun. He just passed Nick Leveroni as they went down the front straight. And I know Leveroni, just got out of the Spec Miata race about 20 minutes ago as well. And Cephalo often runs there as well. Didn't see him register for that one this weekend. But yeah, that battle now is heating up in T4.
Yeah, as we had a driver come down the pit lane. I think that was Jonathan Newdorf in the number 95 machine in his Mazda Miata came down the pit lane. He now drops down through the field.
He was sitting in third in that T4 car. So that's taking him out. That's putting out Cephalo and Leveroni third and fourth in that class. That's unfortunate for them. That was a really good 3-way battle going on. Hopefully Newdorf has got everything sorted out. Looked like he did retake to the track, if I got that right.
He did rejoin.
Yeah. Okay.
So quick run down the pit lane. Crew took a look at the car and sent it back out.
All right, so as we get back out. There's that little battle we got our eyes on there. That is the Cefalo and Leveroni battle as they come into sixth. They are in the BRZ and the NC Miata.
Yeah, and you can see directly behind, I think that's Felix Bordati in his 86, possibly just a couple hundreds back. Oh, no, actually, I don't think
I think it's actually the T3 of David Oram right in front of them. Take that back. Thad Berger, sorry, the other BMW. It's Thad Berger. Yeah, he's right in front of Cefalo and Leveroni, so the three of them are sort of in lockstep going through. One of them, obviously, is the T3 car. The others are in the T4. As already now one lap in, LaCroix has opened up a pretty good gap on Heinrichs down the front straight, and Calvert continues to close in on both of them. He was over a second, almost 2 seconds a lap faster on the last time by for Preston Calvert. He's on the move. He's trying to also get up into the podium. It's still Rezzitano leading 8 seconds to Sanders, who now just did his own fastest lap of the race. But now it's LaCroix, Heinrichs, and a very hot and speedy Calvert on their tail.
Yeah, and in qualifying, Heinrichs was about 0.3 of a second faster than Preston Calvert, than the doctor, and Calvert, though, starting to close things down here under race conditions. Temperatures haven't risen all that much, Larry, since we started. Now only about 60 degrees. The difference is the sun, much like we saw on the Friday afternoon, really beating down on the pavement here.
A couple of the battles, still Dan March in the BMW leading T3, Marshall Mast in second, about a second and a half there between them. You've got the gray battle there for third in that class. Jeremy Fletcher in the Miata and Franz Seldorf in the BMW. Those two came by here nose to tail in those two cars. Great to see very different makes there between a Miata and an M3 in battle. And then just a couple seconds ahead of Travis Boucher in the fifth spot in T3. So some pretty good battles there in T3 as well as we know the one going on in T2 and in T4. So all three classes right now, lots of heated action.
Yeah, and a matter of fact, coming into the bus stop right now, I believe is the battle for the lead in T4 with Jaden Lander and Aiden Rose, as that has closed up. And they should be coming in, I believe, coming into our view right now. The two Mazda Miatas, and then directly behind is Tad Berger, and he's got the battle for third in T4 directly behind him now as that battle comes down through through turn 6 and heading into turn number 7. There you see locked nose to tail. Those two Miatas, Jaden Lander in the 04 machine, and then directly behind Aiden Rose in the 46.
Well, the other T4 car that was in the mix earlier, Jonathan Newdorf, did just retire the car. We saw him come through the pit lane a lap ago. This time does it again and decides to retire it. So clearly something not right there at his NC Miata. Calvert, I'm telling you, is on the move. Did a personal best, first sector, personal best trap speed on this last lap. Picked up another second on the LaCroix and Heinrichs battle in front of him. He is right on the tail of those two guys. So watch for that red Mustang. He has been fast so far since that first couple of little hiccups on the opening lap. Preston Calvert has been one of the fastest cars on the track, other than Kurt Rezzitano, continues to pull away from the front there in his own Phoenix Performance Mustang. Yeah, and Rezzitano, I'd like to say he's in maintenance mode here right now, as he's dropped things down to high 203. He only did a 203.7, which still, as of Thursday, would have been the lap record by half a second. Kurt just flying around out there. As he's dialing things back to protect the equipment for the remainder of the race here. As we're now working lap number 7, Larry, so just about halfway through this 14-lap or 35-minute race. Let's make a call to the grid for our final race group before lunch. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 4, E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Late, and B-Spec drivers. Race group number 4, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. Group 4 to the grid, please. And let's take a quick break, Larry. Thanks to our partners and sponsors that are bringing you all the action here from Watkins Glen this weekend and the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Want to get out on track but not quite ready to dive in the wheel-to-wheel action you're seeing here this weekend? Check out Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, the one-day, low-pressure, fun with your streetcar events at more than 30 racetracks across the country. It's where you can go as fast as you want, learn from stellar coaches, and leave with a big old smile. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more. I'm Gregg Ginsberg here with Larry Lefty MacLeod, and we're right in the middle of this Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4 race, and Larry, things are starting to heat up really in T4.
Oh, T4 is getting real tight. You got Jaden Lander and Aiden Rose, who have been in lockstep in their Miatas. Tad Berger and a T3 cars right behind him. In fact, he even tried to show his nose to maybe get in between them. But behind him, he's bringing Mark Cefalu and Nick Leveroni. And not only bringing them, those two are fast as that train of 5 now is coming around. You can see them on the screen there coming around. And it is the BMW now gotten around the two front MX-5. So that T3 car puts the T4s straight through on one even pace. Cefalu, though, has reset the lap record here in T4. He had done about 2 laps ago, a 2:12.2. Last time I was up at 12 was a 13.3. Leveroni's also in there in the 12.3s. These guys are really fast right now and catching up to this. They were following Tad Berger in that BMW to catch this pack. Cefalu now with the lap record in T4, resetting what was just yesterday, I believe. Jonathan Neudorf set a 12.8. He's now out of this race, but Cefalu is the fast one. He's third right now in this train of 3 MX-5s and a twin.
And Larry there, I was going to say Aiden Rose in the number 46 machine was getting very defensive there, trying to hold off Mark Cefalu when they went into turn number 7. And we can see now we've got a machine that I believe the 04 of Lander, looking to see where he is there.
He's out in front. He's got a couple car lengths.
And now he's got the car lengths as we saw that 46 pull.
Rose was getting defensive, just allowing Lander to pull a bit of a gap. And you can see here as they come across starter stand, about 7-8 car lengths. I take that back. That is the BMW partner.
Right.
Where is?
That's what I'm saying. I think we lost Aiden Rose in one of those two machines. We'll check the run here as the driver's coming around. It is now your new leader in T4, Mark Cefalu. And I think that's the 04 of Lander directly behind. We'll check here as they come up. Yeah. And then it's Nick Leveroni, which means that Aiden Rose has not come back around in the 46 machine.
I'm looking. I don't see. We're getting a little bit of word on it. But
and what we're finding out is as they came into turn 7, we saw the 46 machine cheat to the inside a little bit to hold off Cefalu. When he exited turn 7, he impacted the driver's wall. Driver's left, and it looks like, we'll see if that car is now pulled off on the side of the track. So it looks like the 46 machine's day is now done.
That's unfortunate, Aiden. It's such a good race going there with Lander for the longest time, and maybe they're going to try and hold off the other pack. Unfortunately, now he is out, but leaving Lander, Cefalu, and Leveroni, with Cefalu leading that charge in the draft of Tad Berger. So we'll see if that helps the front. At least he's got someone to pull him down the straightaways.
All right, so what was a 4-car battle for the lead, now a 3-car battle for the lead with our new track record holder and the most aggressive of the bunch.
Yeah.
They're leading the field.
Other battle to take a look at, if we can, would be LaCroix and Calvert for 3rd in T2. As Calvert just set a personal best at a 2:05.1, took a second out of LaCroix last time by. They're just a couple tenths. They should be together somewhere out there.
Yeah, we'll see if we can direct Director Zach to the right place with that bright orange Ford Mustang and the black Chevy Corvette, and I think they've just come through the inner loop, Larry.
Yeah, and it's going to be real tight. Calvert, like I said, in that red Mustang has been the fastest since about lap 3, other than Kurt Resitano. He's been the quickest in the field, chasing down LaCroix, Heinrichs, and now he's trying to get LaCroix for that third podium spot. So
and there's David Sanders coming down the hill, and here we go. This is the battle for the last step on the podium in Touring 2. We've got Brian LaCroix in that black Chevy Corvette. We've got Preston Calvert in the red Ford Mustang, lock-nosed tail. There's Heinrichs a little bit further back and forth as he's fallen off that lead. Actually, I guess he's in 5th position as he's fallen off.
He is in 5th, in that Blackwing Cadillac CT4, but the battle is for 3rd. And there you can see it, the black Corvette, and hiding behind somewhere, yes it is a red Mustang. Hard to say a red Mustang hiding somewhere.
No,
not known as the smallest cars in the field.
Yeah, he's sticking up a little bit higher than that Corvette, and I saw the hood pop to the inside there for a moment. So Calvert's starting to show the nose there to the driver of the number 12, Brian LaCroix, out of Hyannis, Massachusetts, as they're coming through turn number 10. Now with 2 more corners for them here on lap number 10 is Kurt Resitano already working lap 11 of a scheduled 14-lap race, but still 20 minutes remaining on the clock. Let's do this, Larry. Let me make a second call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 4, E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light, and B-Spec racers. Please start heading to the grid. Race group 4 to the grid, please. As this battle still now in play here, coming up through the uphill S's. And Larry, I love watching some of these higher horsepower cars as they come up through turn 3, and you can just see that
little slide, just an inch or two as they go around that curbing. Try not to hit too much curb.
You know, it's something that I never experienced in my CRX here, because you're still hoping that the car will pull you up the hill without stalling out.
You're just giving the hamsters a little bit extra feed to get them up the hill the next time.
That's it. I'm always tossing like this, as LaCroix and Calvert come underneath one of our T4 machines there.
So I'm wondering, as Calvert seems to have maybe kind of settled his pace for a second, or LaCroix has picked up. They're both now turning 205s, which is a pretty good clip there for LaCroix. So maybe either LaCroix is responding to the pressure from Calvert, or Calvert maybe is just sort of cooling things and waiting for a last charge here with maybe 2 or 3 to go. We're still at 4 to go here in this T2, 3, and 4 race. Other races, not much has changed much. It's still in the T4, Cefalo, Lander, Leveroni, your 3, and they are still locked in with Tad Berger in that T3 car. The T3 lead is still Dan Marsh and Marshall Mast. Still about 2 seconds between them. If anything changes there, we'll get back into them. We're really kind of keeping an eye on this T2 battle as Brian LaCroix is trying to keep a non-Phoenix car on the podium. Not easy to do in any race when Phoenix Performance shows up. With Resitano, Sanders leading the way, Calvert, one of the Phoenix drivers, and Heinrichs, of course, just there in the 5th spot. LaCroix trying to say he's the standalone out there, trying to keep his name up there. But look at this. Look at Calvert on the tail of him as they come through 11 down the front straight. See if the Corvette's got the legs to hold him off.
Yeah, and Calvert got a great run out of turn. Pull right back alongside.
Beautiful. Beautiful LaCroix to kind of bait him into going down there, but making sure he got the better run. Let's see if it pays off as they come up the hill.
And here we go. Looks like Brian LaCroix in that black Corvette. He's able to get back across and in front of Preston Calvert. And Calvert, he was all the way pinned to the curbing driver's right.
Yeah.
There wasn't really much of a place for him to go except on the outside of those track limits, on the outside of that curbing. Exited turn number 1, and LaCroix just waited and waited.
Smart move.
And turned in very late, was able to then power bomb.
Smart move for LaCroix to kind of give him the bad exit, knowing the big straightaway is coming. Now let's see if it happens again and see if Calvert maybe picks a different spot to make a move. He seems to be quicker, clearly quicker coming off of 11. He needs to be quicker, probably coming down through 6 or 7 to get a run in either 7 or 8 as they come down through 6 right now. And there he is on the inside. What happened there to LaCroix? Did he slip as he went into the brakes going into 6? But it's now Calvert leading, come down towards 7. As they go through 7, it looks like he's back on pace. I don't know, maybe he missed a shift. Maybe he just had a bit of a slip going under the brakes in the downshift. Not sure. But now it is Calvert leading as they come up over the hill towards 8. Well, leading for 3rd, I should say. As they come around 8 and head towards 9, it's still Calvert leading the way in that red Mustang. LaCroix, though, now needs to answer as they go through 9. We know that Calvert looked real quick on the last lap there, but wide coming out of 9 for Calvert.
And LaCroix makes up a little bit of ground there coming through turn number 9 as they come into 10. And Sanders having to make his way around some of that slower traffic. But once again, the 77 machine, a great run out of turn 10. He gets a little defensive going into 11. We saw him cheat a little bit to the inside.
He's quick through that section of the track, through that 10-11 complex. We'll see now as they got about 2 laps to go. Next time by, we'll see a white flag. We'll see if LaCroix can get a run, maybe make a move. As he was quick through the bus stop, we'll see if he can also be quick through 6 and 7 and make a move to get back to that podium. But right now, it is a Phoenix performance, 1, 2, 3 as we stand. Kurt Rezzitano 20 seconds ahead of David Sanders. Preston Calvert currently 3rd in T2.
All right, as we can see now, as our T2 drivers start to make their way through the T3 field, getting through and past the Bimmer World car there. And
there they go.
Here we go, side by side. LaCroix tries to come underneath. Preston Calvert coming into the bus stop to driver's right. Calvert went to cover, then moved back over. He holds off the Corvette for now, but pushes wide, very wide through the bus stop. Let's see what the Corvette can do. Who has good pace here through this section of the track. The Mustang, the taller roof, maybe a little more difficult.
The rough exit of Calvert coming through the bus stop may have hurt a little bit. Now, this is where LaCroix had the issue the last lap. Can he nail this turn? Can he get through 6 and hold this advantage? No, he can't. Calvert better on the brakes again going into 6.
And here we go. The brakes on that Mustang holding firm as both drivers have to get through some lap traffic and come down into turn number 7. So we've got the Bimmer World car hanging to the outside there through turn number 7 as they come up and over the crest of the hill. And we're going to need to switch back over to our leader here in just a moment.
Almost sounds like a last lap. Folks, there's still 2 to go.
Yeah,
I know all this excitement here for this 3rd spot in this T2 class, but we still have 2 laps to go while our T4 lead continues to be held on by, as he just went by, Mark Cefalo. But yeah, now with here comes Calvert again coming through 9 as Rezzitano working his way through traffic. He starts with 1 lap to go. This should be white flag in the air.
There you go, white flag in the air. The blue number 137 Ford Mustang working his last lap as we've got David Sanders coming through turn 11, and here we come in this battle for 3rd in Touring 2. Preston Calvert with a 3-car length advantage over Brian LaCroix, as they've got 3.54 miles remaining here at Watkins Glen in this great touring car race.
And the 77 of Calvert again, great through 10 and 11, awesome run down the front straight, but I don't think he's getting the run out of 1. LaCroix looks a little quicker through there, closing it up. Let's see if he gets the same like he did the last lap where he was able to pull up down the back straight. Let's see what kind of run for the black Corvette. Already, look how much he's closing up there.
Yeah, he makes up maybe 4, maybe 5 car lengths up the hill. The saving grace for Calvert is when they came into turn 6 on the last lap, not only was LaCroix having braking problems there, he's having lots of braking problems here.
He's got the straight line speed, though. Look at him as they come down the back straight. He's still going to have Calvert on the inside protecting. Calvert a little bit wide again in the second apex of the bus stop. This might be the same thing we just saw a lap ago. Yep, and now let's see if we see the Corvette on the inside. Again, lap traffic is kind of a part of this. Able to get out of the way. Better run for Calvert down the outer loop. But this is where LaCroix continues to mess up here. Is this turn 6? Can he do this better and have a run?
And he loses ground once again. Calvert running very wide through there that time as well. Maybe got a little bit later on the brakes and could not get the nose turned in, but he's got the advantage now as they power on up the hill out of turn number 7 at the toe of the boot. As we have to take a look, I believe our lead driver, Rezzitano, now making his way through the final corners. And there he is. That is, I believe, Kurt Rezzitano now coming through turn number 11 in the number 137 Ford Mustang. And he is going to come to the finish line. 3rd car in line there. There we go. And taking the checkered flag, taking the win in Touring 2 is going to be Kurt Rezzitano. David Sanders, he's a little bit further back behind. I think he's coming through turn 10 now. I heard, just got a call on the radio that John Heinrich's Cadillac off song here on the final laps as we've got David Sanders coming out of the final corner and onto the front straight. And I'll tell you, even with all the battling there, is Sanders will come home second at T2. Preston Calvert and Brian LaCroix made up a lot of ground on Sanders on the last lap, but Preston Calvert, he's going to finish 3rd. Brian LaCroix will come home in 4th in T2.
And there comes the Cadillac Heinrichsey, but we're looking now for the battle in T3. Dan March, Marshall Mast. They were about 2 seconds between. Also in T4, Leveroni in the third spot was pushing Lander by the starter stand the last time through. Leveroni might have a shot to take that second spot. We'll tune into them in just a second where we've got the leaders, I think, in T3 coming around the last couple corners.
Yeah, they should be coming into turn 10.
Somewhere there.
As we had just seen in one of our camera shots that Leveroni still pushing the car ahead. I think here comes that battle for the lead in Touring 3. And onto the front straight is the Bimmer World BMW. The 116 machine of Dan March. He is your winner in Touring 3 out of Boiling Springs, Pennsylvania. Marshall Mast in his Toyota 86, the 135 car. He will finish in second, and we'll wait to see on the last lap. It was Frank Seldorf in his BMW M3.
Yeah, looking for Mark Cephalo now, who had the lead in T4. We'll see if he's able to hang on at his NC Miata. Should be coming around the turn 10, perhaps.
And he does. He comes out of turn 10 all by himself. Larry, here he comes.
With looks like Lander and Leveroni in that order behind him. Leveroni looked like maybe he had a shot the last time by, but Lander able to hold him off so far. It's a drag race and finish for the second spot on the podium at T4, and it's going to be Lander ahead of Leveroni.
And headlights on it is. As you said it, Leveroni loses out to Jaden Lander by all of about, let's take a look here, by about 19 thousandths of a second.
It was a mile.
Yeah, ton. It was a ton. It was nothing like a Formula V finish. So it is Mark Cephalo. He takes the win. Jaden Lander second. Nick Leveroni third. And that is how the Harold Jacques Memorial Race finishes up here today, with Kurt Resitano taking the win in T2, with David Sanders second. Dan March will take the win in T3. Marshall Mast second, and Mark Cephalo your win in T4. Jaden Lander finishing in second. So let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 4, small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, and B-Spec. Please start heading to the grid. Your final race of the weekend is next, race group number 4. Please start heading to the grid. So Larry and I are going to take a bit of a break. We're going to get ready for that production and small bore race. It's going to be our last race before we break for lunch, so I just wanted to prepare everybody for that. But we'll be back with more racing action here from Watkins Glen International in the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour in just a few moments. ready? And welcome back to Watkins Glen International, the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Larry Lefty MacLeod, and want to say hi to Brian Belansky, who's watching us from home this weekend out in sunny Southern California. Brian's daughter had her high school graduation this weekend. That's why he's out.
I like how you're saying hi to him, but I'm convinced he's got us on mute and he's just calling the race on
He
his
might
own.
be. It's happened before, actually.
Hi, Brian. Good morning.
Where we've had equipment issues here, and he's talked, and I couldn't hear him for all I know, and he was holding the broadcast all by himself. So anyway, we were getting ready to start off with our final race of the morning before we break for lunch here. This is our small bore production car race and B-Spec, and we've got two memorial races running at the same time here. We've got the Queen Catherine Cup, who's named after the Seneca Indian Queen Catherine Montour, who came from a long distinguished line of French and Indian ancestry. She took sovereignty over the tribe, becoming a valuable member of the Iroquois Council, and she passed away in 1804 at the age of 94. And this race was first run in 1950 for the F through J classes in the SCCA, and was won first by Roland Keith in a supercharged MGT at the average speed of 63.62 miles an hour. He won in a close finish over Fritz Koster in who had a Singer-powered HR in what was obviously a very exciting race. And over the years, this race has been run for both modified and production car classes. This is going to be for both our GT Light and B-Spec racers. And we also have the Robert Bob Burns Memorial Race for our F-production racers. Bob received a Master's in Business Administration at the University of Rochester and was a purchasing agent for Rob Fogel, Mill Andrews, and the University of Rochester, as well as the Hemet Valley Hospital. Bob was a longtime member of both the Finger Lakes and Glen regions, and served as both the Assistant Regional Executive and Regional Executive of the Glen region. He served on the Board of Directors, was Contest Board Chairman, and was a member of the Stewards Program as well. Bob raced an MGA for several seasons in club racing, unfortunately passing away after a lifelong battle with Crohn's disease back in June of 2013 at the age of 81. So Larry, we've got again today for this group a split start. We're going to have our production car classes and our GT Light class in our first group, B-Spec in the second. Let's run down the top 15 from each. Starting 15th today in the number 0H production Honda Civic, we've got Matt Benazik with Stephanie Funk starting 14th. She's driving the number 59 H production Honda CRX. Frank Schwartz was scheduled to start 13th today in H production as Mini Cooper, but he's going to be running in B-Spec today, so we'll get back to him in just a moment. Scheduled to start 12th in the number 5 H production Toyota Yaris. It's Amber Stevenson with Daniel Thiel starting 11th. He's driving the number 46 E production Mazda Miata. Then we've got David Colby. He's starting 10th in the number 154 F production Acura Integra with Rick Benazik, your H production pole sitter, starting 9th. He's driving the number 11 Honda Civic. Graham Fuller will start 8th today. He's driving the number 2 GT Light Honda CRX with Mark McAllister starting 7th in the number 13 F production Mazda Miata. Peter Tonelli will start 6th. He's driving the number 117 GT Light Mazda Miata with James Gregorius driving a GT Light Mazda RX-7. He's the number 9 car. He starts 5th. Starting 4th is your GT Light pole sitter today. It's the number 61 Nissan Sentra of Wilson Wright. Then we've got our F production pole sitter starting 3rd overall, driving the number 89 Mazda Miata, Charlie Campbell, and your front row, 2 E production machines. Aaron Johnson driving the number 08 Honda S2000. He's going to start on the outside of row number 1 with John Hainsworth, your pole sitter, driving his second gen Mazda RX-7 convertible with a qualifying time of 2:07.943. In B-Spec, starting in 10th position, Anthony Ruddy driving the number 86 Chevy Sonic, with Jared Lendrum starting 9th. He's driving the number 28 Mini Cooper. Francis Seldorf, we saw him just a little while ago, driving the number 30 Mini Cooper. He starts 8th. With Dan Shee, he's starting 7th, driving the number 09 Mini Cooper. David Rosenblum will start 6th. He's in the number 79 Ford Fiesta, with Trenton Kramer in the number 44 Mini Cooper, starting in 5th. Stuart Black driving the number 40 Chevy Sonic. He'll start 4th, with Steve Introne, our reigning national champion in the class, starting 3rd in the number 12 Mini Cooper. Richard Roman will start 2nd. He's in the number 103 Mini Cooper and your pole sitter today. Milos Milosevic, he is driving the number 18 Mini Cooper, had a qualifying time of 225.259, 8 thousandths of a second clear of Rich Roman.
And possibly a Frank Schwartz. Frank messaged me and said he's in B-Spec. I don't know if he's got the B-Spec trim in his H-Prod car, or he'll be in B-Spec. We'll soon find out, as the front of the field are now taking the green flag down the front straight.
And here we go, onto the front straight. It is Hainsworth and Johnson on the front row, and there is the green flag, and we are underway. And already Hainsworth jumping out to about a half a car length advantage, coming down under braking into turn number 1. And as they roll out, it looks like a little diamond formation there as Hainsworth scoots away. But Aaron Johnson in the Honda S2000, he had both Charlie Campbell and Wilson Wright spread out directly behind him, as the S2000 was almost center of the track, as our B-Spec drivers now make their way through turn 1 and start to make their way up through the S's. And we've got the yellow Mini Cooper of Milosevic. He's your leader, with both Rich Roman and Steve Introne running 2nd and 3rd.
Well, we'll see how many times this changes hands. But yeah, those front 3 minis now are starting just a little bit of a gap of pulling away. But speaking of pulling away, it is Hainsworth in that RX-7 with the bus stop first.
And there we go, and we can see there the orange Nissan Sentra of Wilson Wright.
Yeah.
He's gotten around Charlie Campbell. James Gregorius about 5 car lengths back from there in the white first-gen Mazda RX-7. Peter Tonelli in his Mazda Miata just a bit back from there. And in H production, it is still Rick Benazik leading the field. He had a pretty commanding win there in the class yesterday as our B-Spec drivers there. And there's H-Prod coming down through turn 6. Looks like some of those drivers still trying to get heat in the rear wheels. Good to see the Volkswagen Rabbit of Tom Roaring out today, as he retired early yesterday. And the B-Spec field already coming up towards the back of the H production cars.
Yeah, I'm going to keep your eye on that B-Spec field. It is Frank Schwartz, who did start at the back of the field in the B-Spec. Always a contender. We'll see if we can keep up at the front, because yesterday it was Roman and Introne had a great duel going there as those buddies and teammates. Milosevic was very fast. We'll see if Frank can get himself up into the mix before that draft pack starts to just pull away. Yeah,
so Introne took the win yesterday in B-Spec. Rich Roman, I'd say in the last 4 laps or so, had started to fall off Introne's pace as they had started that race working as they had for a good portion of the Super Tour and Major season last year and at the runoffs, just working the draft train together. But Milosevic, a great run for him to then come home in 4th position. Stuart Black in that Chevy Sonic, though, taking the last step on the podium yesterday.
All right, well, at the front of the whole field, you've got 3 different classes covered. Aaron Johnson, Wilson Wright, Charlie Campbell, in that order as they come down in through 1. Wilson Wright in the Sentra. Looks like now just ahead of Aaron Johnson and Charlie now. So the Sentra now pulls up in the GTL lead, of course, but now in the lead of that 3-pack of Aaron Johnson in the EP car, Charlie Campbell in the FP car.
All right, and as our other classes cross the line here, of course, we've got F production, and it's a pretty good ways back to Mark McAllister, who's back behind James Gregorius. McAllister in his Mazda Miata, currently running 2nd in F production. David Colby running 3rd in class, 6th and 7th respectively. And here's the big surprise, and I think we want to take a look at this, and I think just ahead of where we are on camera now, actually coming into the bus stop here, Zach, is the battle for the lead in H production, as Amber Stevenson in her Toyota Yaris has gotten around the Honda Civic, the black number 11 Honda Civic of Rick Benazik. Now, Benazik had a pretty easy run to the checkered flag yesterday. I believe the gap was somewhere along the lines of 35 seconds separating them, but early on, that Yaris is running strong.
Yeah, able to hold that lead right now over Benazik, and of course Matt Benazik currently in 3rd in his own Honda Civic, but he's another 2.5 back. It's Stevenson in the Yaris leading the way in H-Prod. There is that battle there of the Yaris and the Civic, and then you can see, I believe then, should be, I think it's Daniel Teal and an EP car right ahead of Matt Benazik. So in the EP, of course, we've got Hainsworth leading, Johnson currently running third on the track, second in EP, and then third EP should be Daniel Teal in that Miata, just ahead of Matt Benazik.
Yeah, and we see then just now coming through the toe of the boot our B-Spec racers as they came up on the Volkswagen Scirocco of Scott McAllister. That black Scirocco had some issues yesterday, had retired early. Good to see that car back out there, but it looks like our B-Spec machine's already trying to find a way around that machine, and our leaders have. And see there, it's a line of about 5 minis in a row with the yellow mini sticking out because I think they only make 2 colors of Mini Coopers. I think they make like
I'm
yellow
convinced.
and red.
That's all there is. That's all we see in club racing, of course. But right now, it is still Milos leading the way. Intro and Roman Schwartz in that pack. We'll see how they are when they come across the stripe the next time. Down into 1, though, it looks like Benazik maybe taking a peek inside of Amber going into 1. Yeah, they're side by side. It's the Yaris and the Civic. The Civic with a better line there coming out for Benazik. The Yaris now is going to have to use that draft to get back up the hill.
And there we go. And I think that Yaris, believe it or not, kind of the powerhouse in H Production Racing right now. And we'll see how that plays out as our B-Spec racers now all coming down into turn 1.
Yeah.
Still Milos in that yellow machine leading the field through. Let's stick on this shot here for just a moment.
And Tom Broering and the Volkswagen kind of getting right in the little mix of there of his own, trying to get out of the way of this battle. Schwartz moved past Roman for the 3rd spot as they came down across the stripe. But yeah, those 3 all tightening up, trying to work their way past that Volkswagen and H-Prod.
And so the major difference that we have, we talked about Schwartz running in H Production yesterday, apparently is the flat plate restrictor that he had removed to run H Production. Otherwise,
and the spec tire, of course.
Yeah, exactly. Here, and all our B-Spec drivers, they are running on a spec hand-cooked tire. There's one specified for dry, there's one specified for wet. I'd hope they're not on the wet ones right now, as they are now making their way through the bus stop. And we can see that where Milosevic takes a much tighter line, really almost straightens out the entire bus stop, and comes right along that entire curbing on driver's left in the island.
Is that Frank Schwartz now making a move on the 2nd spot there? That might be Schwartz going inside of Intron for 2nd. We'll see if that's up coming out of 6th. Now they're side by side, of course, for 2nd between Intron and Schwartz.
And I believe that is Intron with the white roof, Schwartz with the black roof. Now as they come down the hill.
So Schwartz is into 2nd. Intron Roman now 3rd and 4th.
And I believe then in 4th, right behind Rich Roman in the 103 machine, the other red Mini Cooper, that is Trenton Kramer in the number 44 machine. And, you know, we talked to Frank Schwartz on Friday evening about Trenton. Trenton actually started off as Frank Schwartz's crew member. Frank helped put him through driver's school and put him in one of his cars. And Trenton and his dad went and purchased their own B-Spec Mini Cooper on the used market, and it's getting its first run-in this weekend here at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, he's having a pretty good go at it. Who's not having a go at it right now is Stuart Black. He's dropped back a couple positions. He's a few seconds back in that Sonic. Struggling a little bit early in this race. While we watched Frank Schwartz start at the back and make his way all the way up currently in 2nd. Unfortunate for Black, he's kind of going the other way. Right,
and so Black, he finished up 3rd on the podium yesterday in the red number 40 Chevy Sonic, and we're seeing him sliding in right behind Tom Broering's H Production, the Volkswagen Rabbit.
As Intron and Schwartz had swapped positions again before they came by the stripe, so timing has Milos and then Steve Intron, Frank Schwartz 2nd and 3rd. Roman and Kramer are pretty close 4th and 5th, and then you got this gap to Frank Seldorf and Stuart Black. Just a couple seconds back, and I think even David Rosenblum is just a little bit behind them.
Yeah, and Rosenblum's got about 4 cars. He's got McAllister, Sheehy, Jared Lindrum, and also JB Swan in the silver number 3 Sonic directly behind. As it looks like we now have a change in position, Larry, for the lead in B-Spec coming out of turn 1. Both Schwartz and also Intron were able to leapfrog the yellow Mini of Milos here coming, and you see them coming down into the bus stop. Milos not getting a good run out of turn number 1. That has now pulled Roman and Kramer right up to his bumper as they come out of the bus stop.
Yeah, it just shows you how a terrible run out of 1 will just ruin a lap for you. As Schwartz now is to the front, he's gone from worst to first in the matter of about 10 laps, but what are we on, lap 4? It seems like 10 laps, only 3.5, 4 laps here. Speaking of turning some quick laps, John Hainsworth, the overall race leader in the E-Production RX-7, has reset fastest lap record here at the Glen. Previous lap record for EP was a 2:06.478. How about a 2:05?
Wow.
8:95 his previous time by. So Hainsworth out there not really being challenged, but he's certainly laying down the laps as if he is.
Wow, so great run there by Hainsworth, and again he's got about a 20-second advantage over the rest of the field. Next driver in line, though, is Charlie Campbell. Aaron Johnson, who started off on the front row in his E-Production Honda S2000, the Lodi, Michigan driver, or pardon me, Lodi, Ohio driver. Sorry, Larry, is currently sitting in front. Exactly.
You have to listen in all day to get some of these references, folks. This is not just a one-race day. You got to listen to all of them to know the cross references.
Oh, and we've got a driver who ran very wide coming out of turn 9, came back over middle of the track and was able to recover.
One of our B-Specs? It was the tail of the B-Spec?
I believe it was, and I believe it's this driver here coming up into turn 11.
Well, I'm not sure if it was those two, because that's Seldorf and Black, I believe, are the last two. But I think it might have been Roman or even Kramer, part of the front group there in the B-Spec. But no harm, no foul. They're continuing to move along.
All right, and Larry, getting word now that driver of number 19 GT Scirocco, that's Scott McAllister, for the second day in a row, having some mechanical issues for that car. He is pulled off driver's left on the outside of the toe of the boot, and the word over there is that they're gonna keep a local caution up at the toe for 2 laps, and then they'll go back to green flag racing. And we've got a driver that is off over by the inner loop as well, that is pulled off, and that is the 61 machine.
That's Wilson Wright. That's
yeah.
the GTL leader. In fact, I think the only car to field
Yeah,
GTL.
and we can
You
see
can
him there.
see him on the camera shot. He's right there at the gap in the barrier, just off to track right for the drivers. You can see him just sitting there. Looks like his day is going to end prematurely, unfortunately. The only GTL car in the field, I believe.
Yeah, well, no, we just had one retire, but that is going to move James Gregorius now up into the lead in his that white first-gen Mazda RX-7, the number 9 machine. And I believe because Chris Copley had his mechanical issues yesterday, he did not take the green, nor did Graham Fuller in his Honda CRX. So yeah, that leaves Gregorius as your sole remaining runner in GT Light.
And he's been running consistent laps consistently well for Gregorius. I just kind of missed him in my timing scoring. Sorry about that, James. But yeah, so he's now taking over the lead in GT Light. As the battle, though, it's interesting to watch as Campbell and Johnson, the other two remaining after Wilson Wright has kind of bowed out there, those two FP and EP cars, the S2000 and the Miata, still kind of locked in a little bit, somewhere down around the boot right now. Good little battle going on in 2 different classes, while in B-Spec, it is still a train at the front.
Yeah, and we're watching a little battle back here as we've got sitting right back behind Tom Roaring, David Rosenblum in his Fiesta, currently running 8th in B-Spec, and then Dan Sheehy and Jared Lendrum were side by side going into the toe, or probably going into the heel of the boot, with JB Swan very close behind. You know, we're seeing in this B-Spec field where we had 13 drivers, still very competitive, even 3/4 of the way through the field.
I'm missing a Frank Schwartz out of the front of the B-Spec field.
Yes,
Don't
we
know
are.
what happened to him. I only saw this looks like him just now coming down the front straight. So something had happened to Frank. He's now moved back to about 6th spot, and a lot of time lost to the front 4. So it's still Milos and then Roman Kramer and Intron leading ahead of Milos, Roman, and then Kramer, and then you've got Stuart Black, Frank Seldorf in 5th and 6th. Frank Schwartz now behind them by even a couple of seconds. So not sure what happened to Frank. Something there in second.
All right, Larry, real quick, we're going to be going to a local caution going into the inner loop, into the bus stop, because we've got another driver that has pulled off there, and that is the 08 machine. That is the Honda S2000 machine. Aaron Johnson, who was running 2nd in E-Production, and he had just moved up to 3rd overall.
Yeah.
And he's there joining Wilson Wright.
So that battle for 2nd on the track was Campbell, Johnson, and Wright. And now 2 out of those 3 are parked in the same spot, a lap apart, but parked in the same spot on the track. Charlie Campbell might want to check things.
Yeah.
Just to make sure. And if he's going to pull in somewhere, just go somewhere else.
Just somewhere else. Don't do the bus stop. It's the parking garage is closed. Yeah.
No spaces remaining.
All right, so that
We're laughing, but I do feel bad for these guys, Aaron and for Wilson Wright, parked out there. It's never good to have a mechanical failure on your races, but that is unfortunately a part of racing that does exist. But for the rest of the field, we're going to be continuing on.
Yeah, so that's going to move James Gregorius up to third overall. That also is going to move Mark McAllister into fourth overall, and David Colby into fifth.
We haven't checked in on our H-Prod race in a while. We probably should, as again, I just watched Rick Bnazik go past Amber Stevenson right down the front straight, as again a pass for the lead. Timing says Amber over Rick. I could tell you Rick is ahead on track because they just passed. We'll have a shot of them now coming up to the S's. This has been a great battle the whole time. We probably need to stay on this one for a little bit. Look at the Yaris, that big bad Yaris now trying to catch up to the little old Honda Civic.
Yeah, but I guarantee you that big old Yaris is probably a bit more aerodynamic than the Civic is, and even though it's a lot lower, it's basically a big giant barn door, and we see Stevenson trying to draft right on by, coming out of the S's down the short chute into the inner loop, and she gets fully by the number 11 car before they even get to the entrance of the bus stop.
And they've got lap traffic in front of them in the old Mini there. They're going to have to make their way around.
And didn't I see that Chris Copley? I said earlier that Chris Copley didn't take the green. He's now out on track.
It's clearly him in the background of that shot.
Yeah, and he's a couple laps down at this point. He's 2 laps down, but he's running. There he is.
Yeah, but watch this battle now. The Yaris, it looks like the Civic again has the advantage at the corners 10 and 11, a lot like what we saw back in the T2 race,
right,
where it was Calvert having the advantage over the Corvette. In this case, it does look like maybe the CRX has a little, or the Civic, I should say, has an advantage over the Yaris, but the Yaris is better, maybe the longer runs, possibly in places like this, down here in the chute between 6 and 7, maybe the advantage going up from 7 to 8. We'll see what that looks like next time by.
Yeah, I mean, neither one of those cars are exactly torque monsters.
Yeah.
The Civic from the factory rated at 92 horsepower to the crank, probably putting out maybe
75.
Well, with some tuning, probably putting out closer to 100 to the wheels. But a torsion bar front suspension, solid rear axle. Much like the Yaris with a solid rear axle and a
very lightweight. Very lightweight. There's just nothing to those little cars. The cage is half the weight of an H production car. But here they are again. So a lot like what we're seeing. It's the Yaris leading, but look at that Civic making that move now, coming around 10. Let's see if he's close enough. Not quite as close this time as he was last time. So still looks like Amber's going to have the lead this lap on by with 7 to go.
All right, Larry, and just notice that Chris Copley did bring his British Leyland Mini down the pit lane. I suspect now his race likely is done. All right, so let's do this. We're about halfway through, 7 laps complete here at Watkins Glen in our production and B-Spec race. Let's take a quick break. Thanks to our partners and sponsors, and we'll be back with you in just a few moments where you're watching the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Masa Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
And welcome back to Watkins Glen International, and welcome to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, where we bring together top SCCA road racers from around the country to compete in the premier amateur road racing series. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest racetracks in North America, like Watkins Glen, and showcases our 27 car classes, packing a ton of wheel-to-wheel action into every event. And you can now enjoy live streaming coverage of the Hoosier Super Tour events on site or from the comfort of your own home, which I think is where Brian Polanski is right now. Find those details and more at scca.com/live. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Larry Lefty MacLeod this weekend here from the Glen, and we are watching that great H production battle for the lead once again as Amber Stevenson and Rick Benazik. They've been going at it. They were going at it the entire time we were at break, and we see here as Stevenson leads the Civic of Benazik down through the outer loop as they are currently working lap number 9.
Yeah, it's been a great battle since the green flag dropped. And here you go, Benazik on the inside of 6, making the move in his Civic against the Yaris. Good move there. We'll see the power of the Yaris. Did I just say power of the Yaris?
The power of the Yaris.
Power of the Yaris. See if it pulls her all the way down to have the advantage. And she does going into 7. They're still almost side by side, though. Benazik not giving up yet. I suspect this is going to go on for another 5 full laps. These two have not quit. This is definitely the best fight on the track.
Yeah, and I was just saying, Amber was very shallow going into 7A, and we could see there where Benazik,
I'm sure she's a wonderful person.
yes, tried to do the over-under, and they're side by side once again going to 8. And there you go. Benazik, at least for the moment, appears to have taken over the lead as they make their way up the hill, which is a very steep hill for an H production car, by the way, out of 8 into turn number 9. There we did also note that Frank Schwartz taking an early ice cream break here on Sunday.
Unfortunately, yeah, so he'll be down at the Glen Dairy Bar here shortly. Unfortunately, his race has ended. He's in the pit lane now. But the B-Spec race is still going on strong. The front 3 is still running very strong and very close, as is the H production lead. So 2 really great battles going on the track at the same time.
Yeah, and Rich Roman, who is currently running 3rd, just ran his fastest lap of the race, about a half second under the time set by Introne and Milosevic, running 1-2.
You want to compare that to the track record?
Let's do that. He just ran a 2:23.570.
Yeah. Track record was 2:23.7. So new track record in B-Spec here, that 2:23.5 by Rich Roman.
Yeah, we knew this was a day that a lot of track records would fall as we watch this H production fight still going on here up through the S's. And this is where Amber Stevenson is strong. We've seen her draft right past the number 11 coming out of the S's. She's going to pop down to the inside this time as Benazik tries to trap her down there, down along the white line coming into the entrance to the bus stop. They enter side by side. Wow, as Stevenson just ekes by the 11 car. Whew.
Oh, that was awesome. That's a great move there in the Yaris to stick it and hold on to the lead going into that bus stop. But we just saw a lap ago, Benazik able to get on the inside of Amber going into 6 and see what happens again.
And we'll watch this as our B-Spec leaders now making their way out of turn 1. And that time, Benazik not able to come underneath.
He's
Stevenson.
there, but not enough to hold anything. As looks like Amber still got the lead now as they head down towards 7. You were talking about the B-Spec lead. All 3 of them heading up the hill.
Yeah, they should be coming up towards the bus stop now.
Well, this H-Prod battle continues. There you can see the 2nd and 3rd car in this shot. Now the front 2 car in the shot. There's Amber leading Benazik as the 2 of them going through 8. Let's see if Benazik's got some sort of a move here to poke down the inside before they get to 9. Yes, he does. He's going to stick his nose in there, see if he can stick it through 9. He's got the advantage now. So H-Prod again. I think they're changing the lead here at H-Prod about 4 times a lap. As you're going to see Rick Benazik come out just ahead here out of 10. This is anybody's call here with 4 laps to go. There they are on the front straight for that battle. Meanwhile, our overall race leader, John Hainsworth, continues to lap out there in his RX-7. And when he comes by, there'll be 3 laps remaining. He's our E-Production and overall race leader. comfortably up by about 30 or 40 seconds on Charlie Campbell, your F production lead.
All right, we jump back to this battle for the lead in B-Spec, and sitting at the front, and this is a familiar shot, Larry. I think Steve Introne, your leader in that red number 12 machine out of Windham, New Hampshire. Rich Roman, who was in lockstep with Roman at the runoff, or in lockstep with Introne at the runoffs last year, currently running second. Milos Milosevic, your pole sitter today in the yellow number 18 Mini, about 3 car lengths back there, all trailing right behind our F production leader, Charlie Campbell.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to Milos on this lap. When they started this lap, he was right on the heels of Roman, but now as the laps progress, somewhere down in sector 2 and 3, he has lost pace a little bit. So right now it's a two-man show, and there you can see that gap between the front 2 red minis, those 2 teammate buddies, and Milosevic now in 3rd spot with 3 remaining in B-Spec.
Yeah, and there are two leaders of B-Spec. Get a nice little draft right now off of the H production Datsun 510 of Ryan Downey.
Everybody here.
Everybody's a Brian. Brian is Ryan's father. And a racer. And raced in that car 2 weeks ago at Summit Point. So there you go, and there we go as the minis now making their way across. And yeah, we can see the yellow number 18 machine falling off the pace now. It is a 2-car fight for the win here in B-Spec, and they've got that H production 510 directly ahead of them.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to Milos. Like suddenly, all of a sudden, about a lap ago, the pace just fell off for him, leaving this to be a 2-car fight, just like we had seen yesterday between Introne and Roman. We'll see what kind of moves they have now with 3 laps remaining and see if they can crank it up like the H-Prod lead has been going between Amber and Gregg Ginsberg.
Yeah, and so Downey currently running 5th in H production, and just ahead we saw the Honda CRX of Stephanie Funk actually coming down the hill there right into turn number 7 as both of them have gotten around Downey.
And your overall leader, Hainsworth, just crossed to make it 2 laps to go, and he's about to pass the front 2 in H prod. So there'll be 2 laps remaining. That should happen as they head up the hill. Yep, as they go through the S's. Hainsworth now getting between them. And we'll see if at some point here Amber can make another push to catch back up. She's got a couple car lengths back from Rick Benezek, so we'll see if maybe she's got something in her in the last 2 laps to get back up there and make a fight for the win in H-Prod.
All right, so Zach, maybe we can jump back to that H production, or probably the H production fight, which should be coming down into the boot now.
I think they're still in the bus stop. Yep, they're on the bus stop.
There they
race
are.
leader Hainsworth be the first one through, and then you got the Civic and then the Yaris, the next 2. All right, so we'll see. This is the part of the track. She's been pretty quick coming out of the inner into the outer loop in the past couple laps. See if she can close up and make a move then all the way down the hill as they get rolling down. Again, about a lap and a half to go for the H-Prod lead. These 2 have been just locked in for a while now. This is about as big a lead as we've seen them at all since today's race.
Yeah, as they start to roll down the hill here at the gap, about, I'd say, put about 3 car lengths. But Stevenson with a good run through turn number 6. She closes down, maybe drops a car length off of the advantage that Rick Benezek had. I just talked about Stephanie Funk in the number 59H production CRX. She takes the car down the pit lane, so she is going to retire from 4th position in H production.
All right, Amber looks like she has definitely closed up there. She is in that white Yaris, now about a car length behind Rick Benezek. So with just over a lap to go, H-Prod is anybody's game. Look at this. They come up through 8 into 9. Again, pretty tight battle there in H-Prod as the B-Spec is still down to just those 2 between Introne and Roman.
And now that's, with these cars, maybe a slight lift to the throttle here coming into turn number 10. And looks like another car off pace. Is that Charlie Campbell's?
There's 2 white Miatas in the field.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look at that. As Hainsworth just crosses the start-finish line in that open-top Mazda RX-7. He is going to start his last lap. And there you go, our F production leader, Charlie Campbell, not parked at the bus stop, Larry, but he comes down the pit lane with 1 lap to go. His day is now done. That is going to move.
That's Mark McAllister, the 13. That's the 13.
Oh, that is the 13 machine.
The other white Miata in this field. Campbell's still out there. So that was McAllister, who was running, I think, in 2nd or 3rd in FP. Now he's going to drop the order quickly. Yeah,
so that is going to leave, Charlie Campbell still your leader with David Colby running in 2nd in his Acura Integra. As we continue to watch this H production battle, just behind our overall leader, coming up through the coming out of the S's and over to the inner loop.
This is where Amber's been fast every single lap. She's got the straightaway speed, though now behind going through the bus stop. But look at Benazik picking up a little bit of dirt there through the apex. This might be an opportunity for Amber to maybe pounce on this through the outer loop.
Yeah, as Benazik went completely over the curbing there at the first left-hander, and Stevenson trying to come underneath, rear end getting very loose, not getting the grip there that she wants or maybe needs. They come into turn number 6, coming into the chute and heading down the hill, and indeed, I think Stevenson lost a little bit of ground there, maybe kept the car a little bit too tight.
She was sending it, yeah, she was sending it, maybe thinking that Benazik was a little bit slow coming out of there. She's going to take the inside line, show the spot there. I don't think it's going to get her much, but let's see if she can push and get up this hill a little bit stronger while her overall race leader, Hainsworth, now is through turn 8.
And our H production battle for the lead now coming up over the crest of the hill. And there they are. And Amber Stevenson side by side with Rick Benazik as they come into 8. Maybe not quite side by side, but she was awfully darn close, showing the nose to the inside.
She pushed Benazik into a tough exit. See if she can use that exit and get some run. Doesn't look like yet. Benazik's been quick here through 9. She's going to have to use a little bit of that Yaris power, yes, I said power, to make a pass. But we've got our race leader about to seat-check her.
And John Hainsworth at the back end of this long line of B-Spec cars are going to get another lap, but taking the win in E-Production, John Hainsworth, in driver of the number 95 Mazda RX-7 for the 2nd day in a row. And here comes that battle for the win in H Production, coming out of the final corner, out of turn 11, onto the front straight. It's Rick Benazik in the number 11 Honda Civic, and he holds off Amber Stevenson in her Toyota Yaris. He's going to take the win in H Production. Stevenson, for I believe the 2nd day in a row, will
That
finish
was
second.
a great race, but let's turn our attention to the two minis, these two buddies. What I'm seeing is a bit of a gap. I think that's Intron leading Roman, if I got that right. Just now looks like maybe a half a second between them, so a bit of a good run there for Intron on this lap, the final lap, to open up a little bit.
And sitting back behind him, we saw James Gregorius, who is our GT Light leader. So let's continue to stay on this battle right now as they come down into turn number 8 at the toe of the boot. And
I'm wondering if it's Roman ahead of Intron.
I was just going to say, I think we've got the 103 machine of Roman, your lead car, with the number 12 behind as they come out of the turn 9 sequence over there.
Yeah, if they came across stripe a lap ago, it was Intron ahead of Roman, but I'm looking at the timing, looking at it, it is definitely Roman in the lead. Let's see if he's got 2 more corners in him to take this win.
And here we go, they close up nose to tail, and now side by side coming into the final corner, and it is the 103 in the lead as they come down the front straight. And with an advantage of 3 mini car lengths, taking the win in B-Spec, it's going to be Rich Roman. Steve Intron will finish in 2nd. Milos Milosevic will finish in 3rd in his Mini Cooper. And so crossing the line now, James Gregorius takes the win. Our sole remaining racer in GT Light crosses the line. And in F Production, it is Charlie Campbell taking the win.
David Colby in 2nd there in the Integra.
Yep, just a little behind, and he's going to come across the line, and he will finish in 2nd, and then finishing 3rd in F Production. I don't believe we have any remaining drivers. McAllister was our last remaining driver, completed more than half the laps, and he will come home in 3rd.
Great races. I tell you, the B-Spec races are always good. And that H-Prod race, well, what a run there from Amber and from Benazik. Rick Benazik getting the win, but as hard fought as we've seen of any battle yet today.
All right, so in the Queen Catherine Cup race, taking the win in GT Light today, it is James Gregorius in his Mazda RX-7, and with the win in B-Spec, it is Richard Roman in the Robert Bob Burns Memorial Race. Our winner in F Production, Charlie Campbell. All right, so Larry, that is going to wrap up our morning's activities. Went very quickly for 4 races here today. Yeah, I'm not going to jinx it. I'm not going to jinx it, I swear. But we're going to have 4 more feature races left to go, 14 laps or 35 minutes, and then right out of the gate after lunch today is going to be one I think is going to be a barn burner. Yeah, the Spec Racer Fords, and they are scheduled to be on track, well, right about 1:10 p.m. today.
We'll see if timing and scoring changes that way for the official word, of course, but we'll be all surfing all the time when we get back from lunch.
Yeah, so we may be back a little bit earlier. Schedule says 12:10, but that may change. We'll definitely give you an update if we are going to come back early. But for now, we're going to stand down for lunch here at Watkins Glen, where you have just seen 4 spectacular races here at the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And we'll see you in about an hour.
It's Heartland Park Topeka in the 2007 SCCA runoffs. 48 cars ground into turn 1 in last year's Spec Racer Ford shootout, and the 11 of Mike Miserandino got the lead. John Black started to charge, getting by the 62 of TJ Acker for second spot, and then he demoted the leader with a great move. With the laps winding down, Miserandino came back with this great run down the front straight, stove it down the inside, picked up the lead, but on lap 17, Black came back, and side-by-side action through turn after turn. Clearly, it looked to be anybody's race. The crews were just as anxious as the drivers, and coming into the last corner, Miserandino had held off two-time champion Black for the victory. Big celebrations in the pits for Mike's first win. It was a truly hard-fought victory over one of Spec Racer Ford's toughest competitors. They say rubbing is racing, and that means Spec Racer Ford races as close as can be. And with every car being absolutely identical, it's the definitive pressure cooker class. Brian Schofield knows how to deal with pressure. On his way to the Southeastern Division Championship this year, he had 7 wins. One of them at the ultra-prestigious June Sprints, a last lap pass from third to the win. He can deal with pressure. A lad who's about to learn how to deal with pressure is defending champ Mike Miserandino. The last 5 years, he has continuously improved his qualifying and race finish to the point he got gold last year. In this class, that just means he's gone from hunter to prey. And chasing him down, Mr. Consistency, John Black. The last 5 years, 5 straight medals, including gold in 03. But those last 3 years, it was a silver. He wants another gold for that trophy case. Another of the great hunters is perennial contender, the wily veteran Lee Fleming. Coming to Heartland Park last year, frustration. A broken suspension component relegated him to a 46th place finish. He is quicker than that, and he's out to show it. Another guy who might be looking for some redemption is Jeff Beck. He's a former medalist with a silver, but this season has been ultra frustrating. Twice, 10-second leads have evaporated with mechanical failure, but that bad feeling can be erased with gold here at Heartland Park Topeka. But he's going to have to deal with Cliff White, who ended up with a top 5 finish last year. This year has won the Rocky Mountain Division with 5 wins, 2 second-place finishes, and has shown he has the speed to step it up to the podium. In 1985, the Sports Car Club of America conceived the idea of building an absolutely spec chassis with identical sealed motors to let drivers showcase their abilities. In 1993, they wedged a Ford engine into the back of the Spec Racer chassis, and it became known as Spec Racer Ford. And today, at the 44th running of SCCA's National Championship Runoffs presented by AT&T, that class will duel it out for the medals. Welcome to Heartland Park Topeka. Hi, everybody. I'm Greg Kramer, joined by Dan Biggs. Down in the pits are Sandy Heng and John Bizignano. And these cars, Dan, put on an incredible war last year on a track that was much tighter than it is this year. This should be interesting.
Yes, it should. Turn 1 and 2 are big changes there. They're a lot more open. Really important turn now is turn 6. The track used to have a big zigzag here. Now it's really fast. You got to get through turn 6 to get you through turn 9 down to turn 10. Some wild passing going on in 10. And through the autocross section here, beating and banging it out onto the front straightaway.
You bet. And let's take a look at the description of the sports racing category, but Spec Racer Ford unique among them, really.
It is. It's a spec chassis, all made by the SCCA Enterprises, and they all have the same engines, all built by Enterprises. And no advantage as far as the chassis stuff.
And the field about to set sail, and before they do, let's get down to Sandy Heng.
I want to tell you about the number 15 of Justin Gore. He's starting second on the grid, finished 6th last year. He wasn't happy with that finish, so they took the car apart completely down to the frame, dynoed the engine, put it back together. His dad, Matthew, his brother, Justin, got it together, qualifying second here today. And guess what? He likes to pass coming into 3, so watch him on the start. Let's go to my colleague, John Bizignano. Biz?
Well, Derek DeFrance owns this somewhat used, beautiful example of Spec Racer Ford. I thought some of this damage was done here in Kansas, but actually it's just been a long season of what he calls friendly bumping. He didn't want to fix anything before coming to the championships because he knows at this particular track you're going to have to do some bumping to get by. Guys?
Well, that is a fact, and I'll tell you what, when this class was conceived, there was also a pro category that was generated in hopes of launching the careers of some drivers. The guy who won The 1985 first ever pro championship in this category was a guy named Dorsey Schrader. We all know what he was able to achieve on the track. This is a class that showcases driver talents, and if you do well here, you can drive anything. And we're about to find out who the best of the best are right here at Heartland Park. The Spec Racer Ford, some 40 of them are on the track in preparation for the battle for the national championship at Heartland Park, Topeka. A huge field and extremely deep in talent as you watch these beautiful cars working their way through. Absolutely identical. That's the key to the class, and it makes it very exciting. On the pole, as we give you the starting lineup, the defending champion, Mike Miserandino. Well, what a run he has had the past few years. Jordan Gore, as Sandy talked about, his second runoffs, and he's on the inside of the front row, or the outside of the front row. Ryan Schofield, he is Triple Crown eligible. John Black, the Metal Machine. Lee Fleming there in 7th is a scratch. That's a huge story.
Yes, it is a huge story. There's another couple stories. Jeff Beck starting 16th. He is one of the guys that'll make a move to the front, and I think he might be picking them off.
Very likely the 01 silver medalist is Jeff Beck. And he has shown a real tendency in the past when he's had bad qualifying efforts to just be able to auger his way through the pack. Back at Road Atlanta a couple of times, he had off qualifying and came up going by 20-some-odd cars to get into the top 5. So we've been very fortunate in a way that he is going to be one of our onboard cameras. He'll be carrying, there's the look from Jeff Beck as he starts 16th. It'll be 15th now, essentially, with Fleming scratching and coming up through the pack. He should give us some beautiful shots. And our other onboard camera, a little bit deeper in the pack, is the number 32 of the number 00 of Dean Cunningham, who is in the 32nd qualifying spot. He's got a good look out the back as well, so it should be pretty spectacular. And Biz, because of the way this class sets up, the racing is spectacular.
Absolutely. They have made over 650 of these cars. They're made by SCCA Enterprises, actually a company owned by the Sports Car Club of America. If you're looking to go racing, you cannot get more bang for your buck than Spec Racer Ford. There's over 500 cars still active in competition. Sandy Heng.
The oldest driver in this class is Bill Uhai, 61 years old. Next year, it'll be his 40th anniversary of club racing. Now, you may think older, maybe he's not fast. Not true. This guy still has speed, qualified 8th, and he knows how to dice it in the race. He'll be watching the front and hoping to work his way towards the front of the pack. Guys.
That's a fact. And when John said bang for the buck, you could hear the innuendo there. You look at some of these bumpers and noses, they do shoehorn things around a little bit. Pace car being driven by Sendin's Rick Green, and he has the lights out. We're getting ready, Dan.
We are getting ready. I've driven these cars and beaten bang some. In fact, they might be one short. I rode off one of these about 10 or 15 years ago.
They are fun to drive. Never raced one, but I did take one out for a half-hour test session one day and had the time of my life. They are absolutely great. And they put on some great action as we hop on board with Jeff Beck coming from deep in the pack in the 8th row and see what he can do here. But up front, some awfully fast drivers. There's a look back from Cunningham. Even deeper in the pack, they are on the front straight. Watch for the green. The outside is young Jordan Gore. There's the green. There's the fan out. And they're already 3-4 abreast as they head down into turn 1. Oh, and contact. And it is a mess. Contact all over. In the front, in the middle, in the back. And one of them, I think, may have been Jeff Beck, the camera car. The rest of the field coming up. Somehow, a number of drivers able to slide through. And one thing about these cars, Dan, they are sturdy.
Yeah, they're very tough. You can see they got a very slow start. I'm sure that's what caused the cars in the back. They just, don't have any place to go. They just all pull up and wrecked. Looked like 3 of them here, and then a couple of them down farther into turn 1.
Yeah, and there's a yellow for sure going to come out, and I think they may have to be bringing them down pit lane. May even stop it and get them into pit lane because there is stuff everywhere on the front of the track. Talking to the drivers, and you can see there's the number 14, one of the cars involved, Jim Rischel. And here it is again, and it's just everybody going for it.
Yeah, very slow start. They give the flag, and people just fan out, and that's when the people start turning around. About halfway in the back there, they start beating and banging. Somebody gets turned around, and then it's melee of wrecks.
Well, then Mike Amy there, the 27, the blue car, got thrown into the wall, and that is the 31 of Jeff Beck. Now, he spun. You can see the front body clip was loosened up, but otherwise that car looked okay on board here, deep in the going. Boom, there's the hit on Beck.
Yeah, you can just see that, once it starts backing up, they don't have any place to go.
Another angle on it.
Yeah, once the hood and pieces start flying around, you don't know if it's car or pieces or what. You just have to ease up, and some guys got wrecked and turned around backwards.
Now watch this onboard Jeff Beck.
Yeah, that's about 75, 80 miles an hour by the time they get there.
Yeah, and the guy, he got squeezed on the other side of Beck, had nowhere to go. It's a tough deal. Now, this is real time as they come out of that last turn.
Yeah, fairly slow start like we talked about. You can see them start wiggling and checking up in the back. Even a couple cars pop out there. And right about here comes the pieces right now.
Started in the back, then watch the blue car to the right of your screen. Boom, got squeezed right there, and then Beck goes spinning right there. So, well, at this stage, we are under, I'm sure, a full course caution. And there is Mr. Rochelle. Sandy, how's he doing?
Jim, you okay?
I'm okay. My hand got hurt a little bit, but it's all right. They just got hit.
You look more surprised than anything when you hopped out of it.
This is so bizarre. I've never been in this kind of a deal. I got hit from the back and 2 or 3 times, and it's crazy.
From your perspective.
It's for fun. It's for fun,
From your perspective, what happened?
They just dropped the green, and I was maybe just a hair slow getting started, and I had one guy pull up beside me, and he went right on by, and then people started hitting me from the sides and the rear and spun me around.
You were spinning around.
Yeah. So I don't know. It happens so fast you can't really keep track of it all.
I know you came here to race, but it probably felt like the merry-go-round, huh?
I'm really sad. This is a terrible way to start a race. Could have been a lot of fun.
Well, we're just glad you're okay, and tough luck, and we'll hope to see you racing here next year, guys.
Yeah, he was back in 29th, and you're back in the trenches when all that happens. There you can see that contact over there, and this was actually on, I think, Cunningham's car.
Yeah, it was. You can see the 55 just had to check up a little bit there and ran into the back of him, and then because there was a guy in front of him, no place to go.
Not a lot he could do, so we're going to take a quick break here while they sort things out and get this incident cleaned up, and we will be back to Heartland Park to resume action on Spec Racer Ford for Jeff Beck. Well, he hopes it gets better than this. The battle for second, the silver medal under contest in Spec Racer Ford. It is still Brian Schofield hanging on, but he's got Jordan Gore in the white car and then John Black in the blue car with a little bit of mud on the nose right now. That is your second, third, and fourth battle. They've been able to draw away a little bit from Cliff White. There's Cliff, just that maroon car who's trying to join this battle. And the problem is now the margin up to 3 seconds for Miserandino over Schofield. And you take a look at lap times here. That time, the only guy into the 149s was Miserandino.
Right, it was Miserandino. The next fastest guy was Cliff White in 5th. With these guys battling, the guy in 5th is able to catch up some. He's still about 1 second back. But I think if they keep racing hard like they are, he's going to catch them.
Well, he's definitely drawing in right there. Ooh, again, a big slide by John Black. So I think Black's car might not be quite right. It looks like it's getting pretty loose. Meanwhile, the battle for 9th, Nick Evans, the number 91, that green car. And right behind him, the guy that Sandy introduced us to a little bit earlier, Bill Yuka, is having a solid run here as well in that number 4. And here comes the 31. That's Jeff Beck. And that should put him up into 11th anyway. That's our onboard man, and he is making one of those charges through the pack. Ooh, Yuha just a little loose there. See if Beck can take advantage of it. Nope, not this time.
Looks like Beck is really handling really well. We thought there might be some damage there from the start, and the bodywork was beating and banging. But it looks like he's okay, and he's just picking the guys off.
Well, like I said, he does have a knack to do it here. Working his way up. Now look at the mirror. He's in front of the mirrors. They did have to put some duct tape on that car to get that front nose clip to hang on, and he has made the move. That is now 11th. He got around John Dunn, the white car right behind him, and Yuha is in 10th. So that is the next spot that Jeff Beck would like to go, but Yuha giving it a great run. slipped back a little bit from his qualifying spot because of those incidents, and now he's got to fight through the pack as well. Juha does. Listen to the tire squeal.
Yeah, the tires do squeal here. The engines are pretty quiet, and you can hear the tires slip sliding away. Juha is pretty aggressive, and he's driving it for all it's worth. It doesn't look like it's handling maybe as good as he had hoped. Maybe took it some damage on the start.
Boy, Beck gets out of turn 4 very well, though, doesn't he? He really ran up the back of Juha and just didn't have quite enough to get it done. These cars so equal, but Jeff Beck driving brilliantly as always. We'll see if he can crack the top 10 when we come back. Welcome back to Heartland Park, Topeka. That is your leader, Mike Miserandino, and things are looking pretty good for him at this point. He's got a fairly large margin, and because of that long stoppage at the start, this race has gone from an 18-lap race to a timed event, and we're running low on time. And Miserandino, you can see the margin back to Schofield. There is Schofield, and the margin officially 3.7 seconds for Miserandino. And the problem is there's maybe 2 laps to go at this stage, so they need the miracle. They need some help from Miserandino in terms of a problem for Mike, for Schofield, Gore, Black, and that group to have a shot at a gold. But don't discount this battle for silver. Schofield, Gore getting a little impatient now. And the thing is, he opens that lineup to try and get around the outside, carry more speed to get around Schofield, and John Black decides, I'm going to duck underneath and take advantage, and suddenly the whole complexion of this thing can change, and Black suddenly very racy.
Yeah, Black is very racy. The fastest car right there was Cliff White, and they're fighting for silver and bronze right now. There's not much they can do about Miserandino, but the 17 of Black is getting impatient here. He was using the front, giving a shove to Gore. And I think we're going to see something here in the next, maybe down the back straightaway or on the next lap, because that will be the last lap.
Wouldn't be surprised. Cliff White has joined this group, so it's 4. And there's Joel and Margaret Black, who are obviously a little concerned about what's going on with John Black. It would be a rarity for Black not to get a medal. I mean, this is an unusual scenario for him lately, and so if nothing else, he wants to keep that medal streak alive. 5 straight years in this class, he's earned a medal of some type, including a gold. So this is big, and he is really starting to throw it around. And of course, now you see, as we said, Cliff White coming in, so this is all going to be interesting. And you're right, Black, very, very impatient now, wants to get by. And here we go, onto the front straight. This should begin the last lap here at Heartland Park, Topeka.
This is going to be it.
Yeah, this is it.
This is it. He really needs to get on the right side of the track as fast as he can.
Boy, he is tucked up. There's Cliff White, but it's going to see as Black pops. He's going outside. Gore went outside to try and get around Schofield. Now this may give Black a better run. He cuts down underneath. Beautiful job by Black. He read the traffic absolutely perfectly in front. Watched what Schofield and Gore did, and Black said, that'll do, thank you, and squared up and shot underneath. And he may not be done. He got through there so quickly, he is already glommed onto the back of the 61 of Schofield. If he can get a run here out of 4, he's close. Not close enough. Can't throw it away here. That's the one thing in these cars. You can make a move, but if you get too aggressive to make the next move, the guy you just passed will just come streaming right back by.
He will. What happens is if you lose your momentum right here, the guy behind you will just drive by. And it looks like Schofield got a decent run out there, out onto the back straightaway. Pulled away from Black there a little bit. And Black has been really, really loose through this 9 section. We'll have to see here. Schofield has definitely pulled out a little bit here.
Miserandino's gone. This is it. Now, the thing, Black really trying to straight line that, and the best thing to do is if you can get by going into 10, right where Miserandino is, and then just stop in the next series of corners. That's how you can blunt an attack. So Black did get a run. Here he comes, looking down the inside. Not there. Schofield covered it. 2 corners to go.
Very hard to pass on this side of the track without really forcing the issue.
Jordan Gore trying to figure out a way through as well. Here it is, the last corner. Again, Black lays back, tries to get the run. He does. The back end steps out. So he may be in trouble. Jordan Gore tucked up underneath. Miserandino gets the gold. Schofield looks good for silver, but bronze, side by side at the line. Gore!
Wow.
According to scoring, Gore got it. The margin I can't do that kind of math, but it's thousandths of a second in my head. And here comes Jeff Beck. He comes up and all the way up to 11th. A great run for Beck, starting from deep in the pack. But wow, what a finish.
13 thousandths.
13 one-thousandths of a second, and they're not done. These guys still at war, deeper in the pack, working their way out onto the front straight.
Okay, got another run on him there. He's forcing him into the wall.
That's the 13 O'Reilly who's trying to do the squeeze play on
I think he's going to get him.
He got him. What a finish.
Wow, these guys are racing all the way in the pack, and you see the thumbs up. He knew that was a clean deal.
Yeah.
That was cool.
That was a 74 Bowden getting around on that last lap as well. That was for 22nd, but it tells you how intense these guys race. It doesn't matter. 1, you're at a national championship, but 2, you're against the best in the country in this category. It's incredible, but John Bizignano, nobody had an answer from Mike Miserandino.
Well, absolutely. Mark doesn't even have an answer for this much success. I'll tell you, I've seen a lot of Spec Racer Ford races, and this has been the biggest margin of victory I've ever seen, mate.
Mike made kind of a statement, but he's been good since we got here. It's I don't know. It's just hard to do this because all those other guys are just so good too.
It's all the little things, buddy, and you did them.
We did something.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
All right, guys.
Like you said, Dan, 17 one-thousandths of a second, and here's the story on that last lap. Remember how good Black started that lap when he made that pass, but he ended up 9/10 slower than Jordan Gore, and that was enough for Gore to sneak through. And look how close this is as they come to the line. Black has the nose ahead, but Gore, well, maybe this is going to go to Black now that it is shown in the photo.
Yeah, I wonder if
this timing beam is somewhere else, isn't it?
Or the beacons are in the car in a different spot, maybe. Because
that
it definitely
could be.
looks like Black.
Yeah, Black is going to get it. It popped to Gore, but it is going to be Black for that medal. So for the 6th straight year, John Black ends up with a medal, and Jordan Gore, now by 17 one-thousandths of a second, misses it. Unbelievable. Welcome back to Heartland Park, Topeka, where we've seen another spectacular Spec Racer Ford race. Yes, Mike Miserandino had him covered, but the rest of the battles were intense. But we said Mike had him covered, and he did it again, Biz.
Well, I think Bonnie has to get in here with the medal, a gold medal, back-to-back championships. Congratulations, Mike. I think you should take 2 days off of qualifying at every race you go to. What a great run.
No way. I hated skipping those 2 days, but I had to get back and go to school. But man, I can't believe this. 2 in a row. It's a dream come true. Since we unloaded, the car's been fantastic. I didn't have to adjust it much at all, and my crew, my mom, my dad, Mark Boungy, MBI Racing, they're just flawless all week. And
I bet you were happy watching those guys behind you just tear each other up. Every time they did, you got a little further ahead.
Yeah, I knew if I got out in front, I could run some quick laps and have the 2 battle behind, and I was able to pull away.
It was all momentum?
Yeah, tons of momentum. Just nice and smooth through the corners, and great lap times.
Momentum's the secret down here, guys.
And starting in front when this kind of an incident unfolds everywhere behind you, that's why the higher you qualify, the less the odds are you're going to be back in this kind of a scrum. And then when that happens, you're able to just tear it away at the front. Take a look at the full results. Schofield to silver. That battle in the last lap between Black and Gore was absolutely fantastic. And Jordan Gore has got to be 6th last year, 4th this year. He's moving forward. How about Cliff White coming back from way back, joining that group and making it interesting?
It was very good. Jeff Beck up to 11th. Man, that was impressive. From the spin cycle to 11th. Very nice.
Yeah, so you saw the name Jim Marinangel there in 15th. He's a former national champ in this category. Just had a tough qualifying, wasn't able to get through it. And then you see some of the guys that had some problems during the course of the race and some of the guys that were involved in that incident in the early going. So it was an interesting race. And talk about interesting, Brian Schofield, he's got himself a silver, and he was in an interesting place.
Brian Schofield, first tell us about the pass on Justin Gore.
Well, it was tough. It was on the restart. He gave me the inside, and I took it. I know it's hard to pass here, so I went ahead and took it. And it held. He was all over me the whole race.
Tell us about that. It was like you had 2 magnets on your bumper.
Yeah, it was tough. I was real loose the entire race, and I knew it. If I could stay in front, I could hold the position.
Well, he managed to do it. That's the silver medalist, Brian Schofield.
Well, boy, he put together a great drive, keeping in mind his qualifying effort was a solid one right there in the top 3. And did what he had to do. Behind him was an absolute war with John Black and Jordan Gore, both of them well deserving of a medal, and it went to Black by about 8 to 10 inches. I mean, it doesn't get much closer than that, and it was incredible. Little piracy out there today, some great racing. It was spectacular as always, and we're very happy you were able to be here, and we were able to bring it to you. There's some results of the carnage on that opening lap, but Spec Racer Fords, one thing is that you bolt the bodywork back on, you're back next year, and the racing is just as intense. For Danny Binks, John Bizignano, and Sandy Hing, I am Greg Kramer. Thanks so much for joining us here for Spec Racer Ford's National Championship runoff at Heartland Park, Topeka. And to Mike Miserandino, an incredible run the last couple of years. Congratulations. Take care, everybody.
And welcome back to Watkins Glen International, not Heartland Park, Topeka, but Watkins Glen for the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. For those of you that are watching our feed online, you just saw a great national championship race in Spec Racer Ford, the Gen 2 cars from 2007 at Heartland Park, Topeka, where Mike Miserandino took the national championship. But now we're at the Gen 3 cars, the 1.6 liter motors, and they are ready to race here at Watkins Glen International. I want to welcome everybody back after that extended lunch break. We've got 4 more races to go here this afternoon. And again, first up is going to be our Spec Racer Fords. We're then going to transition to our open wheel and prototype cars, and then our super touring racers, and we're going to round out the day with the big ground pounders here from the Speedway. And let's take a look here as we have our next race on the docket. And this is the Robert W. Stevens Memorial Race. Bob joined the Glen region in 1957. That was the charter year for the Glen region, and he was our activities director for the region in 62 and 63, and in the following years, 64 and 65, was the regional executive. And in 1965, while Bob Stevens was the RE, the Glen region received its very first Regional Achievement Award. Bob served the Glen region in many roles as race chairman for club racing events. He was a contest board chairman for more than 5 years. He was also the assistant to race directors during that time, both Cameron Argetsinger as well as Malcolm Curry, for all the pro races here held at Watkins Glen. And Bob was the originator and founder of NYSRC, the New York State Road Racing Championship. In addition, he held many offices in the Northeast Division's SCCA Council and was a member of the SCCA Stewards Program. Bob was born in Russell Springs, Kentucky, and was a World War I Navy veteran, but passed away in 1978 at the age of 57. The first Robert W. Stevens Memorial Race was held in 1978 for E-Production, for BS, for FP, and SCR, and was won by Bob Richardson in a Lola with an average speed of 97.03 miles an hour. And in recent years, the Robert W. Stevens Memorial Race has been for Spec Racer Ford. Last year, our winners were Russ Turner from Montpelier, Virginia, and Sandy Satullo from Hillsborough Beach, Florida. And as our drivers now take to this beautiful 3.5 mile, a little over 3.5 mile, 11 turn course, let's run down the starting grid. We had 34 drivers set times over the course of the weekend. Let's run down the top 20, Larry. Starting 20th, driving the number 04 machine out of Lancaster, Ohio, it's Greg Miller with William Hendricks starting 19th. He's out of Brighton, Massachusetts, and driving the 101 car. Peter Phillips will start 18th in the number 27 machine, and he hails from Lebanon, Pennsylvania, with Patrick Stringer starting 17th in the number 40 car. Wall, New Jersey's David Dickerson is scheduled to start 16th. I believe he retired a little early yesterday. Hopefully he'll be able to make today's race. He's in the 38 with Chris Jennerjohn driving the 48 machine. He's from Hartford City, Indiana. He starts 15th. Jeffrey Lehner will start 14th. He's in the number 177 machine. He's out of Gloversville, New York, while Bruce Myers is in the 111 car. He's from Greenland, New Hampshire. He starts 13th. James Goffrey in the 68 car will start 12th today, while Gary Glanger out of Dallas, Texas will start 11th in the 18. Mark Snyder, he's going to start 10th He's out of Joshua, Texas in the 127 car, while Lincoln Young's driving the double nickel, the 55. He's out of Farmington, Connecticut, and starts 9th. Gianclaudio Angelini will start 8th today in the number 6 car. He's out of New Haven, Connecticut, while Justin Clark, he's out of Jackson, Michigan, not Mississippi. He is, as I said, starting 7th, driving the 7 car. Lee McNish is going to start 6th. He's out of Southbury, Connecticut, driving the 22, while Liam Snyder, also out of Joshua, Texas, is starting 5th today in the 128. We've got Sandy Satullo. He's scheduled to start on the outside of row number 2. He's from Hillsborough Beach, driving the 07 machine, while Bobby Sack is driving the 19. He is from Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, and he starts 3rd. And our front row today, the 2 teammates starting on the outside of row number 1 with a qualifying time of 2:05.305 in McKinney, Texas. It's Denny Stripling, and your pole sitter, and again, one of your Robert W. Stevens Memorial Race winners last year, Russ Turner, driver of the number 23 Spec Racer Ford 3 with a qualifying time of 2 minutes 5 seconds, .061. The Montpelier, Virginia native is your pole sitter today.
Expect him to be very, very fast. Russ Turner again with his buddy Denny driving Russ's backup car, essentially. Those two buddies going to work together. I think also behind them, I think you're going to see a little bit more coordination with Bobby Saxon, Tizzulo, Liam Snyder, and the gang. I think they're going to be a little smarter about not letting that front 2 turn into one big blue car, as they say.
All right, it's our field now making their way out of turn 9. I think I've got a little bet going with Brendan Kazmarek, our producer. I'm supposed to refer to this now as the Achilles tendon. That is the new term for turn 9. So I've got it once at least, and I'll probably call you Brian more than I call it the Achilles tendon. Here as the safety car bringing the field out of turn number 10, and it looks like the lights might possibly still be on.
It's
on the safety car. Nope.
We are a couple hundred yards away from green. The 2 blue cars on the front row are side by side. We'll see who gets the jump and see if we go 3, 4, or 5 wide even down into turn 1, or does everybody play nice?
All right, so the pace car is on the pit lane as we've got the 23 and the 123 side by side on the front row, and we are green. Big push from Sandy Satullo in that white number 06 machine, as they probably the 07 machine, as they go down to turn 1. He's going to slot into 3rd. Bobby Sack in the silver and black number 19. He's going to slot into 4th where he started. And we've got Liam Snyder. I believe Snyder has managed to get around Lee McNish as they come out of turn number 1 and start to make their way up through the S's with Gianclaudio Angelini and Justin Clautredy, as we still have many drivers still side by side. And actually, we've got both of the Snyder brothers drivers right side by side with the cars that they have with them going down onto the back straight. You can see that black, yellow, and orange number 128 machine trying to get past McNish as they come into the bus stop for the first time, Larry.
Satullo did go. Oh, there's a spinner. That looks like Clautredy off to the right, and I'm not sure.
And I think that was Angelini that went off with him. Angelini rejoins, and now Snyder does as well.
Yeah, so big spin there, but no contact, able to continue at the front. Satullo with the smart move to stay as close as he could to the 2 blue cars and keep them honest. But it was the 120 Liam Snyder who really jumped out, went 3 wide with Bobby Sack and with McNish. And Snyder then, and of course, slower going up the hill. I think he's been pushed back a little bit. So right now it is the front 3. Stripling, Turner, Stripling, and Satullo, I think, are out in the front. Bobby trying to keep pace with those front 3 now.
All right, so obviously a bit of a gap there as we've got a driver really sending it down into turn number 7, trying to come up through the field there.
It's a loose body work on one of the last cars to go through turn 7. You'll see him, his left engine cover is a little bit loose. Now there's the issue. There's the 128 is this front of the second group of cars. That is Liam Snyder. That's the result of going 3 wide into 1 and not getting an exit. They all just compound. So the front 4 now are pulled away, and Liam has left himself with a huge gap that he has to make up all by himself.
And I think the car that's got the loose bodywork, it may have actually lost some over at the inner loop, was the 04 machine of Greg Miller.
Yep, he's right there still hanging on to some of it as he's the second to last car, third to last car in the train here.
All right, as our leaders now come through turn 10 and now onto the front straight, and it is still those 2 bright blue machines of Denny Stripling, who for the moment is your leader. Then Russ Turner running in second. Yesterday it was reversed, and Russ Turner jumped out to an early lead and took the win. But already the 2 teammates there starting to stretch things out. on Sandy Satullo and Bobby Sack.
Yeah, that's so the rest of the field's horse nightmare to see those two blue cars out in front working together. This time it's Stripling over Turner. We'll see how long that lasts. But Satullo and Sack are trying to keep it close, keep them honest. But look at the breakaway this front four has already. As obviously Bobby Sack and Sandy Satullo are going to play smart, stick in behind, make sure that fifth place in Liam Snyder doesn't have a chance to catch him. We'll see how long they can go. It's a long race, though, and we'll see if that gap maintains or grows.
All right, so Liam Snyder in that 128 machine. He's got Gary Glanger, James Goffrey, Lincoln Young in the 55 with him, and then a bit of a gap back to Angelini, who was the second of our drivers who went off at the bus stop on the first lap. He's got Bruce Myers, David Dickerson, and Lee McNish, as well as Mark Snyder along with him. Then a little bit of a gap back to Jeff Lehner in the 177 car.
Yeah, the field really starting to spread out now already on this second full lap. A lot of gaps growing. The front four pulled away, the next five are sorted together, and then there's these little micro gaps all the way down the field as things are finally starting to sort out. Beautiful day for racing. Great shot here up and over the hillsides here in upstate New York. Absolutely gorgeous weather in the, I don't know, what are we, mid-60s out there with the sun and with the wind blowing lightly. If anything, the wind is probably the only thing these drivers are a little bit wary of. But other than that, it couldn't be any better for racing. So our leaders are coming down through 9 right now into 10. There they are, Name coming off 11. Again, those front two working together. Satullo and Bobby Sack are the next two. Liam Snyder might actually be closing up just a little bit. He's got a good lap going. I don't know if he's going to be able to, but out in front, Stripling and Turner are turning laps in the 206s. Everyone behind them just maintaining pace at this point.
And it looks like we've got the 101 machine. A lot of body damage, Larry. As a matter of fact, dragging some of the body work, and we're seeing a lot of white smoke off the side of that black 101 car. And it looks like we've got another machine that might be missing the back of the body work there, the 101 car. That is William Hendricks.
Yeah, and the 04 is missing the left front wheel cover there.
Yeah, and Patrick Stringer in the 40 machine. I think we've got is also missing some body work, and it's over by the bus stop currently as our leaders now already making their way through the outer loop. And just so neat. You know, yesterday, Larry, we were talking about as the touring cars, like Chip Hearn throws that Audi through the bus stop. But watching how these Spec Racer Fords, they stay so incredibly flat through here with a little bit of rotation mid-corner. Really cool to watch. That inner loop obviously put in order to keep drivers from carrying too much speed into the outer loop many years ago as a safety piece, but really has added, I think, a lot to the course here as our leaders now coming through the heel of the boot over turn 8.
Yeah, that front four is still pretty tightly packed together, and then you've got the 120 to Liam Snyder, and then it's a bit of a gap to the Glanger-Goffrey pack, just a little bit further back from Liam. Liam trying to sniff a little bit of draft off the back of Bobby Sack. I'm not sure he's there yet, though. He certainly is breaking away his own draft, though, away from the 6th, 7th, and 8th battle there of Glanger-Goffrey, and I think it should be Lincoln Young behind him. Yeah, you can see there's the 128 going through 11, and then the next three behind him has definitely got this gap. And then I'm watching now, it's as Bobby Sack continues to push Sandy Satullo to try and keep pace with Russ Turner and Denny Stripling up in front. This is just the old chess match. Nobody can step out of line. This is just keep pushing, hold your gap, see if we can catch a little draft to make this front four a nice solid train before you start shuffling the order when we get down inside of maybe 10, 12 minutes. There's that engine cover off of.
I think it's the 48 of Jenner John that's missing the body work there. I think I called it's the 40 car a little bit earlier. But again, we've got a lot of smoke from the black number 101 we just saw come into turn number 1, and
see now slow exiting line looks like. Yeah, real slow going up the S's there. You'll see him in this shot here in a minute.
And we can see that the body work is definitely askew in the front there. I think it's probably right front wheel where they're getting a lot of tire rub there.
Yeah. Couple of trains now as they work down the back straight towards the bus stop. Again, this is one of your best. Look at that smoke coming off there with that likely body rubbing on the wheels there. Probably going to be seeing it pull in shortly. But look at this front four. Super tight and tidy. Nobody stepping out of line. It's still Russ Turner pushing Stripling at the front. Bobby Sack pushing Satullo right now in 4th and 3rd. And then you got that gap. Look at this big gap here. This is, I think, the pack probably starting with... Is that the Patrick Stringer, Chris Jenner, John, Peter Phillips battle there starting somewhere around the 16th spot. There's about 9 cars all nose to tail.
Yeah, and so yesterday, again, we saw Turner and Stripling really step out from the rest of the field, with Turner taking the win by almost 4.5 seconds over Denny Stripling. It was another 4 seconds back to Sack and Satullo, where they were separated by about 0.8 at the line in that battle for 3rd, with Sack taking 3rd, Satullo 4th, and then Lehman, Mark Snyder finishing 5th and 6th, but really a runaway for Russ Turner yesterday.
Satullo and Bobby have done a great job working together. They are now just about 2 car lengths back from the front 2. They've done what they needed to do, stay in this pack. Now let's see if they break into a rhythm for a while and just keep this going. They've gotten away from Liam. Liam has gotten his way away from Gary Glanger, James Goffrey, Lincoln Young. And then you've got this pack that just cleared by us. That's John Claudio Angelini, David Dickerson, Lee McNish, Bruce Myers, Mark Snyder, and I think Jeff Lehner's at the tail of that group, but maybe even Justin Claudery trying to stick with them in that group. That's a big pack, and that's some of our best action right now because they're not fighting for the win and staying in line and being all tidy.
Right.
That pack from about 9th place on down to about 15th, they are all over the place, side by sides. That's great racing going on right there.
Oh, without a doubt, where Dickerson and McNish get around Giancarlo Angelini in the number 6 machine there. And he's, again, starting to appear a little bit off the pace. But in addition, he's got 2 drivers behind him. He's got Mark Snyder and Bruce Myers directly behind. And he's starting to get very defensive as we've got a driver off on the outside of the bus stop.
That's Claudery.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that was him. Part of that packet. That's his black and yellow, I think.
And it is the 7 machine that went off. There it is, Justin Claudery.
Yeah, well, he's had his moments so far already in that bus stop. Once on the opening lap where he had that big slide and spin, and now again he's going to have to work his way back up. He was just starting. He's been quick. Remember, he started this race up in 7th, and he was 7th, and he started the race there. Has fallen down into about this 15th spot or so, or 14th, and now he's had to claw his way back up again. Let's watch that pace. He's got the pace to do it. He's just got to find his opportunities. There's a couple of cars. I see the 101 we were looking at earlier with the smoke coming off the bodywork. They are looking at that right front right now. The 45 is also down on pit lane right now, and that is Kurt Dowis currently parked there in the middle of the lane.
Yeah, and it's interesting as we watch them massage the bodywork on the front of that 101 machine. Obviously with a fiberglass body as opposed to something steel with the top cars. Wonder if they're just going to try and cut that away, or it looks like they're using some tape to try and tape it up, to try and lift the fender well portion up.
Put a little red armband on that otherwise black livery car. Out in the front though, Denny Stripling actually had a couple extra car lengths gap on Russ Turner, his buddy, leaving Satullo and Bobby now pushing into the back of Russ Turner. So Denny really getting some good laps here at this stage of the race. His last lap on by a 2:05.601. Lap record coming in, I believe, was yesterday. It was set by Russ Turner to 2:05.061. So they're getting down there. They're still not another 6 cents away from it, but they're pushing some serious track record limits out here.
All right, so Peter Phillips in the number 27 machine out of Lebanon, Pennsylvania. He took the car behind the wall, and Larry, we were watching as Dowis in the 45 machine.
He just pulled back behind the wall as well.
He is now done as well. 2 drivers did not take the green flag today. Steve Spano out of Dryden, New York, and Mark Fickenshire, out of Paynesville, Ohio.
Fickenshire.
Fricassee? What?
Fricassee and rabbit. I'm not a stewing rabbit. All right.
Oh, I love Bugs Bunny references. All right.
All right, and that is the 101 returning to the track as we just saw him heading up through the S's. But our lead pack right now, I believe, is coming down through. There they are right now, coming down through 8. not much has changed there.
No, and I think they are still very content to just stick in line there, Larry. The top 4 drivers, as we've got sitting at the front, Denny Stripling, Charles Russell Turner, Russ Turner second, Sandy Satullo, and Bobby Sack. Running nose to tail. And
Liam there a couple seconds back, and then a couple seconds behind him as you've got the Godfrey, Glanger, and Lincoln Young. Those 3 rounding out the top 8 before you get to the next field of Dickerson, Angelini, McNeish, Snyder, and that whole group.
Yeah, as we're working lap number 6 in or probably now working lap 7 as Stripling, Turner, Satullo, and Sack cross the line in this 14-lap or 35-minute race, whichever happens to come first. And I assume, Larry, the larger the gap they can set up there and get away from a former national champion in FE2, Liam Snyder, the better it is.
Yeah, I'm also watching that other pack, that 9th place down to 15th or 16th there. Clarkerty again, who had the issues in the bus stop. There he is. He's now 3rd from the back of this. So he's made a couple of passes. He's got great pace. He's putting on some pretty exciting moves here. His next victim up ahead might be, I don't know if it's Dickerson or Mark Snyder that he's got to be eyeing up.
Well, I think Snyder is in the 38 machine, the orange 38 that stepped to drivers left coming into the bus stop, and you can see there, and and then.
Yeah, well, might be Dickerson that's right in front of him, but then he's you can see him 4th and train now, side by side with the blue car there. That's McNish.
Yeah.
Yep, so he's picking up spots. Is Justin Clarkerty. Look at him just go right around the outside.
Right around the outside.
And that's, if you can make that stick, it sets you up for the inside at 7. So he's got a good run going. Now there's the front 2 in this pack, who I believe are McNish and Angelini. I think those 2 have a little bit of a gap, but the way that Justin's running, he's going to probably be able to catch them even if he's on his own. He's got great pace.
Yeah, that was a great move, and to be able to get past all 4 of those machines and be able to come right across their nose before they got into the braking zone of 7. Great move, and great, as you mentioned, great pace.
When Justin's not running a spec Ford, he's got like a late model he runs on some oval tracks up in Michigan, and I'm sure he's used to running side-by-side close quarters at high G load. So this is nothing for him. He's going to peek over, see who's around there, take the high line, go around the outside, and make that pass. And he's making a lot of moves here. He should be in somewhere around 12th or even 11th spot, I think, when he comes across stripe next time through.
All right, so our leaders, Stripling, Russ Turner, Sandy Satullo, Bobby Sack, they crossed the line, and they are starting now lap number 8, just about halfway through this race. So, Larry, let's do this. Let's quickly make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, Formula X, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. Race group number 6, please head to the grid. Your race is next. And we'll take a quick little break. Thanks to our partners and sponsors here bringing you this season's 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Watkins Glen.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Larry Lefty MacLeod, and we're right in the midst of our Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 race here from Watkins Glen International in the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And Larry, it looks like at least one of our drivers up at the front of the pack starting to pick up the pace.
Yeah, the Denny Stripling now, who's been leading this field. Denny Stripling has been leading the field. I forgot to unmute me. First call me Brian, and now this. Denny has been really leading a strong pace at the front. 2:05.3 is now his fastest lap the last time by, just about 3/10 off of the pace that Russ Turner reset as the fastest track record here in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. So Denny really laying the hammer down, but it's not like the rest of the field's going anywhere. Ross is still in second, Sandy's still in third, Bobby's still in fourth. Yep, on first name basis, as they are all lined up there, coming around through turn 10 right now. Like nothing has changed. They are all in a chess match. Everyone's kind of waiting to see, as we're still 6 to go. I'm going to call it, if it doesn't happen at 4, we're going to see the 3 that's going to move, because I'm sure, two-time national champ Bobby Sack isn't going to want to sit in 4th for very much longer. He'll do it for a while, but at some point, he's gonna jump in. Oh, and there goes Sandy, even earlier than I thought, going down the inside of Russ Turner. Gonna make it stick? I don't know. Look at the run Bobby's gonna get, though, coming out. As Denny's like, you guys go ahead and fight back there. I'm good.
And Denny trying to pull away now as you have both Bobby Sack and also Sandy Satullo trying to get around yesterday's winner.
And they did.
And there you go. So drop Russ Turner now back into 4th position. And as they were fighting, Liam Snyder makes up a bit of ground on the 4 of them. And now coming around the outside, it's Sandy Satullo and Bobby Sack pushing past.
The freight train is on down the back straight, trying to get past Denny, and they did. Unbelievable. The run that they must have gotten and the push that Bobby did on Sandy to get up to that hill, that was amazing.
There you go. Also, late news, the 04 machine, Greg Miller, he was one of the drivers that had a bit of a spin on that very first lap at the bus stop and lost some body work. He is now retired his car. But let's watch here now as Satullo pushes wide coming out of turn number 6. Looked like Sack was going to try to drop down underneath him, and now looks like the 23 machine, he pops to the inside, gets back in line. And all the while, Larry, look at this, as Liam Snyder now starting to make up ground.
A little bit.
Did our top 4 maybe start the fight a lap too early?
They may have. You know what? They're still fast, though. This lap is still going to be something in the low 206 when they come by, because all these passes have essentially been in the fast parts of the track. So don't expect much pace to be lost to Liam Snyder. Liam's like, come on, guys, go 4 wide somewhere. Slow this freight train down a little bit. Help a brother out. Is that they are not helping him at all. But look at this. You can see the 4 exiting 9, the 1 car in 9, and the next 3 are just coming out of 8. The gaps are massive right now in this spec class because the front 4 have just got super speed.
All right, as our leaders now coming out of turn 10 and into 11 onto the front straight, where they will complete lap number 10 of 14.
Bobby is pushing. He is not popping out right now. He's staying right in line with Sandy, not going anywhere. That's interesting. He's going to wait. He's going to wait his turn until later in this race, where Sandy was the aggressor on the prior lap.
Well, now Bobby Sack getting a great run out of the 90 and starting to give another push to our leader, Sandy Satullo. Our 4th car in line, that was Russ Turner, our winner from yesterday. For a moment, looked as though he was going to poke to the inside on Denny Stripling, and I think he realized if he did that, our top 2 drivers would just race away up the hill.
He might scuff his own race cars because both of them are his. But look at Denny now, right in line with Bobby. Bobby pushing Sandy. They are flying down this back straight right now. 4 of them taking up the space of about 2 as they go through the bus stop. You can't even see them because they're so tucked under each other. There's Liam still hoping for the best, anything he can do to hang on to this. And we're just to go back real quick to Justin Clardy, where he had gone as far as down as 15th or 16th. He's worked his way back up to 9th. He has cleared that entire pack and pulling away from. He's flying.
All right, real quickly, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 6. It's Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Enterprises 2, Formula X Prototype 1 and Prototype 2. Race group number 6 drivers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next.
Yeah, Clardy on that last lap was a 206.1. Satullo and Bobby on the lap they made the pass. 206.0s for both of them. Stripling and Turner 206.7s. It shows you 206s is fast around this place. That all this action going on, these guys are still laying down crazy fast times. The pace out there is just brutal.
And here they come up the hill and through turn 9.
There'll be 3 to go next time they can see the stripe. A little windy. You can see it in the camera there, shaking just a little bit. That breeze is definitely picked up here this afternoon.
And we're getting reports from the station over by turn 8 by the heel of the boot that Liam Snyder running a little wide, extending beyond those track limits as he's trying to open up every corner, use every advantage to him to try to close in on our top 4 as they cross the start-finish line to start lap number 13 of 14 here at Watkins Glen.
A better run out of one this lap for Sandy, so you don't see Bobby really pushing him like he did the previous time. Last time, Sandy got a full-on push from Bobby as they just got past the apex this time. Great run for Sandy at the front of this field. So we'll see what this looks like as they get down the back straight.
And my mistake, it was starting lap 12, Larry. So 3 more laps remaining here at Watkins Glen.
Math was never your strong suit.
No, not at all. And I only have 10 fingers, so you know once we hit 11, I'm out of luck.
How many fingers? How many am I holding up?
7. All right, let's jump back to the battle for the lead here, Larry. And I think we might have had a change coming out of the bus stop, as no, it's now Sandy Satullo. But the battle for second, we now have Charles Russell Turner. He has gotten around Bobby Sachs, dropped the 19 car back into third, as we've got Denny Stripling in the 123 car sitting in fourth. And we see there is Turner drops to the inside for a moment, takes a look underneath.
Just a little wave, right? Just a little car wave. Say, hi, Sandy. I'm still here looking for you. Yep, here. I'm coming for you. Made one move, and that's what I've always said. In a really tight race like this, if you want to win with 2 to go, you got to be in the top 2. I think it's tough from 3rd or 4th, and that's where everyone right now is trying to get to 2nd and put themselves in that catbird seat to make the move.
All right, as they come out of turn 8, start to head up the hill. And we have a new leader moving around Sandy Satullo. That is now Charles Russell Turner, Russ Turner, driver of the 23 machine, I believe, who has popped into the lead. So moves Satullo back to 2nd, Sack 3rd, and Denny Stripling sitting in 4th.
If that's Russ now to the lead, it A, is the first time since the green flag when his teammate had gotten by him, and B, he would have gone from 4th to 1st in 1 lap.
And no, it is the 123 that is your leader. It is Denny Stripling with the lead, and we've got Russ Turner trying to push Bobby Sack up around Sandy Satullo. And as they come through turn 1, Bobby Sack now taking over 2nd position. Then we've got Russ Turner and Sandy Satullo side by side coming out of the 90. And look at this, coming quickly. Liam Snyder in the 128 machine. He is now only about 10, maybe 12 car lengths back from our lead 4.
He picked up about 7/8 on that last lap. He's going to need that a few more times as he's currently about 3 seconds back. But with 2 to go, now you can see the fight opening up. Look at this. We have not seen this at all, where they start going 2 by 2 down the main straight into the bus stop. They filter in line through the bus stop. But look at this. The same order, but they've slowed themselves down even on that straight as they had to get back in line. Liam's loving this. I just don't know if he's got enough time.
So Sandy Satullo now slots into 4th position. He falls back behind the 23 of Russ Turner. It is Denny Stripling in the blue number 123, Bobby Sack. They've got about a car length or so on now Charles Russell Turner in the blue 23. And yeah, here comes Snyder coming down the hill. He continues to make up ground.
Clearly closer than he was even just 1 lap ago. with white flag coming next time by, Liam's hoping for these guys to go 4 wide into 1. I don't think that's going to happen because someone's going to want to get that run through 1 and make the pass into that bus stop. This spot's another great spot for passing. Right now, conservative. We've got 1 to go after this, but the next lap, you might see 3 wide here at 8. We're going to look for that. Liam, by the way, he's got to be no more than maybe about 5-6 car lengths now behind Satullo for 4th. Maybe a few more than 5 or 6.
And as they come out of turn 9, 2 car lengths the advantage for Denny Stripling in the 23, as he's now opened up a little bit more of a gap. Back to Sandy Satullo in 2nd.
I tell you what, Liam is on a lap of laps.
All right, as our leaders now come down the front straight, see the starter. He's holding out that white flag for Denny Stripling. 3.54 miles remaining here from Watkins Glen International in this Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 race, and all of a sudden that gap between the top 4 drivers, it is completely gone. And you know, here is where the battle is really going to begin, Larry, as they come up over the crest of the S's here and make that short run down towards the bus stop.
Yeah, Bobby even through there, still being patient, pushing Stripling as they start up through the S's. Liam Snyder in 5th is now just about a 1.5 seconds behind Satullo for 4th. I don't know if he's got enough. Look at this, not enough for this, but now look at the teammates lining up on the inside. I think that's Russ Turner pushing Denny. They're going to go side by side into the bus stop, straightening out between. The teammates not able to stay connected. Had they been able to, that would have been their key.
So Bobby Sack, he is still in 2nd position. He could not get past the 23 or the 1. Well, he got past the 23 already, but the 123 still up ahead. Liam Snyder starting to close things back down on Sandy Satullo in 4th. Denny Stripling now with a 2-car length lead coming out of turn 6 down the chute, heading towards the boot, heading into the toe over at turn number 7 as they're going to head up that steep hill. The gap still 2.
Denny having a great lap to try to hold on to that lead. Got a good run out of the bus stop. He's got a car length or 2. Bobby needs this right here. He needs to close it up and have an opportunity to stick his nose inside, or this may be Denny's race to lose.
And as they come down under braking, still too much of a gap back for Bobby Sack, not able to even put the nose down underneath here, or he might have given up another position as they come up the hill. Only 3 corners remaining. It is Denny Stripling's race to lose at this moment. Denny Stripling in the blue number 123 machine out of McKinney, Texas. Bobby Sack running in 2nd, 2-time national champion. Then we've got Charles Russell Turner and Sandy Satullo with just 1 more corner. They're coming out of turn 11 onto the front straight now, all in a line. Denny Stripling moves driver's right to try to hold off the charge of Bobby Sack, and Denny Stripling out of McKinney, Texas, he takes the win, wins the Robert Stephen Memorial Race. Finishing 2nd is Bobby Sack. Charles Russell Turner, yesterday's winner, will come home in 3rd. Sandy Satullo just off the podium, and Liam Snyder, he was only about 6 car lengths back there at the checker. James Goffrey, he's going to finish this race in 6th. Lincoln Young, Gary Glanger, Justin Clarchity works his way all the way back up to 9th. Mark Snyder will finish. Looks like Mark Snyder had an issue on the very last lap coming across the line and finishing in 10th. Gianclaudio Angelini in the number 6 machine. Dave Dickerson, Lee McNish, Jeff Lehner, Bruce Myers. And let's try to see where the 127 car is. I believe the 127 may have had an issue coming through turn 6. And yep, that is, I don't think Mark Snyder makes it to the checkered flag.
That's unfortunate. Was having a pretty good battle in the mix of that field. Worth noting here, Justin Clarkerty there on the last lap, gets fastest lap of the race, 2:05.1 for him. Not quite at the lap record that Russ Turner set yesterday, but he's within a 1/10 of that lap record. Justin, we saw him on the move, aggressive, just had that rough start, but where things had been if he would have
stayed on track on the first lap.
What a great race. And Denny Stripling from the get-go felt good today. He really felt strong, was able to get in front of his teammate. Bobby and Sandy kept them all honest, but in the end, Denny gets the victory at what he says is his favorite track.
All right, so let's do this. First off, congratulations to Denny Stripling for taking the win in Spec Racer 4, a very hard-fought race. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 6, our open wheel and prototype group. It's Formula Atlantic and Continental, Formula Enterprises 2, Formula X, Prototype 1 and Prototype 2. Race group number 6, please head to the grid. Your race is next. And so, Larry, let's take a break. Cool ourselves down after that one. Check our Achilles tendons, and
unless you're Russ Turner, you have to go get in your other race car and run the next race.
Yeah, that's right. He now has to jump into the FE2 machine. It would have been a much better. He probably would have had a lighter jump in his step if he had won this race. But let's come back here in just a few moments. We've got now just 3 races remaining here at Watkins Glen International. Some of the fastest cars that we have here this weekend, our open wheel racers and prototypes, are next. You're watching the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, and we'll be right back. And welcome back to Watkins Glen International, the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Larry Lefty MacLeod, sometimes known as Brian. And we've got just 3 more races to go, but this one coming up, one of my favorites, our open wheel and prototype racers for what is known as the Seneca Cup. For open wheel Formula cars, the race is named after the Seneca Indian tribe that lived here in the area. And the first race was held in 1949 with George Weaver winning in a 1936 Grand Prix Maserati at an average speed of 66.3 miles per hour. It originally included SCCA classes A, B, C, and D, and then later the race was restricted to Formula 3 cars and later Formula Junior and then Formula SCCA. But now we award these to all of our Formula car classes. In 2022, Chip Romer took the win both days in Prototype 1. In Prototype 2, William Niemeyer won on Saturday. Didn't have a winner in Prototype 2 on Sunday last year. In Formula Atlantic, Austin Yelkin and Jeremy Hill split the weekend with Tim Miner winning Formula Continental both days, and Jason Conzo taking the win last year in Formula Enterprises 2 on Saturday, with Russ Turner taking the Sunday feature race win. We had 30 drivers set qualifying times in this group over the course of the weekend. Let's run down the top 20. Starting 20th, driving the number 66, Formula Continental Van Dieven, it is Gabriel Jasper. Jason Slayer, starting 19th, he's driving the number 9 Citation F1000. That's a Formula Atlantic car, with Fred Bross starting 18th. He's in the 02 Formula Continental Van Diemen. Chet Zerlin is racing in Formula Enterprises 2. He's out of Naples, Florida, and starts 17th. Adam Zerlin, starting 16th, driving the number 2 Formula Enterprises 2 machine. Starting 15th today, driving the number 11 Formula Enterprises 2 entry from Herndon, Virginia. It's Justin Huffman, with Chris Fahan starting 14th. He's in the Formula Continental Van Diemen RF 2000. That is the number 39 car. Hunter Tapman will start 13th today. He's driving the number 122 Van Diemen Formula Continental. He comes to us from Fort Collins, Colorado, while Sam Harrington will start 12th in the field in the number 33 Formula Enterprises 2. Steve Whitston will start 11th. He's in the 118 FE2 machine. He's out of Georgetown, Texas, while Theodorus Zorbis will be your 10th position starter. He's driving the number 96 Formula Atlantic Swift. Then we've got Adam Jennerjohn. He starts 9th today. He is driving the number 71 Formula Enterprises 2 machine. He's out of Valencia, California. We've got another Formula Enterprises 2 machine. That is the Great River, New York's Jason Conzo, one of our winners from last year. He starts 8th in the number 4 car. Gabe Fairbach, and we want to thank Gabe for coming up and spending some time with us in the booth yesterday. Gabe's driving the 09 car. He's out of Ferdinand, Indiana, starting 2nd in Formula Enterprises 2, and your pole sitter in Formula Enterprises 2, starting 6th overall, driving the number 32 machine from Montpelier, Virginia. It's Russ Turner. Then we've got Todd Parks. He's driving his Prototype 1 Critter and starts 5th. Matt Gendron, scheduled to start 4th today out of Monson, Massachusetts, driving the Downey Atlanta Peach. That's an Elan DPO2 in Prototype 1. Then starting 3rd, driving the number 00 Formula Atlantic Swift out of Ontario, Canada, it's Jeremy Hill. And our front row today, driving the number 51 Formula Atlantic Swift 016, Larry Howard, and your pole sitter, driving the number 77 Elan DPO2 Prototype 1 machine out of Roswell, Georgia, with a qualifying time of 1:42.297, John MacLeod.
All right, well, we get this queued up and get them around for the start of this race. You watch a lot of tire warming going on out there. These guys all want a little bit of heat in their tires. In the front to be interesting, you've got the P1 of MacLeod, the FA of Larry Howard. Those two exchanged the lead several times yesterday in what looked like a battle between very different cars. Couldn't quite tell reading body language if both Howard and MacLeod wanted that battle, but it certainly developed. At the end, I believe it was MacLeod getting ahead, staying ahead. He'll start on the pole again, but I know that Larry Howard tends to have a fast starting car, so watch for that FA car off the start. In the FE2 battle, they're all bunched up. Russ Turner, Gabe Fairbach, Jason Conzo, Adam Jennerjohn. Let's see if they stick together or if that fight turns into a bit of a bloodbath early on in this 35-minute race.
That's right, with Turner taking the win yesterday, Conzo second, Fairbach rounding out the podium with Jennerjohn and Harrington fourth and fifth. And as you mentioned, MacLeod and Howard, there was only about 0.4 of a second separating them when they came across the finish line yesterday. Howard slightly faster on track, about half a second faster for his fastest lap than the Prototype 1 and overall winner, MacLeod.
Yeah, but MacLeod had the better pace in qualifying yesterday morning, so here they are queued up to see the green flag on the front straight.
All right, pace cars on the pit lane, the engine's revving up, and here we go. Starter looks over the field, green flag is in the air as we've got the Prototype 1 machine of MacLeod, the Formula Atlantic Swift of Howard side by side, much like yesterday, going through turn 1. MacLeod, though, he's going to drop into the lead. Howard running in second, and then we've got the Atlantic machine of Hill with Gendron and Parks, and it looks like Parks might not have gotten the greatest jump through turn number 1 as he falls back a couple positions behind Russ Turner and Gabe Fairbach.
Yeah, watching the FE2, thought for a second there maybe Conzo and Fairbach were going to get a run down the inside. They did not. Russ Turner got a great line from the outside to get up the hill, get out of turn 1. He's going to hold that lead at least until they get here through the bus stops. He'll be in the blue one first through the shot. I think then followed immediately by, it was, I think, Fairbach and Conzo. Let's see if that's how it still is.
Yeah, we'll see there. Gendron with that Georgia Peach machine coming through our camera there on the outer loop. Good start for him as he's still a couple car lengths off of MacLeod and Howard, but not that far back as we watch the Formula Enterprise 2 entries try to navigate their way on very cold tires here for the very first time.
Yeah, they are still trying some side-by-side moves, certainly deeper in the back of the wing.
Got a car that's
FC car wing just came off. Wonder if he had gotten bumped earlier, but it just collapsed there as he went to the brakes into 7.
And we'll see. We would think that we'd have that car come down the pit lane here in just a moment.
It might be a little loose without that arrow.
And that is the 39 machine that has the spoiler damage there. That is the driver that I can't pick out. Chris Fahan out of Reading Center, Connecticut. Started 14th in the field. Started second in Formula Continental there behind Hunter Tatman.
Those front two just pulling away, but also just coming into the pits. I think that's Matt Gendron. Yes, it is. And that classic Mazda livery and his Elan DP is pulled through the pits now. Something's up with the Downey Atlanta Peach.
Yeah, and as he came down the pit lane, he was waving pretty vigorously as his crew comes across the front of the car, and they are taking a look at they're taking a look into the cockpit there.
And we'll have to wait and see what that is. But at the front, it was MacLeod and Larry Howard pulling away about 7 seconds already ahead of Jeremy Hill. And then you have Russ Turner. Jason Conzo did get around Fairbach, and not only did Conzo, but Adam Jennerjohn did as well. And Todd Parks now still right in front of Gabe out on track.
All right, so the 39 machine that we just talked about, Chris Fahan, with that machine with the busted wing, he is still trying to make his way around the course. Just came up through the S's, and Larry, for a moment there, he came out of turn 1, and the wing was completely vertical, almost standing straight up, and it looks like it's now dropped back down, but he's very much off the pace.
Flexible arrow there on that FC car.
Yeah, at least now he knows that there is definitely something amiss there. I think that he'd probably be either pulling over or pitting in the next time by.
Yeah, keeping an eye on Matt Gendron as he is pulling behind the wall. His day is done. Started the race, second in P1, fourth on the grid, calling it early.
All right, as we watch now as our leaders are coming through here in Formula Enterprises 2, and Russ Turner now building up a small lead initially here with Jason Conzo, Adam Jennerjohn second and third. Gabe Fairbach falling back in the fourth position in Formula Enterprises 2, and I think he's got that Critter Prototype 1 machine possibly sitting right in front of him. There's the Critter coming through turn 11 right now with Fairbach just behind.
And then the FE2, yeah, you can see Fairbach right there. Kind of holding pace for right now with Conzo back there. Sorry, but with Konzo in second and then Jennerjohn, actually, those two. Just a couple car lengths between them, trying to maintain pace early in this race. Russ Turner's going to be a tough one to catch. Again, he was just out there in the Spec Racer Fords, had that fantastic race, put it up there on the podium, and now he's going to try and get another victory here. But going from one to the other, at least he's seen the track, felt the track, feels that crosswind. I think that you might be feeling down across that long back straight. But he's getting comfortable in that groove so far here in FP2.
Yeah, and so just got word that the 39 machine of Chris Fayon is he decided to take the short shoot, the NASCAR route, and cut off a bit of the track so he could get back to the pits, and obviously now his day with that broken wing is done.
Watching that front two, I think, did Larry Howard get around MacLeod? Yes, he did.
He did.
Yeah, Larry Howard's on a flyer right now. He's gone fastest in Sector 1 and Sector 2. We'll see what it looks like. There they are, side by side. Through 9. Huh. So much for MacLeod letting him have his fast lap. I don't think that's going to happen, as MacLeod's got a good run side by side into 10 even, and ahead through 10 into 11 as MacLeod. These two are all out dogfighting now in two very different machines.
Yeah, and you know, Larry, this just seems to renew what we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
They were doing the exact same thing as they now pull up alongside one another, going down into the 90 and coming underneath the 77 machine. Larry Howard retakes the point. This is one of the more fun races to watch, and it's not even in class.
Yeah, very different cars, very different classes, running at almost identical speeds out there. Pretty amazing stuff to watch. As it looked like Jennerjohn may have, did he lose a position? Where was Fairbach in that?
Well, we know Fairbach had been a good distance back from Parks and his prototype 1 machine. We'll take a look here.
Yeah, not yet still. It is still Russ Turner, Jason Konzo, Adam Jennerjohn, 1, 2, 3. And then you got the Todd Parks, and then a little bit of a gap to Fairbach still, as he looks like he's losing pace a little bit with the front 3 in FP2. The FC leader remains as Hunter Tapman in the 122. And his nearest rival right now is Glenn Cordova, about 4 seconds back with the FP2 of Justin Huffman between them. So Hunter has got a little bit of a blocker now to hang on to his FC lead. Oh, our boys are at it again in the P1 and FA as MacLeod and Larry Howard continue to trade spots at the front of the field. Larry Howard again goes session quickest in the second sector on this lap. And there they are. Now he's at the point in that red Swift. MacLeod in his Elan DP behind him. As MacLeod goes session fastest in third sector. So these two are now trading fastest sectors back and forth.
Which is denying each one of them a fast lap, of course, or possibly a track record. So Larry, I've been watching now, and I started to have some nice little memories here as we watched during lunch. We had the video of the Spec Racer Ford race back in 2007 at Heartland Park, Topeka. Now running in third position in Formula Continental, Chaz Schaffer out of Catlett, Virginia, who was our 2007 national champion in Formula Continental, and he has now worked his way up to third ahead of Gabriel Jasper. I believe just about should have just seen Chaz come across the start-finish line in the red, white, and blue machine.
I do believe they're just going through one right now.
Yeah, exactly, and he's got now. Well, actually, just as I say that, I think Jasper and Fred Ross might have gotten around. So sorry about the curse there, Chaz. As he now finds himself in fifth position, Gabriel Jasper back up into third position. And actually, just as I say that, Chaz Schaffer on the pit lane, and it looks like his race is done.
That is full jinx for you. That's you actually ended somebody's day.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, and he's had some issues with that car this year. He ran the majors at Summit Point earlier in the spring, had a motor let go.
Were you there that day?
I was there that day. So, sorry, Chaz.
It's Greg with 3Gs.
He knows me very well. We actually used to serve on the BC Regions Competition Committee together. He knows me all that well. All right, so so if we break things down by class, Larry Howard is currently your winner.
Leader.
Now I've jinxed him too. He is your leader in Formula Atlantic. Jeremy Hill currently running in second. Jason Slayer in the only one of the Formula 1000 machines here running this weekend in Formula Atlantic. He's out of Ellicott City, Maryland. That is your top three. Theodorus Sorbus out of Oyster Bay, New York, did not take the green flag today. Hunter Tapman leads Formula Continental with Glenn Cordova and Gabriel Jasper. Your top three, Russ Turner, Jason Conzo, Adam Jetterjohn, your top three in Formula Enterprises 3. And then finally in Prototype 1, John McAleer, your leader over Todd Parks as Matt Gendron retired after just a single lap.
You mentioned that F1000 that's out there running in the FA class. That used to be the old FB.
Correct.
They ran those 1000cc bike motors in those cars there. And there's been a few of those drivers, and it's kind of helped build a little bit back into the FA class. And now, of course, the old Toyota engines are still legal. We got the Mazda transplants you can do now. Now the F1000s are in there.
That's right.
It's created some opportunities to bring those old FA chassis back out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, if I remember correctly, I'll have to double check this, I believe the Mazda MZR motors have just been made legal for Formula Atlantic as well.
Yeah.
So, hopefully we'll see a little bit more life in one of the two fastest classes here in SCCA road racing.
Speaking of fast, it is Larry Howard leading the way right past the starter stand right now. His last lap, as he just clipped it, waiting for the refresh. Waiting for it. The previous lap was a 44.1. Now he's dipped into the 43s. This is a 43.991.
And that Larry is now only about 7/100ths of a second off of the existing track record in Formula Atlantic.
He got down to a 43.6 yesterday in qualifying on yesterday morning. Actually, that was done, I think, on Friday.
Friday, I think.
So there's still some pace there. Now, MacLeod then now responding, goes personal and session best first sector at 152 mile an hour in the trap speed. That little Elan is scooting at 153 almost miles an hour into that bus stop. We'll see what kind of lap he can turn now, chasing down Larry Howard in that swift Formula Atlantic. As they go through turn 6, good shot of him there from the camera. And look at down the hill. You can see the hillside. Look at the trees moving, how much crosswind there is. And in these cars, these aren't just simply open wheel cars. These are aero cars. These need a lot of wind in the right direction. Suddenly you get a crosswind. You come around some of these turns, let's say like a turn 7, where you might have had the wind in one direction, and then when you come back the other way.
And you're actually getting lift instead of down.
Exactly. It really plays with you, how you manage. This place already, this track is really crazy with your sensations of G-loads because of the banking in some of the corners.
Right.
Now you throw in a cross breeze with that. The complexities of driving really start to just multiply on you. Well, let's see what kind of time MacLeod. He just did a personal best second sector in addition to the session best first sector. In the third sector, now running behind the much lower profile Swift of Larry Howard. Let's see if MacLeod can lay down a fastest lap.
All right, it is John MacLeod crosses the line again. Overall best in Sector 1, personal best in Sector 2, overall best in Sector 3, a 142.948. And Larry, that is 2 full seconds under the track record.
That should be, well, he was at a 42.2.
Okay.
In qualifying yesterday morning.
Well, that was yesterday morning, and you don't set track records in qualifying, Larry. So there you go, 142. The previous track record was a 144.936.
Yes.
So almost 2 full seconds underneath the track record is John MacLeod. So as we're working now, lap number 8, we're just about halfway through this 14-lap race. Let's make a call to the grid for our next group and then take a little break. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group number 7, Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under. Please head to the grid. Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. And so let's take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments here from Watkins Glen International, where you're watching the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, Let's drive together.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
And welcome back to Watkins Glen International, the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Larry Lefty MacLeod, and we're right in the midst of our open wheel race here. And as we are, if you want to get out on track, but you're not quite ready to drive wheel to wheel like the action you're seeing on track this weekend, check out Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack. It's the one-day low-pressure, fun-in-your-street car event at more than 30 racetracks around the country, and it's where you can go as fast as you want, learn from stellar coaches, and leave with a big old smile. To find out more, head to tracknightinamerica.com. All right, so Larry, we've been trying to track down here a race in Formula Enterprises 2 as Charles Russell Turner has opened up a pretty good margin on the rest of the field. Looks like Jason Conzo and Adam Jennerjohn starting to tighten things up here in the battle for second.
Yeah, Conzo lost about 5 or 6 seconds to Russ Turner on a lap ago, bringing Jennerjohn right up into him. So we're going to see is right in front of us goes Russ Turner. He is your leader in class, 4th on track. Just went by a nice steady 150.3. It's right where he's been. And now you've got Conzo just a couple of car lengths in front of Jennerjohn. Those two running together. Jennerjohn can clearly see him. Now they've got Todd Parks and the other P1 car right behind them. At this point, Todd's not playing with them. He's okay hanging and watching. But watch Jennerjohn to see if he can maintain to pull in to Conzo and make a fight for that second spot.
Yeah, Zach, they're coming up through the S's right now. Here, this is the battle for second in Formula Enterprises 2. As we'll watch here, it is the dark-colored number 4 machine.
Yeah, it's got a gray car there. Should be Conzo, followed by the white car of Jennerjohn,
which is the 39.
And then that big critter, that P1 car behind them. It's a large critter lurking.
A very large critter. Big buck teeth in the front too, right? ready to gobble up little FE2 cars.
It's like a big, dangerous, evil rabbit.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, sorry, that's a Monty Python.
Monty Python. Yes.
All right, we'll see if Jennerjohn can pick it up. He's just sort of matching sector to sector for Conzo. Jennerjohn's not able to pull him in at all. Even the trap speeds, Jennerjohn, I wonder if he's running a little bit more downforce. Yeah, because he's about a mile an hour slower than Conzo the last time through, and I would have figured Jennerjohn, being the trailing car, might have had a better a trip through the hole through the wind to bury through, but he's not. He's still there hovering at about, we'll call it about 6-7 tenths between them.
As they come out of turn 6 and come up the hill, might have a little bit more grip here through turn 9, and it appears to pick up maybe a half a car width or a half a car length. But even then, down the sole of the boot, we saw where Cordova was, probably not Cordova, where Conzo was able to open up maybe another half a car length. So for every little bit that Jennerjohn makes up, Jason Conzo seems to gather back as they get onto a straightaway.
Yep, as they just went by us. Again, that gap between them right now at about 8 tenths. It grew by 2/10, so Konzo picking up just a little bit there with the 151.4. Russ Turner, for reference, did a 50.8. He's been clipping mid to high 50s for the entire race. His lap history is just going to look like one after another of virtually the same thing. That's consistency, folks, and that's how you stay at the front. Russ Turner doing a great job out there. Konzo Jennerjohn, and then Gabe Fairbach still fading just a little bit, but hanging on to fourth. He's got about a 5-second head start on Steve Whitson, who's currently in fifth in FE2.
All right, so Larry, as our leaders now starting to work lap number 12, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 7. Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 7, your race is next. Please head to the grid.
We haven't checked in with FC in quite a little while. Still being led by Hunter Tapman, currently 10th on the overall in the field. Second place in FC is still Glenn Cordova, about 4 spots on track behind him, but quite a bit. He's probably about 18 seconds or so behind Hunter. Hunter having a pretty good solid run so far in his Van Diemen.
All right, so it looks like both MacLeod and Howard now, as they had to start to work their way through some lap traffic, have their little inter-class battle has been waved off for a little while here, Larry. About 3.5 seconds separating the two drivers here on track. MacLeod now your overall leader. Larry Howard sliding in the second with Jeremy Hill currently running in third, about a half minute in arrears.
No change in that FP2 orders. Konzo still with about 8, maybe almost 9 tons now ahead of Jennerjohn. Jennerjohn just not quite quick enough, specifically in the first 2 sectors. He does have a little bit of pace in the 3rd sector, but it's not enough to make up for it. And again, I suspect perhaps it's an aero difference. These cars don't have a lot of adjustment, but they do have some. You can change some wing angles and things on the front and rear elements of those FP2s. And it does make a difference at a track like this. If you can get away with a little less, maybe the straightaway speeds are a little bit higher. When we talked to Gabe Fairbach the other day, he was mentioning that they basically trim the car out for a place like this and just try and get the high top speeds around here, because average speed of this place is pretty high.
Yeah, I say even if you have to get out of the throttle just a little bit to get through the bus stop and some of these other longer sweepers, it might affect you here, for example, over at the outer loop with these very long sweepers if you're trimmed out that much. But you know, you have to take the good with the bad.
Russ Turner leading the FE2 class, just set his personal best lap of the race, a 50.0. So he's got a pretty good pace going up there in FE2, which prior lap record was a 50.1, but I want to say I thought he clipped a 49 in yesterday's race, but if not, then if he didn't already have it, he now has the track record.
Well, let's take a look here. It's, we'll pull up, it was, and I'm sorry, who are we talking about now?
Russ Turner.
Russ Turner yesterday, a 50.177.
Well, he just did, for consistency's sake, a 50.071. So that now is your new lap record, 50.071, eclipsing the old .184 that, who knows, maybe he set last year.
All right, our leaders now coming around, I believe coming into turn 10 at the moment. There is John MacLeod rounding turn 10. When he comes onto the front straight, he is going to get the white flag, signifying 1 lap remaining here at Watkins Glen International. Last car coming underneath that Salem Bridge, and there you go, white flag in the air. 3.54 miles remain for John MacLeod, and second car to follow across the line, that is Mr. Howard in his Formula Atlantic Swift,
who just turned his quickest lap of the race at a 43.8. So he's definitely turning laps, quick ones here at this deep point of the race, 13 laps in.
Yes, that 43.8 now underneath the track record.
Yeah.
Former track record of 43.926.
We might see 3 track records fall in the same race between FE2 is what we just saw Russ Turner doing. Of course, the P1 record that's gone 2 seconds quicker thanks to John MacLeod, and now Larry Howard.
Well, let's take a look, Larry, because yesterday Howard ran a 43.848. So for the moment.
Oh, he needs another 15 thousandths to break yesterday's record.
Yes. So he has the track record, but
Well, let's see if he can do it. He's on a good one so far on this lap, and he might even be picking up a bit of draft now. He's a little bit too far to catch draft off the back of MacLeod, but sometimes these aero cars, you don't really just want draft. You need clean air through some of the sweepers, especially down here in the boot. I suspect he probably appreciates the clean air. Let's see if those tires are finally reaching their peak, and if he can reset that and give us 3 lap records in the same race. Not sure that's ever been done.
Now, I've been watching a nice little battle unfold here between Brian Yates and the number 145 Formula Enterprise 2, Jonathan Weisheidt. The battle for 9th. They've been at it now for the last couple of laps. Here very tight with Yates managing to hold off Weisheidt. I believe Brian Yates, a former Formula X driver, used to drive what used to be known as Formula Mazda here in the Formula Enterprises 2. As the checkered flag is now in the air, John MacLeod crossing the finish line, taking the win in Prototype 2. Final lap for him, lap time of 1:44.883 as he put that car on cruise control. Larry Howard, he crosses the stripe. He does not improve, Larry, on his previous best time.
He only did a .918. His previous lap was a .863, 50,000 slower. Lap record he got yesterday at that .847 or 848. So, yeah, he's fast and consistent, taking the win there at FA. And then FE2, waiting, I think he may have just gone by. Should have been Russ Turner. Waiting for timing.
Nope, he has not crossed the line yet. As the majority of the FE2 field now taking the finish. And I believe this is him coming down. Nope, that is not him. Oh, that is him.
The blue car.
Well, except it's the wrong blue car. That's the number 10. That was
Keith
the 10 of
McDonald.
Keith McDonald.
Yeah. Well, Russ Turner should be coming by.
Well, let me tell you this, that as the rest of the Formula Enterprise 2 field was quite a bit down there. Russ Turner is going to take the win. Konzo finishing second. Adam Jennerjohn will finish third. And Fairbach just off the podium.
There goes Russ Turner.
There he
officially
goes.
Take that win.
As most of the field, he was coming up to lap a number of them.
Backs it up. Wins yesterday. Wins today. Was on the podium in Spec Ford today. I believe he won yesterday. Spec Ford. Great weekend for him. Coming home second is that Jennerjohn ahead of Konzo for second in FP2 on the last lap. It is.
It is. And by the way, Larry, Russ Turner on the very last lap gets the track record in FE2, turns in a 49.935. The previous record had been a 50.184 that he did beat yesterday. He turned in a 50.177, drops the record down even further today.
And Gabe Fairbach crosses the line to finish his lap in pit lane, which is odd, but he just came to stop at the far end of pit lane. He does cross the stripe, but yeah, not sure what happened there, but he pulls off. But wow, Jennerjohn taking the second step on the podium on the last lap, bumping Konzo to third. But Russ Turner, kind of the class of today's race. Great run for him.
All right, so taking the Seneca Cup race here this weekend, again in Prototype 1. Your winner, John MacLeod, in Prototype 2. Well, there are no Prototype 2 racers this weekend. In Formula Atlantic, Larry Howard. In Formula Continental, Hunter Tapman. And in Formula Enterprises 2, Charles Russell Turner. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 7. Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under racers, please head to the grid. So, Larry, let's take another quick break. We've got 2 races remaining here from Watkins Glen International, where you're watching the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 7, Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under. This is the final call to the grid. Race group number 7, Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under. You are now under 5 minutes before you're released, scheduled to be on track at 3 p.m. today. Race group number 7, please head to the grid. And welcome back to Watkins Glen International, the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Larry Lefty MacLeod. We've got just 2 more races remaining here. Next up is Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, as they're taking to the track for the Dix Cup, the race in honor of Dix, New York Township, in which Watkins Glen International itself resides. And our winners last year on Saturday, Amy Mills took the win in her Mazda Miata in STL, while Anthony Garacci in his Lotus Exige took the win in STU. And on Sunday, Chris Childs out of Purcellville, Virginia, representing the Detroit region, took the win in STL in his Mazda Miata, with Darren Treacle in his BMW E46 took the win in STU. And so we've got 20 drivers that have set qualifying times here this weekend in STL and STU. Let's run down the starting order. Starting 20th, driving the number 5 STU Mazda MX-5 from Webster, New York, it's John Weisberg. Douglas Orr is going to start 19th. He's driving the number 135 STL Mazda Miata, with Whitfield Gregg starting 18th. He is out of Bellevue, Washington, driving the number 17 STL Mazda Miata. Greg Bogart starts 17th. He's driving the number 23 STL Mazda Miata. He's out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, while Will Robinson will start 16th. He's in the number 51 machine. That is a Mazda Miata, and he's from Wilson, Wyoming. Marshall Stocker will start 15th. He's driving the number 21 STL Mazda Miata out of Hanover, Massachusetts, while Rafael Abdullahi will start 13th. He's also in an STL Mazda Miata. His home's South Salem, New York. Steve Hunt from King George, Virginia will start 13th today in the number 141 STL Mazda Miata, while James Schlechter will start 12th. He is driving the number 75 STU Nissan 300ZX. Michael Reese starts 11th. He's in the number 69 STU Honda S2000. He's out of Brooklyn, New York, while Peter Tinelli out of Westboro, Massachusetts will start 10th. He's in the number 117 STL Mazda Miata. Chris Childs, one of our winners from last year, will start 9th today. He's driving the number 7 STL Mazda Miata. He hails from Purcellville, Virginia, while Amy Mills, another one of our winners last year, starting 8th in the number 37 STL Mazda Miata. She hails from Manson, Washington. Douglas Vaughn will start 7th. He's in the number 131 STU Mazda MX-5. He hails from Flower Mound, Texas, while Danny Stain, our STL pole sitter, will start 6th on the field. He's driving the number 9 Mazda MX-5. He's from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Jorge Nazario starts 5th. He's from San Juan, Puerto Rico, driving the number 165 STU Mazda Miata. And then we've got the 2 Lotus Exiguas from Krug Sport, the Krug Speed, starting 4th, the number 72 machine out of Glen Head, New York. It's Anthony Garaci, while his teammate David Brand will start on the inside of row number 2, driving the number 3 Lotus Exiguas from Syosset, New York. And your front row today. This is how it ended up yesterday, Larry. Finishing 2nd in the number 70 BMW 325 STU machine from Marshall, Virginia, Darren Treacle. And your winner yesterday in STU, your pole sitter today with a qualifying time of 2 minutes 4 seconds, .536 from Lidditz, Pennsylvania, driving the number 18 Audi A4. It's Chip Herr.
Yesterday it was on the second row where Garaci started that he lurched all the way in eventually to the lead, and then I think we had a yellow, and coming out of that, it didn't quite pay off. The car kind of gave up on him. Let's see if we can get that kind of move here on the start, as again he and teammates should start on the second row.
Well, and it looks like at least one of them is missing. It looks like we might have Stain on the second row as the field now comes through turn 11. Pace car on the pit lane. Starter looking the field over. And as the engines rev up, green flag is in the air. Chip Herr to the inside, Darren Treacle to the outside. And I believe those 2 Lotus Exiguas did not make the start.
Neither one has made it. That's unfortunate because they both ran real well yesterday, but I can tell you what, it looks like Herr may be losing the lead to Treacle now, nosing ahead as they go up the S's.
And the BMW with a great run through the S's as we see Chip Herr drop about 2.5 car lengths back from the blue number 70 machine of Darren Treacle. Directly behind them, it is Jorge Nazario in the 165 and Danny Stain, our STL pole sitter, and I think Stain has gotten around Nazario. There's a big gap from our 2 STU cars back to Stain, but he's got a great run so far on the rest of the field.
Yeah, I want to check out that STL group as they come through the bus stop for the first time to see what is that order.
And actually, you know what? That is not Danny Stain. I was going to say that is Amy Mills, driver of the number 37 Flat Out Motorsports car, the blue with orange top, directly behind. There, I think we've got Chris Childs MP, and is that Michael Reese in the Honda S2000? Possibly.
Could be, yeah. A lot of folks not making the start here in this race. It's kind of throwing a little bit of chaos into it. As here at the back of the field now. So
and Larry, I'm taking a look. We've got a lot of drivers that did not make the field.
So I don't see Danny Stain, don't see Jorge Nazario, I don't see David Brand. We already talked about he and his teammate there. They're not in the field. But what I do see, though, is Mills ahead of Childs, and I think the other one might be Reese in that S2000. Could be that second pack now coming through 8.
Yeah, that's right. And so Brand, Garaci, Nazario in STU, not here, Douglas Vaughn in STU, as well as John Weisberg, and then also not making the green, Danny Stain, Peter Tinelli, Rafael Abdullali, Will Robinson, Greg Bogart, and Douglas Orr in STL. So 9 out of the 20 drivers here on that were qualified on track for this Sunday race.
Yeah, Mills off to a pretty solid start, though, as she's about to take the end of the first lap and up in the front. Treacle with that great move down the inside in turn 1 now still has the lead, but Chip Herr might be having the advantage now as he gets his power going as they run up the hill now through the S's.
And great run there coming out of turn 1 and running up the S's, slotting in behind that BMW, the E46 BMW Treacle, now pulling within a half a car length as they come up around the bend and onto the back straight. And we'll see if Chip Herr looks to make the move for the lead here early on as they come in. And it looks like Treacle comes down the back straight there mid-track. And we saw this yesterday as well, Larry, where Chip Herr always seems to get good runs out of the bus stop. He really takes a shallow entry, and you know, you can see he's right next to the curbing on the 2 left-hand portions of the bus stop there. Treacle's BMW pushing much more to driver's right.
Yeah, not quite as efficient, and I think that puts a little more load in his right side tires. We'll see what that looks like as the laps build up here between Treacle and Herr. Herr had a great pace through the entire race yesterday, going on to that win. Treacle, though, we'll see if he can hang with him here. So far, so good up there, and now you've got, there's Mills with a pretty good lead on, I believe that's Chris Childs in the 4th spot. And then behind them, I think, is that the Nissan probably of James Schlechter?
It's Jim Schlechter, and directly behind Schlechter, I think, is Reese in the Honda S2000, having gotten around Steve Hunt in the yellow 141 Mazda Miata, another one of our STL machines.
Yeah, so look at this front two, already gapping the rest of the field, as you would expect, the 2 fast STU cars. The rest of the field primarily STLs with a couple of STUs still in there, but these STUs really pulling strong. Really want to see how long can our leader Darren Treacle continue to hold this and keep Chip Herr behind him.
Now, yesterday, Amy Mills had the measure of Chris Childs. Fastest lap for her, 2:11.689 yesterday, and for Chris Childs, a 2:12.281. So about 8/10 to the good for Amy Mills. She had Peter Tonelli from Flat Out Motorsports finish right between them as Tonelli came home in 3rd in STL, with Childs finishing just off the podium, but without Tonelli here for today's race. We'll see if Chris Childs can work his way back up to that 37 machine.
Just going to keep an eye on lap times for a little bit here. Is Darren Treacle got down to the 206s on the last time by 206.7, Chip Herr to 207.1. Looking back at yesterday, your race winner yesterday was Chip Herr. He was pretty consistent in the mid to high 206s, so seeing Treacle hitting that pace early on is a good sign for Darren. Whatever he's done to that car overnight to get himself ready for this, he's matched pace with Chip Herr.
Yeah, and that car, that Treacle car, the Treacle insurance machine, that is prepared by Angry Sheep Motorsports' Chris Childs. So Childs doing double duty here this weekend, both as crew chief and as driver.
Yeah. And for Treacle, yesterday his last lap was his fastest at a 2:07.1. He's already gone faster so far today. That's a good sign. But look at Chip Herr now starting to really pressure Darren as they come up to turn 7.
And that last time by, if we take a look in STL, Chris Childs and Amy Mills, Childs about a 1/10 of a second faster than Mills on those opening laps on lap number 2. So starting to close things down slightly, but still about 15, almost 20 car lengths in arrears.
Yeah, we'll see if he can do anything about that lead that Amy's been able to build so far. She's looking strong early in this race in that Flat Out Motorsports car. But up in the front, Chip Herr really pressuring into the back of Darren Treacle, closer than he's been any time. As you can see them now, they're coming, I can eyeball them now as they're coming around turn 11 under the walking bridge. And Chip is just right on the tail of that BMW. We'll see if he pops out or just hangs along for a little bit longer down the front straight. And he is maybe going to make a move to the inside or at least show it.
Yeah, he's definitely showing the nose as he comes down now into turn number 1. He's going to slot back behind. I don't think he thinks he's far enough alongside to come underneath Treacle. Maybe give Treacle a little something to think about, though, the next time they come around.
Totally like just a little bit of a signal move, or maybe get Treacle to get a bad exit out of one. Treacle did not. In fact, he may have forced Chip Herr into his own bad exit. But these two definitely playing a little game of cat and mouse right now, going into corners that we saw already how the middle line down the straightaway here can be a bit defensive. We'll see if Darren does that as he's under braking. He's still coming in nice and clean to the bus stop. See what kind of line he takes. A little wider. There you can see those 2 lines between the BMW and the Audi as they go through the bus stop.
Yeah, enough so that that Herr cuts that so shallow. He doesn't even get to the curbing on the outside, on the exit of the bus stop there. He's able, from mid-track, able to just set up for the outer loop and come down the hill as he's right back onto the back of the number 70 machine. Now, these two drivers, at this point, let them fight it out here early on. The next STU driver is Jim Schlecht. He's already about a half a minute in arrears of our 2 leaders.
Yeah, he's running about 8 to 10 seconds a lap slower than these guys. Give you a lap time update. Chip Hurd just did a 2:06.2 in this race so far. Coming into this weekend, because we're watching track records, it was a 2:04. So they're not quite danger zone there, breaking new records, but the two of them are clipping off a pretty fast pace here at 2:06s between Darren and Chip.
Yeah, and neither the STL or STU track records were broken yesterday. Right now it's a 2:08.06 for STL, a 2:04.267, and neither one of our classes were close to being broken here as they come out of turn number 10 and now in that short little shoot to the final corner. And you can see now Treacle's starting to get some defensive, coming out of 10.
Little elbows out there trying to make sure he doesn't give this up. But watching Chip, here he is now finally on the front straight. He may have decided this is his time. There he goes on 5 to the inside into 1. He makes it stick. Let's see what kind of run he gets and see if he was holding back at all or if Darren's got something to come back at him with. These cars sound really good.
Yeah, they got a nice little growl to them this morning here. An Amy Mills machine for a Miata. It sounds really nice.
Yeah, and the wind is blowing across from the east to the west. We're over here on the west side of the track, and I think it blows the sound as those two cars coming up to the S's, the Audi and the BMW, echoing off that bit of tree line right across the track to our vantage point. Just sounds really good.
Well, when that V6 Schlecht sounds awfully nice as well. Exactly, a machine that's those VG motors have been known for having a very nice sound.
I do love me some Nissan, yeah. All right, so Darren Treacle not going anywhere, not letting Chip, even with Chip's good line through the bus stop, not able to put anything down to it. Look at the two of them, just nose to tail. Now Darren's got a good view of the back of that big red Audi in front of him.
Yeah, and again, for everybody who hasn't been following along, that is what used to be the Stasis Audi that Chip Hurd ran in the early 2000s in the Pirelli World Challenge. Came back into his possession, I think, around 3 years ago, and actually right before the year that we went to Indianapolis for the second time for the runoffs. He also has the backup car as well, which he had to campaign last year from a mid-season on after this car incurred some damage at the Pit Race Super Tour.
And then ended up in the backup to the backup, or the emergency backup, I guess, as it was at the runoffs. Great story there. But what it means is the primary car got a full attention over the winter.
It did.
And he's showing he's got a lot of speed in this thing. Darren Treacle, though, I can tell you, he's been tuning this car all weekend from Friday's qualifying to yesterday's race to then this, now what the pace is here this morning. Darren has picked up time. I'm telling you, whatever they're doing to that car over the last couple sessions, they're still working on it. Chip able to open up maybe about 7-8 car lengths here as they go by the starter stand. But Darren definitely looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, and so, you said it yesterday, Darren, his fastest time, a 2:07.1. Today, almost a half second faster, 2:06.6, right down to exactly where Chip Hurd was running in yesterday's race.
Yeah.
The issue here now for him is that,
Chip's going 2:06.2s.
Yeah, exactly. Hurd just decided to up the ante just a little bit here.
Yeah, well, let's keep an eye on this and see if Darren can kind of stick with him. Chip's going to try and break the draft, try and pull away a little bit. These are the laps, too. This is kind of the middle part of that race. Everything's kind of sorted out to how things had the jump at the start there for Darren to get around Chip. Chip now is going to try and get himself a gap. If he can get this up to 2-3 seconds, I don't want to say it's cruise control, but he can certainly settle in just a little bit. Right now, you may see him lay down some qualifying sectors to try and open that up.
All right, Chris Childs continues to close things down a bit on Amy Mills. That last time by about 0.2 of a second faster than Amy. Now the gap a little bit over 1.5 seconds as those drivers now starting to make their way up the S's.
That might be Chris Childs is picking up the pace there, as Amy, I thought, was pretty consistent.
Yeah, and here they come through the outer loop, and you can see Childs definitely starting to run her down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think this is Amy falling off at any pace. I think this is Chris just finally figuring something out, getting the groove. The car's kind of settling in. Now we'll see if we end up with a battle here for STL.
Yeah, and so as we were working, currently working lap number 6, Chris Childs consistently dropping his lap times down from a 2:12 flat to a 2:11.5, then down to a 2:11.3, while Mills, and of course our timing and scoring system won't give me any Mills times. I'll try that
I
later.
think she's been sitting at, I know the last lap was 2:11.4, her best lap's at 2:11.3. So she's definitely had some good laps. And she's been 2:11s, 2:11.8, 2:11.4.
Yep.
Yeah, her laps has her super consistent. I think this gap coming down is all on Chris right now, finally getting into his groove. As our leaders just went by one more time, Chip Hurd just did a 2:05.6. Hey, look, Darren Treacle, a 2:05.6. He's a second and a half faster than he was yesterday. Darren's figured something out, and what it also means, he's maintaining and matching Chip Hurd's pace. He's not letting Chip pull away by any means, but I told you they'd start trying some qualifying laps. That's exactly what that was from both of them. Neither one wants to give this up.
As we watch this STL battle for the lead come down the front straight and down into turn number 1, as our racers are working lap number 7, just a touch under halfway here at Watkins Glen International. What is a 14-lap or 35-minute race, whichever happens to come first.
Amy Mills' previous best lap was a 2:11.3. Chris Childs just does a 2:11.2, thinking, haha, I'm catching her, until Amy does her a 2:11.1 and goes 2/10 faster. So Amy able to add 2/10 to her gap. So that gap right now sitting at just about 2 seconds between her and Chris Childs for the lead in STL. And you said last year they traded wins, if I got that right.
That is correct.
These two, so they've got a history. They've been known to run together and run, offsetting wins. And this is good, definitely brewing to be something good here in the next 20 minutes. I'm just watching the other cams. Is Treacle still right on the heels of Chip Hurd. We'll get to that in a second as we're still watching Amy now coming down 6 into 7. Looking super strong. She's trying to get into the 2:10s. And again, she just doesn't have that, I say that, to make an iRacer, the ghost card to chase. Being Danny Stain in this race, as he didn't make the start. So she's got to figure out where is the pace, where is it? And maybe that's working to her favor. She's laying down great quality sectors for her. Chris Childs behind her laying down some pretty good ones. But Amy right now is on a personal best lap. Let's see if she turns it in to a full personal best. As she reset personal best in both the first and second sectors, she should be right now coming around turn 9. Yes, there she is. Let's see if she can turn this thing into a 2:10 something. While Darren Treacle out in front, not in front, in second, just turned a 2:05.5 to reset fastest lap of the race. So again, he was like 2:08s or something like that on Friday. He was 2:07s yesterday. He's 2:05s today. Darren's figured this place out.
All right, so as Chip Hurd, as Darren Treacle are now starting to work lap number 8, and wow, look at this again as Treacle setting the fastest overall time now down into the mid 2:05s, Larry.
Yep.
Smoking fast.
He's keeping Chip Hurd super honest, as there they are coming around the outer loop. And Chip pushing, getting the car all the way out to the outside. Amy Mills just did set that fastest lap for her so far at 2:10.6 to open up that lead now to almost 3 seconds of Chris Childs. We got a couple of good ones brewing here in STU and STL.
We certainly do, Larry, but let's do this. Let's take a quick break. Let's first make a call to the grid for our final race group of the afternoon. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 8. That's GT1, 2, and 3, GTX, American Sedan, and T1. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 8, GT1, GT2, and GT3, GTX, American Sedan, and Touring 1. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. So, Larry, let's take a quick little break. Going to thank some of our partners and sponsors that are bringing you all the action this weekend here from Watkins Glen International and the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Summit Racing is proud to support SCCA racers through the Road Racing Contingency Program. Run the required decals to be eligible for contingency payouts.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International in the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Larry Lefty MacLeod, and we're in the thick of our Super Touring Under and Super Touring Light battles. We're watching right now the battle for the lead in Super Touring Under, where Chip Herr in his Audi A4 managed to get around our early leader, Darren Treacle, but those two racers, they're holding tough there. Darren Treacle with both the fastest race lap overall and then personal best last time by, and he's sticking within about 2 car lengths. And in STL, we've got Chris Childs, who had been closing things down, but Amy Mills just put in a heck of a flyer and was almost 1.1 seconds faster than Chris Childs.
Yes, she had done a 2:10.6 about 2 laps ago, answered it right there, came back with a 2:11.1. Childs still nothing for her. He's 3.5 seconds back. He can see her because there goes Amy right now past the starter stand. Just as coming off of turn 10, you've got Chris Childs in his black Miata, so he's losing ground to Amy Mills. Amy really just does a 2:10 HB. It's super consistent and quick right now, laying down good laps. But the front two are throwing full-on haymakers at each other. This is they're both running low 205s. Again, yesterday the fastest lap of the race was in the 206s. Yes, the temps are a little cooler today, but her and Treacle are just exchanging fastest laps one after another. Neither one of them has given up anything. This is like 6 laps in a row of qualifying pace between these two. At some point, I got to figure somebody's tires aren't going to be happy. The question is, do they have 5 more laps in them?
Right.
Or do we get to about 2 or 3 laps to go and somebody's tires are, gasping for air? No pun intended.
Well, that might be what we're seeing from Chris Childs right now in STL. Certainly,
yes.
Of course, the Beamer and the Audi, much heavier machines, and it might really show us the drop off there as we take a look at the rest of the field. I know we've been just showing you the top 2 in each one of the classes. Currently running third in STU, Jim Schlechter in his Nissan 300ZX. He's starting to make his way up through the S's now. Michael Reese running 4th in his Honda S2000. About 15 to 20 car lengths separating those two drivers right now. In STL, Steve Hunt in the yellow number 141 Mazda Miata currently running 3rd, with Marshall Stocker running in 4th, and there's also about 15-20 seconds separating those two machines.
And actually, Steve Hunt in his Miata and Michael Reese in the STU S2000, 2 different classes. Those two are on track together, kind of having a good little grouping going on. Yeah. In fact, Steve Hunt just had had a pretty good lap there at a 17.1, just off of his personal best 16.9. Let's flip back to the front for a second because Darren Treacle just again reset fastest lap of the race at a 2:05.1. And you can see he is closing up again on Chip Herr. So maybe he was just sort of, I don't want to say saving it, but just kind of getting into the rhythm and seeing where he can pick up some time as he again goes pretty quick here in this first sector. He's got about 2-mile-an-hour advantage in straight line speed on the Audi, and he's now probably closed up to about 3/10. He was almost 7/10 at the stripe. this is Darren's move. This is the time to do it with just over 3 laps, about 3.5 laps to go. This is his time. He's got to get within that striking distance if he thinks there's a move to make. And knowing he's got the better track speed into the bus stop, maybe, just maybe, if he can catch him on the front straight, pass him on the back straight.
Well, this might be somewhat embarrassing as Amy Mills, our leader in STL, just about to put Whitfield Gregg, her partner, a lap down. The number 17 machine as they're heading up into the S's now. But Amy continuing to stretch things out. Chris Childs continuing to have troubles, Larry. That last time, a 2:14.9 as he loses almost another 4 seconds from Amy Mills.
Amy is not having any of that problem right now as she just did a 2:11.1 again. Her fastest 2:10.6. She's been between 2:10.6 and about an 11.5 second, 2:11.5. That 1 second range the entire race, essentially. She's been so consistent out there, having a fantastic race so far there, leading in STL. And as you said, nice little extra feather in the cap to get past Whitfield Gregg at the same time. But out in front, as Treacle, trying to keep an eye on Treacle, keeping up with her, as they should be. Coming down towards us here in a second. They just went by, and her answered with about a 3/10 pickup, laying down his fastest lap, or fastest third sector of the race. So the two of them now separate about 1 second as they should be heading up towards the S's.
Yeah, as they now come out of turn 1, starting to run up the hill. This is where Treacle has been strongest, but he is about, I'd say, probably 10 car lengths in arrears now. And I noticed also, Larry, the last time by, at least coming into the bus stop, we're seeing a lot more slip angle from the back of Darren Treacle's machine.
But there's traffic ahead. This could play a bit of a part with 2.5 laps to go. They're going to catch these last two. This should be Marshall Stalker and Whitfield Gregg, I believe. Could be wrong on that.
And they're coming up on Steve Hunt and that yellow Mazda Miata directly ahead. Real quick, Larry, as that's happening, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 8. That's Big Bore, GT1, 2, and 3, GTX, American Sedan, and T1. Please head to the group. Race group number 8. GT1, 2, and 3, GTX, American Sedan, and T1. Please head to the grid.
If you didn't hear those tones in the paddock, then you definitely have to get your hearing checked.
That's right.
We heard them loud and clear here. All right, so
I fixed it.
Back to the front two in STU. Chip Hurd, Darren Treacle, as they make their way through that traffic. And you can see them here in this mix. They'll be the second and third car in the shop. So Treacle able to use a little bit of, you said, I think it was Steve Hunt in the yellow Miata that he's able to get around. So able to use them a little bit to catch back up at the right spot. Little luck there for Darren. Darren now needs to get a little bit more because there's one more, and I think that's the S2000 of Michael Reese. That's the next car to get by. Michael, it's a tough place to get through here in turns 10 and turn 11. They should be popping around in our camera shot any moment now. Let's see if it's the black S2000 or the red. It is the red. That is your race leader, Chip Hurd. Darren Treacle, though, with 2 laps remaining, has got this down to about 3-4 car lengths, maybe 5 or 6 as they come down the front straight. Two laps to go.
That's right. Not much time here in this STL and STU race. Chip Hurd looking to repeat here in the Dix Cup, the Dix Memorial Cup, with Darren Treacle running in second. Now the gap about 8/10. Amy Mills continuing to stretch out her advantage over Chris Childs. The advantage now over 12 seconds.
This is the part of the track where Treacle's been quick. This straight line speed in that BMW has been strong. He's going to need all of it to close up to Chip Hurd as they come up to the bus stop. And he may have picked up a couple of car lengths and closed up just a little bit and started to take that shallow line to the bus stop.
Yes.
He's been following Chip for so long. It looks like he's made that adjustment now.
And they are coming up also, Jim Schlechter currently running third in STU. Coming up, and look at this, Darren Treacle now closing up and goes all the way down to driver's left. He's going to try to come underneath the Audi.
He does.
And under braking, it gets done. And there might be a problem with that Audi that last time. We saw Chip Hurd. He pulled the car over to driver's right. I'm not saying he was playing defensive, but
it was definitely a harsh move to driver's right coming out of the outer loop. We'll see if there's any sort of negative effect to that car. Next time by, they're going to see the white flag as they're coming up here to.
They're coming up into turn 8 into the heel of the boot.
Chip Hurd seems to be okay. Hasn't lost a ton of ground, so whatever it was, maybe he missed a shift or something.
always possible, or maybe the brake's just not maybe starting to feel them go away on him.
They've been going at qualifying pace now for about 10 laps. So yeah, it is definitely possible. But he's lost ground. Look at the gap now between them. So either it's a brake issue, maybe a shift issue, something like that. That unfortunately for him, the car is starting to suffer. But for Darren Treacle, he's going to come off at 10 and take a look at 11, and he's going to see the white flag first. He's had a fantastic day so far. He's got to get around here one more time.
All right, as he comes out of turn 11, comes onto the front straight, and the starter there now with the white flag in the air. Darren Treacle, when he needed to be, he moves into the lead with 1 lap to go. Margin between he and Chip Herr almost 4 seconds there, Larry. And it definitely appears as though Chip Herr may have some mechanical issue with that car, maybe beyond brakes.
There's something, because both sectors 2 and 3 is about 2 to 3 seconds in each one. This isn't just simply a turn 6 one-time issue. Yeah, he's definitely got an issue. He's lost all the ground. Now he's just trying to limp it home and hold on to that second. In case you're following along at home, James Slechta right now in the 300Z is the next car in line, and nearly a lap in front of him.
Right, well, and Darren Treacle just put Slechta a lap down, and that's the next car in line for Chip Herr as well.
For Chip to hold this second, he more or less just has to keep this thing moving and get to the stripe. If he can't make it back, Slechta could, but let's just see. Hopefully that Audi can get there under its own power. Meanwhile, Amy Mills continues to do what she's been doing. Another lap in the 211s. 211.4 last time by. The lead between her and Chris Childs, it grew by 5 more seconds just the last time around. I don't even have the number here. It's probably about 30 seconds at this point. Amy having a very strong race, as she should have seen the white flag already. And there goes Chris Childs, now seeing the white flag right in front of us.
Yeah, as we're working the last lap here, Darren Treacle coming into the heel of the boot, and that's Jim Slechta behind a lap down as we're looking to see where Chip Herr is now. But as you can see, as Treacle comes out of turn 9, we haven't even seen the Audi come into turn number 8.
He should be coming into 8. I believe he's gone through all of sector 2 and the trip for that.
There he is now.
The sector 2 trip is the exit of turn 7. So yeah, Chip's there. He's just limping that thing home to try and milk this, get this all the way down for a second place. Meanwhile, Darren Treacle, what a race. Had a great battle with Chip Herr. Been getting faster in every session all weekend. And it's going to pay off with a win in STU.
There you go, Darren Treacle coming underneath the Salins Bridge and to the finish line, taking the win in STU. Chip Herr should finish in second. Jim Slechta, as he now crosses the line, takes the checkered flag. He will finish in third. And here is the battle for the win in Super Touring Light as Herr crosses the line. And we've got then finishing 4th in STL, Michael Reese in the number 69 Honda S2000.
Amy Mills should be the next car to finish, and if she does, she'll take that win in STL after a great, strong day. And there she is. I think that might have been her coming through 8.
Yep, that is the 37 car now making its way up the hill. We saw Steve Hunt cross the line in the 141 Mazda Miata, so that is going to guarantee that Chris Childs comes home in second in STL, but Amy Mills now with just 2 more corners.
I can see her now coming around turn 10. Yep, there she is coming around 10, heading towards 11. And a fantastic day for her. And to me, it's the consistency. Lap after lap, just right in that same target range. Beautiful stuff, and that's how you win races. And for her, well-deserved.
And there you go, checkered flag in the air for the driver of the number 37 Flat Out Motorsports Mazda Miata, taking the win in STL. It's Amy Mills. So to run things down here by class in our second to last race, this was the Dix Cup. Darren Treacle takes the win in STU. Chip Herr finishing second. Jim Slechta third. Michael Reese fourth in STL. It's Amy Mills taking the win. Chris Childs second. Stephen Hunt finishing in third with Marshall Stocker fourth. And finally, Whitfield Gregg finishing in fifth. So Larry, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 8. That's GT1, 2, and 3. GTX, American Sedan, and T1, please head to the grid. Race group number 3, please head to the grid. Your race is next. So, Larry, let's take a quick break. And when we come back, one more race to go here from Watkins Glen International and the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And welcome back to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Larry Lefty MacLeod, and we've got just one more race to go, Larry, and
Big Bore.
The big ground pounders are going to be taken to the track for their 14-lap or 35-minute race, the Walter E. Hanskin Memorial Race, a race that was named after the only driver to win the Fall Sports Car Grand Prix 4 different times, 1953, 57, 59, and 1962. Hanskin's first racing appearance was in the 1952, and then again in 1956, his last race being 1965, the Glen 500, in which he shared a Ford Mustang with the last with Mark Donahue and came to a third place overall. Hanskin crashed his Ford GT40 Mark II during the Le Mans test weekend in April 1966 and unfortunately later died of his injuries. The first race held in 1988 was won by Dick Murray, driving a Camaro at an average speed of 95.61 miles per hour. And in recent years, this race has been for GT1, 2, and 3, American Sedan, and American Sedan now for Touring 1. Last year, our winners, David Pinterick, Kevin Allen, Tony Ave, and Neo Fernandez. Our GT1, 2, and 3 and GTX winners, Joseph Gaudet took the win in T1. Kurt Resitano took the win in American Sedan. That was on Saturday. And on Sunday, Jody Miller, Andrew Aquilante, Joe Christensen, Neo Fernandez, Joseph Gaudet, and Danny Richardson were your winners amongst the different classes. We had 25 drivers set times in this group over the last 2 days. Let's run down the starting order. We're going to start off with our first group with our GT cars, then we'll move on to the Touring and American Sedan cars. Starting 12th, driving the number 103, GT2 BMW M3, it's Bruce Bergeron. Sterling Cole scheduled to start 11th. He's in the number 13 GT3 Mazda RX-7. Joe Frieda, who, given the issues that he's had the past 2 days, doubt we're going to see him today. He's in the number 122 GT1 Chevy Corvette. Matthew Morin scheduled to start 8th in the 09 GT2 Ford Mustang with Tiger Tom Patton driving the number 50 GT2 Sunbeam Tiger. Jorge Nazario scheduled to start 6th in the 165 GT2 Chevy Corvette. He's out of San Juan, Puerto Rico. Jared Odrick scheduled to start 5th overall in the 01 GT2 Porsche 911 Cup car with Simon Aslan, also in a Porsche Cup car, started to start 4th. That's the number 81 machine. Your pole sitter in GT2, Kevin Allen, driver the driver of the number 64 GT2 Nissan 300ZX with Raymond Davuti, scheduled to start 2nd in the GTX Lamborghini Super Trofeo. And your pole sitter today in our GT category, David Pinterick, our 2017 national champion in GT1, but don't believe Mr. Pinterick has made the field.
No, unfortunately, we're not going to see that blazing speed today from Mr. Pinterick. So I think it's going to be Ray Devaldi who's going to be in the Super Trofeo first to see the green when they come back around.
All right, so let's move over to our American Sedan T1 drivers. Beth Aquilante in the number 58 American Sedan Firebird, scheduled to start 13th. Robert Corzin, who we haven't seen pretty much all weekend, here in the number 88 GT1 Ford Mustang, scheduled to start 12th. Starting 11th, Dan Van Nortwick in the number 81 Ford Mustang, starting 10th is Thomas West, driver of the number 56 American Sedan Cadillac. Starting 9th, Amy Aquilante, driver of the number 51 American Sedan Pontiac Firebird with Andy McDermott. Starting 8th, he is in the number 24 American Sedan Ford Mustang. Starting 7th, in the number 22 American Sedan Chevy Camaro. Your pole sitter in the class, Danny Richardson. We'll get to T1 in just a moment as our GT cars now making their way down to turn 1 for the very first time.
Yeah, it's Ray Devaldi who's going to take that first position there in that Super Trofeo. Kevin Allen, the Nissan's going to slip into second. It was either Simon Aslan or Jared Odrick. I couldn't tell one of the Porsches there who slipped up into the third spot. I think they're sitting 3rd and 4th. It might be Simon.
That is Aslan with the blue doors and the gray, the white. Yep, and the white doors are Jared Odrick.
Yep, so Simon looks like he's grabbed that 3rd spot as our touring race now about to start in T1.
All right, as our second pace car is on the pit lane, and we've got Brian Goodman. He's starting 6th in the 42 T1 BMW. We'll get to the rest of that starting field here in just a moment as they make the run down into turn number 1 and jumping out to a very early lead there, and that is the Chevy Corvette, I believe, of James Candelaria, the number 134 machine, looking for his second win of the weekend as he clears the rest of the field. And I believe Ann Doherty in her T1 Porsche GT4 Club Sport currently second as they make their way up the hill. Quickly here, let's run down that, finish running down that order. Brian Goodman in the 42 T1 BMW M3 starting 6th. Hugh Stewart in the 23 T1 BMW starting 5th. Ann Doherty starting 4th in the number 4 GT4 Club Sport. Then Joe Aquilante 3rd. James Candelaria in the 134 Corvette 2nd, and then Andrew Aquilante, who I don't think made the field, who broke yesterday, was scheduled to start on the pole in T1.
Yeah, most of the Aquilante is not running, although we do see at least one of them in there. I think that's Beth is out there in this field, but no Joe, no Andrew in this field. Instead, at the front, we've got, as you mentioned, Candelaria in that Corvette right now leading the way with Ann Doherty behind. And the two Porsches, then those two, and then it starts getting into the A sedans in the middle of all those T1s as our GTs are finishing their first lap.
That's right. The first driver to cross the line driving the GTX Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo is Raymond Davuti, and then we've got the battle for the lead in GT2. Kevin Allen jumping out to an early lead in his Nissan 300 ZX. He's out of Anderson, South Carolina. Jared Odrick does cross the line ahead of Simon Asselin, so he will assume second position in the class, with Asselin third, Jorge Nazario, Matt Morin rounding out your top 5.
Yeah, Simon in that Porsche lost a little pace there, and he's got Nazario there right on his heels in that Corvette to try and pounce here on the straight line speed of the Porsche. Not quite enough as they go through the bus out there, nose to tail.
That's right, and just behind we've got Matt Morin. He is in that 09 Ford Mustang. Well, looks like the TA2 car. He's had some challenges here this weekend, but for the moment he's able to hold off Tiger Tom Patton in that beautiful open-top Sunbeam Tiger for 5th position.
All right, so in the T1 group, it's still Candelaria and Doherty in the Porsche. Then you've got the two BMWs of Brian Goodman, Hugh Stewart. Then you've got our A sedan leader, Danny Richardson. Had an issue yesterday, never did quite figure out what that was. Something that they were able to fix down there in the pit lane. I think he posted something online about.
And he went back out and finished the race.
He did. He posted something online. Come on, please hold together. Didn't quite, but they were able to get it back together. That didn't help him win the race, but it means the car is still good. He's out there leading Andy McDermott, currently in second. As those two are about 6-7 tenths apart or so as they came by the stripe the last time. Amy Aquilante out there in one of those Aquilante Firebirds.
That's right. And so Hugh Stewart, who did not get the greatest jump in his T3, in his T1 BMW, he had fallen back right into the middle of the American sedan field. He has now gotten back around Danny Richardson, starting to close things back up on Ann Doherty and Brian Goodman. But I'll tell you, the one thing I'm noticing with Hugh Stewart, we talked about it yesterday, the car looks incredibly loose. Very difficult to drive. Certainly didn't make any changes between yesterday and today, or maybe not enough, because the rear end of that car is swinging around like a pendulum.
Yeah, well, he could end up with a good little battle with Brian Goodman in the similarly prepped M3s there, currently running 3rd and 4th in T1. Up in the GTs, though, you've got Jorge Nazario in his GT2 Corvette was pressuring Simon Asselin in his GT2 Porsche Cup car as they came by on the front straight. They should have already be gone past the S's down the back straight. We'll see if it's Simon or it's Jorge as they go in to that bus stop. And then, of course, they still got, and there is the first Porsche through is the Jared Odrick, and then it's Simon Asselin now behind Nazario. So Nazario gets by Asselin for the 4th spot overall in the field, 3rd spot in GT2.
And so we've got XC Motorsports here in the YouTube chat telling us, yes, Robert Corzin definitely out there. He's in the red number 88 T1 Ford Mustang. Of course, Robert Corzin had an incident at the Super Tour at Virginia International Raceway earlier this year. He's in a backup car. And
there he goes.
Yeah, and I was looking for the yellow Mustang. Now we've got the red one. He's coming down the front straight right now.
Dark, almost like a cherry red, dark red. Yeah, just went by us here. Kind of chased down right now Beth Aquilante, who looks like she's having a bit of a better start here today than yesterday. If I got that right, yesterday Beth only completed 1 lap, had an issue out there, didn't make it too far, so today the car looks like it's running better. Probably the reason why she's still around, get some good miles on that car and make sure it's all set. Robert Corzin's going to do everything he can to try and catch her out there.
And so yesterday we had the new track record set in GTX by our current leader, Ray DeVuti, turned in a time of 154.465. David Paterick reset the American stand, or probably reset the GT1 track record at a 148.662, and then Andrew Aquilante reset the T1 track record at a 158.804. We'll see if any of those drop a little bit lower today.
Well, we know two of those names aren't even here today, so I'm not sure that we're going to see a GT1 record fall. No offense to John Helmers. I'm sure that I know his Oldsmobile is an awesome little car, but I don't think he's going to be running the Paterick pace that we saw yesterday out here today. But I think they're still putting on a pretty good solid race. The GT2 battle with Kevin Allen and then Nissan still leading by a couple seconds over Jared Odrick. Jorge Nazario now just starting to pull away from Simon Aslan for that third spot in GT2.
Yeah, it looks like the Porsche of Aslan's maybe not losing a little pace, but certainly not able to keep the pace of Odrick, and Jorge Nazario in his Chevy Corvette manages to squeeze by, so move him up to third in class. And an American stand, we're seeing it now coming out of turn 11. Danny Richardson for the second day in a row, putting on a pretty nice size advantage over the Ford Mustang of Andy McDermott. And, McDermott he hasn't had much all weekend for Richardson, except when Richardson's on the pit lane.
Yeah, Danny's had a pretty good solid run. That car is definitely fast when it's running reliably. Just notice also, Ann Doherty in that Porsche Club Sport is still looking strong, still in that second spot. But the last time by, Hugh Stewart and Brian Goodman both looking pretty quick. Going to keep our eyes on them to see if they can start closing that gap to her. The three of them are separated by less than 2 seconds between the Porsche and the two BMWs.
All right, is James Candelaria, who had that smoking start at the start in T1. He's now opened up over a 12-second advantage over over Ann Doherty, and now crossing the finish line to start lap number 5. And Ray DeVuti sets his fastest lap of the race and the overall best so far at a 153.298.
He's a second faster than he clipped yesterday with that 154. So he's down deep into the 53s here, and just sector by sector continuing to just scream around this place in that Huracan Super Trofeo. Awesome run here out of Fort Worth, Texas for Ray DeVuti.
All right, drivers who did not take the green flag today, as we mentioned, Andrew and Joe Aquilante, Sterling Cole in the GT2 Mazda RX-7, Dave Paterick and Joe Frieda in GT1. That leaves John Helmers as our sole driver in the class. And so it is Danny Richardson currently leading Andy McDermott in American stand, with Amy Aquilante third, Thomas West in fourth, and Beth is out there as well in the other Pontiac Firebird. In GT2, it's Alan Odrick, Nazario currently, and in then in T1, it's Candelaria, Doherty, and Stewart. Your top three, as Stewart did manage to get by. And I believe we've got a new second place runner, Larry, because coming onto the front straight,
it's the BMWs.
Yeah, the black and white BMWs.
Both of them. Yeah, Ann Doherty was in second spot there in T1. She's dropped to fourth in that Club Sport GT4 Porsche. It's now Hugh Stewart, Brian Goodman holding second and third there, with Candelaria starting to pull away a little bit. But it does mean those BMWs have definitely found their pace.
Yeah, absolutely there. And looks like we'll have to see here coming down into the bus stop. Looking to see if that is that. No, that is not the Mustang of Van Nortwick. I thought perhaps the Mustang of Van Nortwick had also snuck by, but he is almost 20 seconds in arrears of this battle right here. As we just see they're going through the bus stop right in front of Ann Doherty. A lot of slip angle there, I think, from Brian Goodman in the 48 machine, or in the 42 machine.
Yeah, no, going back to yesterday's race, it was Goodman and Doherty, I think, that had a great finish, a great race between them, separated by just about half a second when they took the checker at the end of that one. Kind of shaping up to be a little bit of that now between the BMW and the Porsche Cayman Club Sport. There you can see them, the last two in the shot there. That would be our BMW and the black and yellow Porsche.
All right, so Larry, let's take a look here. We've got a nice little fight starting to shape up. This is for P4 in GT2. It's Tiger Tom Patton and Simon Asselin in the Porsche. They're coming up now through the S's, heading over into the bus stop. As, again, Asselin is falling off the pace of the drivers ahead. But Tiger Tom Patton, and I've loved that car for years upon years.
It's a beautiful car.
Yeah, beautiful Ford power and great loud noises. And Oh, what it does in spite of its arrow. It's
Yes.
just amazing. And it looks like Kevin Allen, who is our GT2 leader, he may have just pulled in into the short chute there. It looks like the 64 car has got some problems, and that's going to move Jared Odrick now in his Porsche 911 Cup car up into the lead.
Yeah, that's a tough break there for Kevin in that Nissan. Going to move Jared up. Going to move Jorge Nazario up into second, and Simon Aslan then to the provisional third step on that podium there in GT2, knowing that Tom Patton, as you were just talking about, is right on Simon's heels. So there's still a battle now that potentially has a podium spot on the line.
And there is Jared Odrick. Oh, actually, that is not Jared Odrick. That is one of our Ford Mustangs. Here comes Jared. Yeah, here's Odrick right here as he's starting to slice his way through both of our T1 and American sedan traffic right now with that battle between Aslan and Patton just now coming through turn 11 onto the front straight.
Yeah, Patton's not going anywhere. He's sticking right there with him. In fact, the last time by, they were only about 0.3 different on total lap time, but the advantage there seems to be in the longer straightaways. That Cup car really slipstreams through the air. Patton's car, you said, it's kind of aero challenged a little bit, but it's very quick down in the boot in the third sector of this track. So that's an interesting play between those two cars.
All right, and we've got the 88 of Corzin, the T1 driver, pulling drivers left to allow them by.
As the sound of that Oldsmobile goes down the front straight of John Helmers. It's got quite a loud scream.
Yeah, we met John last night at the Seneca Lodge, and he had a lot of good things to say about us, Larry, thankfully. And
well, about me, but
yeah, you, yeah. So.
I didn't hear him say anything about you.
No, just like my mother.
Truth hurts.
Yes, unfortunately. All right, and Kevin Allen has made it back to the pit lane, and he's heading back to the paddock. His day now done.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Love seeing that car run. He was running so strong to end his day early. So it does look like, as I'm watching them go by now in our T1 battle, Hugh Stewart's still in second. Ann Doherty has gotten around Brian Goodman for that third spot. So watching them flip-flop here, before it was Ann falling back and getting behind Goodman. Now she's gone ahead and taken that spot back. So it's still Candelaria about 20 seconds ahead of Hugh Stewart in second, who's got a few seconds on Doherty, and then Goodman.
All right, and we do have a debris flag being displayed over at turn 8, Larry. We'll try and get some information on why that is out there. And the word is rocks. So maybe we had some debris pulled back out onto the track there as a car went off, but rocks is the answer that I'm getting from Josh Ashby, our spotter. Here. Now, coming through turn 11, just saw a little battle here. This is the battle for fourth in American sedan. Tom West in his American sedan Cadillac.
We got a spin down in one. Patton goes around the spinning Simon Aslan, who's still there facing backwards up track. And there you can see him on that shot, kind of rolling back, trying to stay out of the way. He did that all on his own going into one.
All right, and let's see, because I believe this is one of the corners, Larry, where we can get a replay, and hopefully Director Zach will be able to get us a shot of exactly what happened here as Simon Aslan now back underway, losing a lot of positions on track.
Yep, he is back underway for sure, but here's our replay. You can see coming down into that corner, it'll be the two cars coming almost at the same time. It's going to be the white Porsche. There it is. There it is. You can see him just gets down to the apex, and Patton taking evasive maneuvers to go around with him. No contact. The Sunbeam Tiger is just fine. Might need a bit of cleaning and dry cleaning of the suit and the driver's seat a little bit, but they are just fine. Simon is able to continue on in that race, but a bit of a moment there going into one at that little bit of a dip at the apex.
That's right. All right, so Matt Moore, and also in GT2 in the 09 Ford Mustang, he had some challenges yesterday. He finds himself on the pit lane again today. We've got crew taking a look in the left front wheel well, but for the moment, the 09 car on the pit lane as we now have Tiger Tom Patton moving up into third in GT2 behind Jorge Nazario and Jared Odrick. I was just about to say that we had a great little fight going on in American Sedan just as that happened over at turn 1, coming out of the final corner, turn 11, where Beth Aquilante had gotten a great run. She had been running 5th in American Sedan, made a great move on Thomas West's Cadillac, the silver number 56 CTSV. So probably move Beth Aquilante up into 4th. Amy Aquilante currently running in 3rd.
Yeah, having a good run there. We're just going to keep an eye on the Richardson McDermott 1-2 in there, about 2 seconds between them.
Yeah, and we just saw them come out of our view coming through the S's. They're going to be heading down the short chute now.
Just as our leader, Devoudi, makes his run out of the bus stop there. So there it is, Danny. I'm thinking that maybe, just maybe, Andy might be catching up just a little bit. Of course, they got the BMW, and I think, is that Stewart between them?
That is, and we'll see him as they come down. I don't think that's Stewart.
It's somebody in a BMW, just a little bit slow there. Maybe it's Bergeron?
I think that is Bruce Bergeron in the 103 BMW M3.
Okay. That would make sense, as he's trying to stay away from them and stay out of their battle. Let these two A sedan cars do their thing. I'm going to keep an eye on McDermott, obviously a multi-time national champ, knows how to manage a race. These 35-minute races are a long time in an A sedan car. There's a lot to manage, between tire care, engine temps. You really kind of be cautious with those cars. You got to get all the way through and be fast at the end, not just at the beginning. So we'll keep our eye on the two of these now coming down the hill here, past that debris flag as they're coming down through 8. And I'm telling you, Danny is catching up, or is getting caught by
exactly. Now, the last time by Andy McDermott running a 2:06.720, almost 1.2 seconds faster than Richardson. So yes, definitely Andy McDermott, and I've seen McDermott race so many times in the dry, in the wet. He is 110% every single lap. That he will burn a car down.
Andy.
Yes, Andy will. He'll burn a car down in order to take the lead.
Manage, schmanage. It's time to go win every lap.
That is the way he races.
Schmanage is a word.
Never mind the fact that you can watch him drive with basically one hand. It is. Saw a video of him at Road America in the I guess it was the 2020 runoffs at Road America, where he did a lap one-handed, and what he will do to the transmission of that
Kids,
car.
don't try this at home.
No, this is not how you get your driver's license with a manual transmission here, as Danny Richardson continues to hold off Andy McDermott, as McDermott now trying to put one of our Porsches, I think, back behind. Let's see here. That's actually Jared Odrick sitting right between Richardson and Andy McDermott, is our GT2 leader. Yeah, trying to make his way through.
Well, Danny's going to have to maybe live somewhere. It's probably here in 6th. I suspect that Porsche is going to be a little faster than the A sedan. Yes, he is.
Yes, he is. And there's James Candelaria trying to sneak under McDermott, and McDermott almost turns down onto yesterday's winner in GT, or probably in Touring 1.
All right, well, 5 to go. This A sedan race is definitely heating up between these two drivers. They see a lot of each other. When you're at the runoffs and you see there's about 4 or 5 names that tend to be there at the end every year. These are certainly 2 of them. Danny in that 3rd gen, and of course Andy in his Mustang. Should be heading our way here in a second.
And here they come out of turn number 9.
As our leader crosses the start finish here, that'll make it 4 laps to go. Yep, there's the 2 A sedan cars now. Just coming around 10 towards us here at 11. And I'm telling you, Andy's on the charge for sure. Now that they've gone ahead and let those T1 cars make their way through. Now it's a fair mono-e-mono fight between bow ties and ovals. The Mustang of McDermott and the Camaro of Danny Richardson.
All right, and getting a word from the folks up near the bus stop, Beth Aquilante's American Sedan Ford Firebird showing some signs of smoke from underneath the car, and I think that was I think that's the issue that we saw yesterday early on with that car. So whatever was ailing it yesterday seems to have returned, as we have a driver, and I believe that was Tom West, who took a run down the pit lane. He's just now rejoined the fray.
Yeah, he's gone down the lane a couple times, and then also I believe it was Matt Morin in his GT2 Mustang that actually may have finally retired after a couple trips. Yep, there he is down there, just the other side of the wall. So a little bit of attrition here late here on Sunday afternoon. There's another one I think you were just talking about, Beth Aquilante. She might be retiring the car now as I see one of the Aquilante
yeah, it's
cars.
coming down the pit lane, and indeed it is the 58 car. And looks like that the race is now done for her.
All right, so we'll pick up the A sedan battle between Danny Richardson, and there they are, and Andy McDermott getting closer. As those two last time by the timer stand, they were about 1 second apart, but I can tell you it's been 2/10 in favor of McDermott in the first sector. It's been another 10th in McDermott's favor in the next sector. So that, 1 second has suddenly turned into about 6/10 with, we'll call it 3 laps to go when they come around the next time by. And they've got some cars trying to lap through them.
Yeah, we're going to see Tiger Tom Patton coming up behind. This might be the wild card. If Patton can wait until they get to the front straight, and he's not going to. McDermott running very wide coming out of turn 9. You saw Tiger Tom move all the way driver's left to try and avoid in case the Mustang came back across his nose. He's already had that happen once today, as Patton now is going to try and get past Richardson on the front straight, but also all the hard-earned gains that Andy McDermott has picked up in the last 3, maybe 4 laps or so. It's now gone.
And Richardson didn't have to do anything to let him by because it all happened right as they came onto the front straight, so he didn't have to lift. I'm sure that the Tiger has got a little bit more pep in there than he's got in that Camaro. So with 3 to go, it's back. The pressure's back on Andy McDermott to try and make the run. Not saying he can't do it, but
yeah, but it's going to be a tough hoe to row here in the last couple of laps.
we talked earlier about one of the BMWs a little bit slower out there. There's the 103 Bruce Bergeron, who is now retiring the car, it looks like, heading down pit lane.
Yeah, indeed, and I believe we may have. We're going to take a look. I think we've got a new leader coming down the start and finish line, and I did not see Davuti.
Timing still shows him, I think.
Let's take a look.
Yeah, I think that he slowed down a lot, unless he hasn't made it through. If he hasn't, maybe the rest of the field needs to catch up. We're going to catch and see where it is, the Super Trofeo, somewhere out there.
Yeah, we'll have to pick that up. And actually, we did have another one of our BMWs go back behind the wall, and I think that was Bruce Bergeron.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, in the 103, who is now retired.
Now, there goes our T1, second, third, and fourth places. Hugh Stewart, Dan Doherty, and Brian Goodman have all checked on bias here at the starter stand.
And there you go. We do have a new overall leader, and it's Jared Odrick, who has gotten around the Lamborghini of Ray Davuti. So Davuti, our sole driver in GTX, but now Jared Odrick, driver of the GT2 Porsche 911 Cup car, has taken over the overall lead as we are now working lap number 13 of 14.
Very interesting there. A couple of struggle laps for Davuti in the Lamborghini, but got it together and actually was faster in the third sector than Odrick. So maybe he's fixed it. Whatever it was, a little control alt delete on the dash or something. I don't know. We'll see if he can take it back to not that he needs to, of course. GTX car against GT2, but hey, a race is a race. If you're in one of these cars, we'll see what it looks like as the two of them you can see going to the bus stop at what appears to be full song. And I think right behind them is Jorge Nazario. So actually all three, Odrick and Nazario, in the same class, but all three, if you throw in Davuti, are all within about 2 seconds of each other, and there they are coming around the outer loop.
That's right. So the Corvette starting to close things down just a little bit on Jared Odrick. That last time by, we had Nazario 0.6 of a second faster than Jared Odrick's white Porsche, but with only now a lap and a half remaining here at Watkins Glen and the 2023 Super Tour. Don't know if it's going to be enough.
And it's an anxious Ray Davuti to get back around Odrick, I think, to get back to where he was. I don't know if he's going to be able to, but if whatever had happened, if he's got it fixed, he probably doesn't want to sit behind the Porsche for too long and mess with it. There he's trying to look inside. He looks at full pace. Whatever it was, it seems to be resolved. The question is, if he tries a move, it's going to slow them both down. Nazario's going to come in and pounce. You can see right there, the blue Corvette right behind these two. All it takes is one little move by by Devotie, and we can see a three-way for the overall lead.
All right, and so now with our overall leaders coming out of turn number 10, heading over towards turn 11, it is Odrick, your leader, coming onto the front straight. And as they come down, white flag is in the air, and Odrick's getting somewhat defensive going down the front straight. He wants the overall win here, Larry, as he comes down in the one.
I think there's two things. He wants the overall win, and he doesn't want
to keep Nazario back.
Nazario is too close. He knows if he can keep Raymond between them, he's got a better shot. As soon as he gives up the spot to Raymond, he's going to have to lift, and next thing you know, he's got a Corvette in his mirrors.
Yeah, but the more defensive he gets, the closer Nazario is going to get as well. So it's a double-edged sword there.
Yeah, the one thing a Porsche driver never wants to see is a Corvette in his mirrors.
No. All right, so Odrick, currently your leader in GT2, with Jorge Nazario running second, Tiger Tom Patton running a distant third. In T1, James Candelaria has been running in the lead from check to green to now. And we are, and as I said, I know we're working the last lap, Larry.
I just make sure. Sometimes you can't count this.
I know. No, I know we're working the last lap. Stewart, your leader in T1 with Ann Doherty running second, and Brian Goodman now running in third. And in American Sedan, it's Danny Richardson with Andy McDermott and Amy Aquilante, your top three. As Helmers now takes the white flag, our sole driver in GT1.
Sounding good as ever.
Yes. Not your father's Oldsmobile, Larry.
My father had a Oldsmobile. It never sounded like that.
Like I said.
It definitely was not my father's Oldsmobile. All right, I think that was our T1 leader, Candelaria, that just came by a moment ago to take his white flag.
And here we go, Jared Odrick coming around turn 9. He's still got the Lamborghini directly behind. He's got another slower car directly ahead. And Odrick staying center of track to try and hold off the Lamborghini. The Lamborghini, is he going to shove it down the inside? Can't quite get close enough. Our GT2 leader, Jared Odrick, he's going to be the first driver to take the checkered flag. He wins GT2. Ray DeVuti is going to finish second overall. Jorge Nazario will come home third overall, second in GT2. Tiger Tom Patton in that number 50 machine comes underneath the starter stand, takes the checkered flag. He'll finish third in GT2.
All right, we're looking for that A sedan battle. It had opened up just a little bit. Danny Richardson had a couple of car lengths extending, but there they are. It looks like he even got a car between he and Andy. I think as they're coming around 10 into 11 now.
And as they come onto the front straight out of turn number 11, Danny Richardson, he moves all the way over to the wall. Driver's right. He's going to take the win in American Sedan. Behind him, Simon Aslin. But taking you home second, driving the number 24, Ford Mustang, finishing second in American Sedan. It is Andy McDermott. Amy Aquilante waiting for her to come across the line. She should finish in third. She's coming out of the final corner right now. And that leaves, well, our GT1 driver coming across, but let's not forget T1, where James Candelaria goes flag to flag, takes the win in his Chevy Corvette out of Boca Raton,
He's
Florida.
about to, as the checkered flag is just now being waved to him.
That's right. Well, I don't want to jump the gun too much, but yes. All right, as I believe our other front runners actually already.
Stewart and Doherty are still
out there.
Yep, that actually across right now is the Mustang in Don Van Nortwick in T1 taking fifth. I believe we're still waiting on Stewart in the BMW and Ann Doherty in the Porsche. And I think they're coming around turns 10 and 11 right now.
There we go. As West comes down the pit lane, and here we go. Q Stewart on the front straight. He's going to take the checkered flag. Hugh Stewart will finish second in T1. Ann Doherty in her Porsche will come home in third. So that is your 2023 Walter E. Hanskin Memorial Race here at Watkins Glen International. And so, Larry, with our final race here at the Glen at WGI complete, let's start to wrap things up. First off, for those of you that like what you saw here this weekend, you enjoyed the coverage, please, if you haven't done so already, go and I think it's smash or demolish or punch it, the like button. And if you haven't already subscribed to the Sports Car Club of America's YouTube channel, please go ahead and do that now. Our next event here on the Super Tour is going to be the iconic June Sprints, the WeatherTech Chicago region June Sprints at beautiful Road America, the National Park of Speed. That is in 3 weeks, I believe. It's June 23rd, 24th, and 25th. It'll be myself, it'll be Brian Belansky bringing you all the coverage, flag to flag, checker to checker, qualifying
green
to
to
race. Green the checker, that's it. Yeah, that's right. Green the checker. At the WeatherTech Chicago region June Sprints, and again, June 23rd to 25th. Want to thank, of course, all the wonderful volunteers here from the Glen region, the Finger Lakes region, all the different regions of the SCCA that help put on these wonderful events. The SCCA is a volunteer organization, and we could not do it without our volunteers making these events run so our racers can race. If you want to find out more about joining the SCCA, head to scca.com. And of course, the great folks behind the scene here. We had Josh Ashby, who joined me for qualifying on Friday, was our spotter here Saturday and Sunday. Thank you, Josh, very much. Zach Johnson, our director. Brendan Kazmarek, our producer. I want to thank everybody, as Brian Belansky calls them, our associate producers, in the chat all weekend long. Thank you so much. Want to thank, of course, Larry Lefty MacLeod, who, well, I'm going to see him tomorrow night as well.
Yes.
on the YouTubes. You could catch us on Apex Racing TV. And thank you so much to all of our race officials as well. So for Larry Lefty MacLeod, I'm Gregg Ginsberg. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you in just a couple weeks from Road America.